Good morning and welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the beneficial and productive post-mining land use. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people that are joining us here today. My name's Emily Saval. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness to inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making time to give evidence today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Peter Day. I'm the Executive Director of the Resources Regulator, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Georgina Beattie, Deputy Secretary of New South Wales Resources in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Tony Chappell, Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
David Gainsford, I'm Deputy Secretary for Development Assessment and Sustainability at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I'll give a short statement on behalf of the government and then hand briefly to Mr Chappell. Thank you again for the invitation to appear today. New South Wales has a strong regulatory framework to support mine closure and to facilitate appropriate post-mining land use. This is mainly overseen by three key agencies that are represented here today. The Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure undertakes a merit assessment of mining projects under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, with the Independent Planning Commission imposing consent conditions regarding the closure and rehabilitation of mine sites to specific landforms to facilitate agricultural, biodiversity conservation or industrial land use. New South Wales Resources in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development administers exploration and mining titles under the Mining Act, and the Resources Regulator enforces compliance to ensure that land disturbed by mining is progressively rehabilitated to a safe and stable state. The New South Wales Environment Protection Authority requires environment protection licences under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act and regulates the management and remediation of contaminated land under the Contaminated Land Management Act. The New South Wales Government has also committed to establish future jobs and investment authorities, which will provide a leading role in planning for the future of coal regions. The process for mine closure involves progressive rehabilitation throughout the life of a mine to return land to its approved final land use. This final land use is set when a mine received its development consent, which can be decades before a mine is scheduled to close. The planning framework can accommodate changes to the approved final land use if this is initiated by the mining company. Rehabilitation can take many years after a mine closes, and the Resources Regulator will only sign off rehabilitation when it is confident the long-term risks can be managed. A mining title can be partially approved for relinquishment, while rehabilitation and monitoring continues on other parts of the mining title. The Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure also undertakes a strategic approach to planning for future post-mining. For example, in the Hunter Regional Plan 2041 has identified 19 sites across Muswellbrook and Singleton local government areas for potential productive land use opportunities. The New South Wales Government recognises that we need to change the way we think about mine sites in New South Wales. Rather than return mines to their former state, opportunities to repurpose parts of those sites to create new jobs should be considered. Some mine sites will be suitable for new economic uses, while others will be best suited for biodiversity conservation. Post-mining land use is a complex issue, requiring strong collaboration between local and state governments, owners of former mine sites, proponents on active mine sites, investors, as well as local councils and communities. A common theme in Australia and internationally is that planning for post-mining land use takes time. Regulatory frameworks should always be reviewed to ensure they are fit for purpose and meet the expectations of government and the community. Any reforms to the regulatory framework in New South Wales must ensure that long-term environmental risks can be managed. Opportunities for the future use of mining land will be one of the areas of interest for the future Jobs and Investment Authorities. I'll now pass over to Mr.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I'll also just acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we meet on here today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, extend my respect to their ancestors and elders, past and present, and also acknowledge that wherever mining occurs in New South Wales, Aboriginal people have cared for that country since deep time and have many useful lessons to impart. In terms of mining, the EPA, as my colleagues mentioned, is responsible for implementing two specific legislative regimes, the Protection of the Environment Operations Act and the Contaminated Land Management Act. Under the POEO Act, mining activities require environment protection licences, which the EPA issues and regulates against, and these are reviewed every 5 years to ensure, at least every 5 years, to ensure that they continue to meet community and environmental standards, and they can include post-closure conditions. Under the Contaminated Land Management Act, in any specific post-mining context, the EPA may have a role in regulating that land, ensuring that contamination on site is appropriately managed. Section 9 of that Act requires the EPA to have regard to ecologically sustainable development principles when exercising these functions, and there are currently a number of mines in the Hunter region at the beginning of their rehabilitation process, and with these principles in mind, EPA is focused on ensuring dam as well as surface and groundwater is protected from contamination as the cleanup occurs. So just to conclude, EPA seeks to work collaboratively with other government agencies as well as international experts in finding the best approaches to ensure we restore mining land and protect the environment, and in doing so support the best outcomes for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Abigail Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much, Jane. And good morning to all of you. I couldn't help but notice that you put in the government submission case study 4 and 5, which relate to power station sites. The government's discussion paper in relation to these Jobs Transition Authority doesn't touch on that. It only refers to mining sites rather than coal-fired power station sites. Do you think that's an oversight? Do you think it should be included?
I'll take that one, thank you. The issues paper on the future Jobs and Investment Authorities does include power stations. It talks about employment. I think there's probably a greater focus on the employment from the coal mines because it's so much greater than the employment from the mine sites. But absolutely, what we're talking about is the future of the whole regions, and the power stations as well as the mines are important. And the case studies and some of the opportunities for the future growth and potential of those regions picks up on those power stations as well.
I'm very glad to hear that. In which case, can we talk about the contaminated state of those sites? As I'm sure you'll be aware, in 2019 we conducted an inquiry into the contamination, namely the coal ash repositories at each of those sites. And there was a bunch of recommendations made in relation to not only rehabilitating and I guess ensuring that there was a future for that land, but also in terms of assessing in great detail what the environmental and health impacts was. I understand most of those recommendations haven't been implemented yet. Could you give me an update on where we're at with actually identifying the extent of the damage here and what is required to clean it up?
I understand actually most of them have been implemented. There are 3 or 4, I understand. I'll just get the latest for you. And perhaps we can come back to it in this session before we finish. But the integrated study, environmental study and health study around Lake Macquarie is well underway. There's been obviously a lot of work done in terms of the water, the sediments and other things, and the human health assessment, I understand, is progressing. But let me get you some detail on the outstanding items.
Because that one is Lake Macquarie, and I understand that that was slated beforehand, and that's kind of been part of a separate discussion. But in terms of the environmental impacts around all of these sites, including those old sites like Tallawarra, where we know there is a huge amount of toxins leaching into groundwater, what has been done to assess the damage there?
Look, specifically on the parliamentary inquiry's recommendations, I do understand almost all of those have been completed. I think there are a handful that are still in progress, and I've just asked for the latest there, and I'll happily share it in the session, or certainly straight after if I don't have it by the end of the session.
I know there was quite a delay in some of those sites being added to the Contaminated Lands Register. Are all of them on there now?
Let me take that one on notice to make sure I'm fully accurate.
I think the community has a lot of concerns around these sites, that in the very valid drive to create new jobs and to turn these sites into other viable sites for industry, that we might cover up what's happened underneath and not actually do the rehabilitation work that's required to take that coal ash out and put it into lined pits. Has consideration been given to that aspect?
Certainly, I mean, a number of these legacy ash repositories, as you know, are not only not lined, but they've also received other contaminated material over time in decades past. And so we do need to be careful about not creating any additional contamination as we seek to reuse and recycle that. There is, I think, quite significant work underway on using more contemporary coal ash now in low carbon applications, and there are a number of programs there working with the landholders for these sites, but some of the older sites are more challenging. So perhaps I'll take that on notice as well and give a comprehensive answer on notice.
That would be very useful, thank you. And just in terms of that, I guess one of the more optimistic parts of that inquiry was the recommendation that that government works with industry, community, unions and local council, sounds like a transition authority of a kind, to grow that sort of coal ash recycle and reuse industry. I understand not much has been done on that either. Can you give us an update?
Yes, and again, I'll give you a full update on notice, but the EPA has overseen 2 programs under our carbon abatement partnership program. One is with the Coal Ash Recycling Association, and the other, I think it's with a part of the cement or concrete sector specifically. And there's some significant work done with the current operators of the power stations producing ash today as well. So let me get you a summary of that, if I may.
Perhaps it's not quite at the scale of the, the recommendation was for a task force, a sort of New South Wales-wide task force that would actually shepherd that industry into existence and ensure that there were good jobs for people on those sites. Because it's such a compelling industry switch when you can have these recycling plants on site, reduce the burden of that coal ash amount while also creating a new industry that's got lower emissions, concrete and other types of construction products.
Yes, I'm very happy to take the further particulars there on notice as well. I'm sorry, I just hadn't anticipated questions on the coal ash from the power station.
Whenever I'm in any inquiry, I'll ask about coal ash because it's a burning issue, but I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Higginson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious about what your framework around residual risk will look like, and whether, how that's communicated and what sort of objectives are around residual risk and how you're working with the sector on that. And that's for anyone, really.
Yeah, I can start. I'll start that with the response. So I'll talk generally around our current regulatory framework for rehabilitation, and that's very much a hurdle approach around how the requirements are in place to ensure that effective and satisfactory rehabilitation occurs, and ultimately with the overall objective that the land is returned to a safe and stable form. And rehab takes a long time. Good rehab takes a long time. And so that is informed by a lot of studies, a lot of work, alignment with the final approved land use that goes through the planning process, and also a lot of inspections, a lot of assessments by ourselves. We do a lot of, the regulator does a lot of assessment programs looking at what we would see to be the critical risks that ultimately are some of the things that could lead to residual risk, such as groundwater studies, revegetation studies as well. So they're two projects we've got going this year on large mine sites that we're assessing how the companies are incorporating those provisions into their programs. I think our view would be is that the more work we do, the better job we do with rehab overall over that time, and make sure that the proper studies are done. The time is taken to ensure that the rehab that has been done is sustainable and long-standing, lessens the risk of residual risk substantially. And so, the stronger our framework, the more robust our testing, our assessments are, that should lessen the risk in terms of the residual risk itself going forward.
So I suppose what I'm trying to understand is how, or have we not, how are we anticipating, with the pressures right now about reuse, beneficial reuse, and the fact that rehab takes a long, long time, but there is a very obvious pressure. How are you intending, and what will the threshold look like around residual risk in the planning system, essentially? Because that's where, so in terms of beneficial use, what will be the residual risk threshold of signing off, I suppose, is what I'm trying to contemplate.
In some cases, if the risk can be mitigated and they're minor issues, then we can look at, as part of the sign-off process, that someone would retain responsibility for managing that going forward, and that could be very minor elements. And so it's about really how much of the risk we get down to at that end point of prior to rehab sign-off, and that's really informed by the metrics and also the completion criteria that the company submits to us at the end of the process. If there's an interested party or another project that is there, we can certainly look at that in terms of that a management plan could be put in place. We could use covenants, a whole range of things that could allocate some responsibility for that if there's a risk going forward in that project itself.
So do you currently have a bucket of identified residual risks, and they're allocated to each particular site? Do you have a lion's eye on that at this point in time?
It's case by case for each site, and obviously our aim is always to ensure that any residual risk is minimised to the point of not being there. Any risk we know about will be dealt with as part of that rehabilitation process before we have sign-off.
So then, sorry to interrupt, so how are we reconciling at this point, and perhaps it is a question for Mr Gainsford, I'm not sure at this point, but how are we reconciling, for example, our colleagues at the Minerals Council are suggesting, look, we could be missing opportunities. We need a planning framework that navigates this in-between space, this long rehabilitation process that many mines will have to undertake, 20 years minimum, perhaps, 30 years minimum based on the literature that we have, 40 years more likely, and this pressure that we as a committee are being asked to contemplate in terms of we should have a specific set of planning instruments, planning rules. I'm just trying to understand, given the complexity and the time that we all know rehabilitation sincerely in terms of managing risks to, not just community health, environmental health, long-term, etc. What can this committee, what would benefit this committee in understanding about what the government is currently doing in terms of looking at that framework space, for want of a better term?
Yes, so Ms Higginson, I'm happy to attempt to answer that. So I think from a planning system perspective, I agree with Mr Day. Obviously, we're assessing these projects on a case-by-case basis, and if a change in land use is being proposed as part of a new application for a mining site, obviously we need to consider those risks as part of that assessment, whether it's through a modification or whether it's through a new application. I do take the point though, and I think it's well made in some of the submissions to the inquiry around the appropriateness of some of the strategic planning work associated with that future of mining, with that post-mining land use, and so certainly that's something in the regional plan that's been identified as requiring some further investigation, and I think through some of the mechanisms that are now being set up with the future jobs and investment authorities, there's an opportunity to sort of bring those sorts of discussions in, and obviously this inquiry, we're looking forward to recommendations out of this process as well.
So just on that, can you identify at this point, are you dealing with, and from the planning system, and the resource regulator obviously, but are you seeing already mining companies in discussions with outside entities or, potential future land use entities? Are they coming to you, and are you having those discussions at this point where we're talking about passing liabilities or periods of shared liabilities for changing of land use?
Happy to attempt to answer that first. So I know that there are ongoing discussions that are happening with some mining companies that have started contemplating what those future land use might be and entering into arrangements with some other companies, and I think we've referred to a few sort of case studies and a few examples of where that's happening. I haven't personally been talking specifically about some of those residual risk issues, but no doubt they're coming up in some of those discussions. I would say that it's fairly sort of formative at the moment. There are a few case studies as we've referred to there, but not lots of examples that are coming forward at the moment.
Ms.
Yes,
Dickinson,
sorry,
if I may add to that. The residual risk really goes to the heart of this issue about looking at how we can find opportunities for alternative uses. And it's really about finding that balance, as you point out, between how we could streamline to perhaps make it earlier opportunities for investment without leaving any residual risks and the costs of that to the state and the community. There are some opportunities to do that now, and in the case of a recent example, as Mr Day explained, where it's really minor, there can be a decision that the risk is manageable and some of that risk can be taken on by a new developer. But at this point, that's only ever been done for very minor cases. If it was to be something more significant, to see a much earlier opportunity found at those sites, it would require much more consideration and probably regulatory reform to allow a new way to approach the issue that ensured, and as I said in the opening statement, ensure that government can be left with confidence that those long-term environmental risks can be managed. And so that assurance needs to be provided, and there would need to be still financial assurance, because at the moment it's held in a security bond by the mining company. And Mr Day explained, that the title, the relinquishment of rehabilitation is not signed off till they're completely satisfied that the land is safe and stable. To bring that forward and to allow someone else to take on that responsibility, the government would still need to have the financial assurance in place to make sure that those risks could be managed in future.
I've got two more questions. Can
Sure.
I go quickly? Thank
Yep,
you.
just quick.
I've got 1,000, but I'm limiting them. Can I just ask as well, what are some of the considerations around beneficial reuse for final voids, other than some of the fanciful, the pumped hydro and the sort of, have there been, because there's mention of that in the government submission about beneficial I'm just very curious about what other final void reuse that may have been given to you as potential.
In terms of voids, I mean, we are, I guess, back with one of the core issues, I guess, that you're looking at as part of this process is that ultimately it does feed into the final approved land use. I think there's some good examples, my understanding is, around the world of what can be done with voids. We've had no discussions with companies to date.
Would you mind elaborating on what the ones around the world?
Oh, okay. So I'm aware that in Germany they've created a lake system out of voids. A lot of money was put in as part of the reunification project a long time ago around that process. I think theoretically there's a lot of opportunity for voids in terms of both agriculture, tourism, ecological uses as well. But I guess we go back to that at the moment in terms of the regulator. We look at the void in terms of what's been approved as for the final land use. Our job as part of the rehab program is to make sure that those voids are rendered safe and stable in terms of the slope design, the forming process, and making sure that they won't erode or that there won't be environmental issues some way into the future.
So no real, other than the lakes, we don't, I keep looking, I keep racking my brain and thinking, what are we going to do with all the big holes? But I'm sure we'll do something. Thank you. And then the other quick question I had was about what the ag land agreed condition classes are and where they are. Like, is that somewhere that's readily ascertainable for for how we assess the agreed condition classes? Is there a base threshold for what that is, or?
So, Ms Higginson, each consent, as you'd probably be familiar with, does have requirements for rehabilitation, and often it's returning the land to its previous state, be that agriculture or a wooded area or what have you. Those consents often do specify what the requirements are around the agricultural land to be returned to, and so lots of mining companies are obviously through their progressive rehabilitation, stockpiling topsoil and various things to help that process of returning the land back to those types of land uses.
So it will just be a case-by-case assessment when we're doing any final rehab sign-off. I read the thing about cows get fatter on post-mining land, apparently. There you go. But yeah, it'll be case-by-case in the sign-off. And then my final question is...
Final.
Is about biodiversity considerations. So if a mining company is going to seek to not rehabilitate along the lines of native vegetation and biodiversity return or regeneration, where will that fit in the overall matrix of the biodiversity debt and deficit that we now hold in terms of the harm done to biodiversity from mining projects?
Yes, so certainly, Ms Higginson, on a case-by-case basis, we would be needing to look at, those potential impacts to biodiversity. Obviously, the answer to this question depends on the type of rehabilitation and whether that rehabilitation is including biodiversity offsets that are required as part of the consents. To date, my understanding is that we haven't had proposals that have come forward to us, albeit that we've only had limited proposals that have come forward to us that have looked to reduce those offset requirements. But obviously we'd need to take that into account if those issues came up.
Thank you. I might just continue with some questions now around the Hunter Regional Plan, which you mentioned in your opening statement, Ms Beattie. Feel free, I think it may be a question for planning, Mr Gainsford. In the Hunter Regional Plan, Action 1.1 is with regards to investigating the feasibility of expedited planning options to permit the change of one employment use to another employment use, and it goes on. How has this happened? Has this happened? And could you provide the committee an update if it has?
Yes, so Chair, thank you. Yes, the Hunter Regional Plan, as you say, has identified that as an action, and has talked about expedited sort of planning options around land use. Certainly there has been some work, again, I would say probably more on a case-by-case basis rather than at a landscape scale. looking at the various opportunities. A lot of that work now is being wrapped into, I guess, the work that Regional New South Wales is helping to lead. Again, it's largely being done at a case-by-case basis at the moment. But I think there's an acknowledgement from the department that some of the underlying zonings and land uses associated with these areas are probably not fit for purpose, and there does need to be some consideration of whether change in zoning or other requirements to help facilitate opportunities is needed. Again, the government submission points out a case study of the Liddell and Bayswater power station where there's been a bit of work done looking at that.
Indeed, that's a power station also.
That's correct. That's correct. Certainly there is a need, on the sites within the Hunter in particular to look at the opportunities and constraints in each area, and certainly we're open to doing that.
So I should have declared at the outset I am obviously a proud local resident of the Hunter Valley and care deeply about the social, economic and environmental implications of the area. So has the department undertaken to identify and map the infrastructure mentioned in Action 1.1, so existing infrastructure like hard stand areas, workshops, stores, treatment plants and rail loops?
My understanding, Chair, is that we haven't done that full audit at this point in time, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide some more details.
Okay. In terms of the place strategy then for post-mining and power station sites, which is also mentioned in the Hunter Regional Plan, talks about the Department of Regional New South Wales and the Department of Planning and Environment as leading that work. How many place strategies have been done or identified, and where is that work up to?
I'd need to take that on notice, Chair.
Thank you, if you could. And if you could also take on notice with regards to the place strategies, the involvement of local councils in those areas, that would be great. Thank you. In terms now for the government submission, you mentioned obviously the number of case studies that were included in there that Ms Boyd spoke to. I'm interested in case study 3, which is the Blackrock Motor Park. You mentioned just under that strategic planning provides an opportunity to identify and prioritise existing mine sites for post-mining land use. What strategic planning has been done regarding existing mine boundaries and assets?
Sorry, Chair, I may need to take that one on notice as well.
Not a problem at all. Thank you. In terms of the closure process now and management of risk, which my colleague Ms Sue Higginson was sort of asking some questions about earlier, talks about streamlining the process to provide clarity on risk ownership. I'm just interested to understand more how you envisage this occurring and how we bring mining companies along with us in that process, if you like.
Yeah, so certainly. I mean, Blackrock's a really good example, and it was probably the first case we had under the current framework that we're looking at in terms of a really innovative post-mining land use for a site. I mean, the history of that site had a long history in terms of risk issues with underground fires and so on.
Was it 38 years, really?
There was about a 30-year fire underground there, yeah, with the gases and so on. So I guess, we temper that in terms of that goes into assessment, all the process there. And the company did a good job in terms of rehabilitating the site. There was some subsidence identified in 2015, which then delayed the sign-off, unfortunately. And I think I need to acknowledge first up is that everything we do from a rehab framework point of view is that we also do a continual review from a way of grounds of trying to improve our processes. And certainly, there's things there we could do better. I would suggest learning from that episode as well around that, engaging with councils and so on earlier in the process is certainly one of them. But in terms of that, the sign-off has occurred in terms of that project, and I think that it'll be a good example of a really innovative use for our mine sites going forward.
Thank you. In terms of the submission talks about the decarbonised economy and renewable technology. Given our net zero targets, obviously, which we have legislated, how feasible is it to use, because it talks about using mine sites for some of these renewable energy requirements. Given the targets, how feasible is it to use these mine sites under the current planning framework that you mentioned?
So, Chair, again, I can talk to that question. Look, again, the feasibility, I guess, would be on a case-by-case basis for the applicants. But we have had some applications that have come to us and some inquiries have been made to us. Stratford is one that comes to mind in the Gloucester region for a pumped hydro project, and certainly there are, again, in the government submission, some examples of renewable energy projects, be them solar farms or pumped hydro projects that have either gone through the system or in the process of going through the system. So certainly by evidence of some of the applications that have come to us, there does seem to be some feasibility and appetite for those projects.
Indeed. Is there work that we need to do or recommendations that the committee could make regarding that process, given my understanding is it's easier to put solar panels or a solar farm rather on farmland than a rehabilitated mine land? Is there, things that we need to consider as a committee to assist, particularly the local communities up there in the Hunter as they transition?
I make a couple of comments there. Look, I think there are some really great opportunities to use renewable energy at mine sites because of some of the infrastructure that already exists there. And as Mr. Gainsford said, the Stratford site, the Muswellbrook coal site, there's a few that are looking at that, Mount Arthur as well. There's also current mine sites that are looking at having solar farms on their surrounding land as well. So I think the emerging sector is bringing out all of these opportunities on current sites and the potential for future sites. In terms of when mining has ended, using those sites for renewable energy, it really comes back to the originally approved final landform and final land use. And I think if there's an opportunity to accelerate or make it easier to change that final land use, that could incentivise companies to, both investors and the mining industry, to look at some of those alternatives. At the moment, mining companies are miners, and some of them are interested in doing something different and have taken the initiative. Others, understandably, want to focus on their core business. So I think the process to change that final land use currently requires a change to the development consent. But as we said before, any change that would allow that needs to balance the need to ensure that rehabilitation is undertaken appropriately.
Can I ask one question on
Please,
that?
yeah.
Just on that, so let's say how are you currently contemplating, and again, perhaps for both, an application that is currently rehab, native vegetation, regenerate and restore biodiversity. I come along and I say, well, actually, I would really like to put a big solar farm right here, right where these current rehab requirements are. And there's an excellent public interest in doing that. But then I get part down the path, we make all the adjustments, and then I go bust and I can't develop that solar farm and I can't do it. And in fact, someone else is doing it somewhere else. Then where does that initial rehabilitate, where does that evaporate to, or how does it come back? And is that something we're contemplating? Because the idea that we are all sitting here talking about beneficial reuse, it is about, as the Chair has identified, achieving our net zero, and we're dealing with miners who are miners, not necessarily. But so how would we contemplate that at this point in time?
So at the moment, the mining title holder is responsible for the rehabilitation. And if the mining company wants to move to renewable energy, then that's much more straightforward. If there's an investor, they would need to work together. To change that would require some changes to the regulatory framework to allow the probably title changes under the Mining Act, consent condition changes. It would be something that would need a fair bit of consideration around how to provide alternative pathways that would encourage new investment for those uses. But as you say, somebody would need to be responsible for that rehabilitation at the end of the day, and the government would need to have that financial assurance that if that project didn't proceed, that rehabilitation would occur to a safe and stable site.
And I think I'd add, Ms Higginson, that I think some of your question there is getting to finding the right balance, and I guess, I note that a number of submissions that came to this inquiry talks about concerns that there are too many impediments at the moment around enabling change to be able to occur readily. Perhaps that's why we're not seeing as many proposals that are coming to the table. But Ms Beattie's right that certainly in any consideration of any application that we would receive, we'd obviously need to take those things into consideration in terms of offset obligations and various other requirements in the existing consent.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? I just
I might add also just to maybe a point of caution, or of why we are now at where we are with the current rehab framework as well, because of previous examples of failures in systems. And so making sure that our current process, and I'm sure there's always a way through this, but our current process is very much based on both the companies and all of our requirements being very clear on what we're working towards, knowing the time it takes to get good rehab. And so where the friction lies, I guess, within the system is where suddenly another different final land use appears. And in some cases, not all the cases, but in some cases, that can dramatically change the criteria that we'd all be working to, both as a regulator and also the company. And so I guess I'm just adding in there the need to balance, as David outlined, the premise of where we are and why we are where we are with the rehab framework currently, why it's so robust and strong.
Chair, just a question coming off of that, if I may.
So can I just continue with my last one? Then we've got time at the end. We'll go back because we're just getting down a rabbit hole here. Can I ask, in terms of that rehabilitation process now, which we're already talking about, how are government agencies or departments considering bringing post-mine land use into the centre of that rehabilitation process?
I'll have a go at answering that one. So the rehabilitation process is dependent on the final end land use, which is approved at the beginning of a mine, which can be decades before a mine closes, and then the rehabilitation can also take a significant number of years. I think at the moment, a change to that final end land use is dependent on the proponent, the title holder, initiating that change.
And so, Chair, just to add to that, again, as Ms Beattie has said there, it would be up to the applicant to decide if there was changes. I mean, we're obviously aware that in a number of cases, some of the consents, talk about rehabilitation whilst they're progressive, and that final sort of landform, decades in the future. And so it is that obligation. We do from time to time get applicants that come to us and say, we're looking to make changes, and there are modifications that then are made to consent processes to take that into consideration.
And I might just add, the future jobs and investment authorities, the commitment to establish those, they would play a leading role about the future of these regions. And I think a lot of it comes back to strategic planning. So looking at a region as a whole, what are the opportunities given these emerging industries, and where does it make sense? And as I said, I think in the opening statement, some sites are going to make really great opportunities, and other sites not so great, depending on their location, their proximity to other infrastructure, transport lines, communities. So a strategic view about a region, I think, is where we need to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for appearing today. You're much more on time than I was, thanks to the traffic and the roads at the moment. Just in relation to the use of former mining sites, has the government
done any preparatory work in relation to, future uses in relation to nuclear? I mean, the polling today shows that the Labor government federally is on the nose. The coalition coalition has said that, they'll look to introduce nuclear. Has this government done any preparatory work around perhaps using some of those old mining sites in relation to future nuclear?
We haven't, no.
So the minister hasn't done any preparedness work in relation to that? Well, that's disappointing.
I'll get onto him, Wes.
Well, that's disappointing. New
Is that the extent of your questions,
New
Mr.
South
Banks?
Wales could be left behind here. That's.
I might pick up after there.
There you go.
No nuclear questions from me.
Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you.
We're going free fall now.
Just with respect, I guess that, and you pointed out, Ms Beattie, the challenge that you face, that you've got approvals that are made potentially 30, 40 years ago that try and determine what a post-mining land use will be in 30, 40, 50 years' time, and the friction we have in the system in terms of changing that as we see sort of an iterative process. We had some suggestions at the last inquiry that we needed to do an audit effectively of all of the sites to work through some of these suitability issues. Is that something that's been contemplated at all? Certainly, Mr Farlow, again, referring back to the Hunter Regional Plan, it does talk to needing to look at effectively an audit of each one of the sites and looking at those sorts of opportunities and constraints. And so, I think that is something that is one of the recommendations that came out of that regional plan, and certainly the work that we know that this future local jobs and infrastructure authorities will be looking at. Thank you, Mr Gainsford. And with respect to that as well, so I guess that to date it has been very much a proponent-led movement, yes. That it all falls to the proponent if they want to change that land use or the like. Have there been any instances where, and I guess we've heard the example of and I always get it wrong in terms of pronunciation, the Itametsu site as well, where it was sort of more of a proponent but also community process. Is there any view as that becoming part of the system, so to speak?
And certainly I think those case studies are good examples of the sorts of work that I think could be identified as good practice. Again, the government submission refers to a few examples, one of which that I'm somewhat familiar with is some of the work that's happening at Mount Arthur at the moment, and so you might be aware the department's got a modification that we're currently under consideration, and whilst I appreciate that there's some work outside of that modification that's related to the future land uses on that site. There are certainly conversations that are happening with local councils, with the department, and with the applicant around those examples. But yes, you're correct in characterising that a lot of these are applicant-led at the moment.
Now, the other challenge that was put to us in the last session as well was with respect to the zoning, and I think you mentioned that, Mr Gainsford, as well, in terms of that zoning process. And I think it was put to us that there were challenges where I think it was the Liddell site, and I note that it's not a mining site, but in terms of that, and I think its zoning was at SP2 and the change of that zoning and people effectively walking away from the project. Is there anything the department's contemplating in terms of simplifying some of those processes for rezonings in those sites?
Yes, and certainly, Mr Farlow, I think you're correct in identifying. If we look at a number of the mining sites, the underlying zoning is often rural zoning, and whilst that rural zoning, allows for rehabilitation, often back to, an agricultural state or things that are permitted under that zoning, it often isn't fit for purpose with regard to other types of land uses. Similarly, an SP2 zoning, such as I understand for Liddell and Bayswater, allows certain types of activities but not others. And so yes, the department is looking at those types of things. Again, at the moment, it's largely being done on a case-by-case basis, but we acknowledge that there needs to be further work there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms Boyd, we'll go to you.
Thank you. We were talking before about rehabilitation of mining sites. I'll come back again to coal-fired power stations. The remediation of the pre-existing contamination at the time of privatisation is, of course, responsibility of the government. And because we have that joint responsibility for those sites once they come to decommissioning, what has been done so far by the government in terms of planning for what remediation works will be required?
We may need to take that one on notice. Very happy to do that. I think there is work underway at a number of the sites, but I couldn't give you the specifics off the top of my head. Unless you...
No, I don't have anything else to add. No.
Okay, I'd be very interested in that answer. Thank you.
Thanks. I might continue with a couple more questions now. In terms of the more of the community perspective now, what are the biggest barriers preventing the full realisation of the social and economic benefits from rehabilitated mine sites? And how does the government propose we address those?
I think the future jobs and investment authorities will oversee that in future, and the establishment of those authorities, you know, they're going to have a really important role in looking at economic and social implications of such large-scale shift when coal mines close in the future.
Thank you. In terms of the site infrastructure of a mine, what are the current requirements for decommissioning and removing all of that surface infrastructure? So, for example, admin buildings, rail loops, warehouses, power lines, sewer. How are mine operators held accountable for completing that? Or
Yeah, so
those?
that forms part of the rehab process, and so it is very much very also tied into the final approved land use in terms of what was agreed to. So if there's infrastructure there, and the site was identified for native vegetation, then a lot of the infrastructure has to be removed over time as part of that process. So I guess that's part of the plan, I guess, that we could look at going forward in terms of, and we're certainly very much aware of the concerns with, you know, unnecessarily reducing infrastructure as part of projects, but we are locked into that final land use at the moment.
In terms of the final land use for these mines, are there any that have anything but sticks and grass, as they call it in the industry? Yeah, no, the vast bulk are assigned to native vegetation and grazing land. Okay. And that's very much dependent upon, I guess, the time frame 20, 30 years ago of when they were approved. Yep, sure. So in terms of creating and submitting a rehabilitation plan that perhaps entertains something contrary to that, particularly in the case where, you know, we're looking at setting up renewable energy infrastructure, we need power lines. You think of Lake Macquarie, where there is buffer land that is really close to massive redevelopment growth, residential growth. There's sewer there. If there was, you know, a plan to perhaps entertain an alternative, how would a mine operator and indeed the regulator determine what could remain on site, and how would that happen? So through the planning process, they need to go back and seek a modification in terms of that final approved land use, and there are examples where that's occurred. And so I guess it goes very much back to what David was saying before. Is, you know, our examples are where it works well is where both the proponent and the company are aligned in terms of where they want to go in terms of the development. We've got some really good examples previously of, you know, Catherine Hill Bay is a residential development from a mine site. Maitland Hospital is on an old quarry site. We've mentioned Blackrock before as well, and I guess now the opportunity is for these renewable projects as well. So I think where the company and proponent are aligned, that works well in terms of then taking the time and effort to seek the modification. We also engage early with the process, and so we have a number of meetings with both those companies if that's the case, and we outline, I guess, from our point of view what's involved and try to work as a group towards a shared outcome. Are there any of those projects that have been completed? Are there examples of post-mining land use specifically for mines? Because there were a couple of quarries that were, you know, listed. Are any of those? Yeah, we've got four projects that 4 mine sites that were signed off. My iPad just died on me. But
there were 4 sites that have been signed off in full, but we've had about 20 applications since about 2022 for partial relinquishment, and so partial sign-off, I should say.
Yep.
And that's probably more the common approach. That is, companies will hive off parcels of land,
Yep.
and that's one of the benefits of the current framework as well.
Okay, thank you. In terms of strategic planning integration, at the Hunter Regional Plan is obviously a great example of the regional plan and that framework that currently exists. How well integrated and aligned with post-mining land use goals are these regional plans, and what improvements can be made to better integrate them?
Yeah, so I think, Chair, I agree with you that the Hunter Regional Plan and those strategic plans do provide a good sort of basis for identifying the types of potential future activities around these mines. I think now working with those plans and with some of the applications that are coming to us, and then with the Future Jobs and Investment Authority's work going forward is the way to take some of those plans forward. The regional plan, as you've identified before, does identify some of those areas of interest where there are opportunities that maybe are the sorts of obvious areas where land use change can occur, and so I think that provides a good sort of starting point.
Did any of my colleagues have final questions before I monopolise the time?
I'd love to ask something.
Nuclear? No,
not nuclear.
Okay.
Just in terms of and I'm not going to cavil with the description of sticks and grass, but in terms of the very important biodiversity rehabilitation outcomes that are currently posited in the system, is there work that you are undertaking in terms of natural capital and the nature positive frameworks that can assist companies in looking at their future liabilities turning into the broader public interest of the state? Is that rather than just this is what was there before, therefore you must return, are we developing accounting systems, frameworks, along with looking at how we can further potentially exploit, develop? Are we also looking at how the beneficial reuse is calculated into the broader economy of New South Wales?
And certainly, Ms Higginson, you're probably familiar, but the government's response to the Ken Henry Review, released recently, talked to some of this, opportunities for future accounting and valuing of those sorts of assets. They're probably questions better for my colleagues at climate change, energy, environment, and water. However, the department's working closely with our colleagues there. Again, reflecting on both the regional plan, which identifies areas which have been have been identified for biodiversity offsetting and rehabilitation at that sort of broad landscape scale, but then looking at the specific consent requirements for offsetting. Certainly, our obligation is to ensure that those consent requirements are being met. But yes, I think to your point about valuation and accounting, certainly government is looking at those sorts of opportunities, and they've flagged that in their recent response to the Ken Henry Review.
And is there something in terms of the EPA's, climate policies and moving to emissions reduction and those hard to abate industries? Because on the one hand we've got in submissions from the sector and industry saying, oh no, we're going to keep mining for years and years and years, mainly for export, and obviously those emissions are exported too in terms of scope 3. Is there work, are we contemplating what that could look like in terms of the biodiversity, I suppose the marriage between biodiversity improvement on these particular sites that have had the benefit of that nature deficit for so long, in terms of the global effort of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and whether there's any contemplation about benefit to the industry in that?
Benefit to the industry?
I think certainly we're very...
Dan earlier.
we're very mindful of the potential synergies, in particular approaches that can produce better biodiversity and carbon outcomes. I mean, one thing we've had some early consideration of is the opportunity for more sophisticated frameworks to capture and quantify meaningful abatement where it occurs through air capture and various mechanical treatments or other opportunities on tailings dams, but I'm not sure those would have biodiversity benefits explicitly. Anything else to add?
No,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all we have time for this morning. Many thanks to you all again for making time to be here. For questions that were taken on notice and any additional supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's on the deficits. It's on the debt too.
Welcome. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name is Claire Doherty and I'm a Policy Director at the New South Wales Minerals Council. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Steve Galilee, Chief Executive, New South Wales Minerals Council. I have to hold this, right? Is that?
Oh,
It doesn't matter?
Hold it, yep.
The intent is good. I swear that that's what I need to do.
Hand on it, at least.
Yeah,
apparently.
maintain
Hand on
That's
heart. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
We really should get like a thing where people can kneel and then we can
No.
give it.
No, we shouldn't. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
The New South Wales Minerals Council appreciates the opportunity to appear at these hearings today to assist the committee in its inquiry into beneficial and productive post-mining land use. We've been talking to government about this issue for years, and while there's been plenty of head nodding, high-level statements of intent and in-principle agreement on the issues raised, it's a policy area that seems to have been placed in the too hard basket when it comes to the detail of what actually might be needed to get some real progress. And we just heard this morning about the Hunter Regional Plan and some of the recommendations of that plan which haven't been completed, so maybe a good place to start might be a recommendation from the committee that some of those things actually get done. We've also had a former planning minister in the previous government, just before they left Parliament, highlight this as one of the areas of activity that needed to be addressed in the future, despite the fact that he'd been planning minister twice. So there is a level of frustration from industry about the lack of progress on these policy issues and the detail that is needed to actually deliver some changes that could help. So we very much welcome this committee's deliberations and the work you'll be doing on these issues, and we hope that it is a concrete step towards some actual policy outcomes. We've been proactively investigating a range of
post-mining land use opportunities and challenges, including through the Upper Hunter Mining Dialogue established in 2010. Through that process, we've brought together community, industry and government stakeholders to build an understanding of some of the opportunities, barriers and potential regulatory solutions. We've commissioned studies on the suitability of final voids for various uses, and looking at international examples, we've conducted cattle grazing trials on post-mining land, and we've heard from local community leaders and businesses of their interest in a range of potential economic opportunities that could be pursued. As we've heard, traditionally the focus of mine site rehabilitation outcomes has been to restore land to its pre-mining state. Most mining development consents require a mix of pasture and ecological rehabilitation reflective of pre-mining landscapes. Over the last decade, we've seen a shift in relation to these outcomes, particularly from local mining communities in the Hunter. Increasingly, local community leaders and businesses have expressed interest in the potential economic uses of post-mining land. This has become even more so as several operations are approaching or have come to the end of their operating lives, and also through the slated closure of the large Mount Arthur operation by 2030. Pending planning approval. There's also been an increased focus on potential renewable energy use. For example, recently we've seen the New South Wales Government grant critical state significant infrastructure status to 2 proposed pumped hydro projects on post-mining land in the Hunter. Many of these potential post-mining land uses, such as renewable energy, were not anticipated at the time of approval of most current operational mines. Emergence of these new potential land uses where post-mining land offers significant advantages and a greater focus on post-mining transition in some mining regions makes it vital that the New South Wales Government actually considers how the regulatory framework can facilitate these opportunities in an effective and timely manner. Several of our mining company members are in the process of attempting to develop more innovative post-mining land uses by painstakingly grinding through the current regulatory framework, and I know that some of them will be appearing before the committee. The lack of a fit-for-purpose framework that acknowledges emerging land uses more beneficial than those anticipated at the beginning of a mining project acts as a disincentive for mining companies and proponents of new developments to explore new post-mining land uses. Many of the barriers to developing new and innovative post-mine land uses are a result of the need to obtain multiple approvals under the EP&A Act and the Mining Act, as well as mining lease relinquishment requirements. In the absence of change, companies will likely revert to their existing post-mining rehabilitation obligations, which will make pursuing alternative economic opportunities and renewable energy projects even more difficult. Maximising these opportunities also has the potential to make an important contribution to an orderly economic transition over time in relation to coal. The best transition for coal mining families and communities will be one that is orderly, occurs over an extended period, and be driven by demand factors over time, not by seeking to rapidly constrain our ability to supply global markets while demand for our coal does continue. New South Wales produces just 2% of the world's coal, and while this is minuscule in global terms, our industry plays an important economic role here. Demand for our coal remains very strong. Our high quality coal is top of the list in most of our key export markets. We've just had a record year in relation to coal production jobs in New South Wales at over 25,000 again. Reflecting this, there are nearly 40 coal mines currently operating across New South Wales, including 17 in the Hunter region, with most involved in export coal markets. 15 Upper Hunter mines either have approvals in place or are seeking approvals to continue mining to 2035 or beyond, with several seeking extensions to operate beyond 2040. Beyond the Upper Hunter, another 15 New South Wales coal mines either have approvals in place or are seeking approvals to continue mining into the 2030s, with 6 either approved or seeking approval to operate until 2040, and several seeking extensions to operate well beyond 2040. An orderly transition over time will provide the best possible opportunities to minimise employment shocks and related economic impacts on local communities and the New South Wales economy. existing operations wishing to continue should be supported for as long as possible as others choose to close. This will mitigate the overall impact and soften the transition for families and communities in coal mining regions. Nevertheless, with some mines already in or approaching their post-mining phase, it is critical this committee makes meaningful reform recommendations that help facilitate future economic opportunities throughout the transition. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Honourable Westbank, we'll start with you this time.
Thank you. Thank you for attending, Mr. Galley. I just wanted to address something that was brought up in the last session, and I know you're in the audience, so you would have heard the question. We talk about Scope 3 emissions often, particularly with the exporting of coal overseas to other countries where they'll then produce electricity from, most likely. If we were to turn off the tap, shall we say, and turn off our high-quality New South Wales coal to those countries, is it likely that they will burn an inferior, lower-quality product to still produce electricity? And if so, will that increase emissions?
Well, there's a couple of points I'll make briefly in relation to that. We produce 2% of the world's coal. Last year, 8.7 billion tonnes of coal was produced and roughly the same amount consumed. Half of that was produced and consumed by China, about 15 or 16% by India and other countries around the world. So we're a very small producer of coal. So if we stopped our coal mining now, that 2% gap would be filled very quickly by some of our global competitors. It would be, in most cases, a lower quality coal, which would result in a higher global emissions outcome. And the idea that somehow if we make an example by shutting all our coal mines in New South Wales prematurely, that somehow that's going to mean less coal-fired power stations around the world, I mean, it is not correct. There's about 2,500 coal-fired power stations around the world. Again, about half of them are in China. China's building about 80 to 100 new ones a year. There's another 70 or 80 being built across Southeast Asia. The rate of deployment of coal-fired power stations around the world is slowing.
Yep.
But some of those countries are in the final stages of building a few new ones. Japan, for example, has 90. So they're not going to turn off those power stations if they can't get coal from us. They're just going to get coal from elsewhere, and those coal-fired power stations are going to continue to operate.
So ultimately, trying to adopt an ideological position of banning coal exports from New South Wales would ultimately lead to two impacts, really. The devastation in the hunter communities because of the loss of jobs, but also more likely higher global emissions from burning a lower quality coal.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's 10,000 coal mining workers of a workforce of 25,000 in New South Wales now who work in mining projects that want to extend their operations for longer into the future, while others will choose to close over time. We should be working from a starting point in relation to this transition, that it's going to be a long-term transition. It needs to be done in an orderly, staged manner.
Yep.
And the starting point should be trying to keep as many of those jobs in place for as long as possible. For as long as demand for the coal is there globally, we should be ready to supply it. And I think my colleague from the MEU, Graham Kelly, said something similar about that as well. And he's obviously looking at it from a workforce interest perspective too. But you know, we
get along famously.
I did read the transcript. And
I mean, I'm sure that you and I could potentially get along just as well. I mean, I'm still judging, but you know,
let's wait and see. We've only just met, as Graham said.
That's right. Yeah.
But we should be supporting those project applications and the jobs of those 10,000 coal mining workers in New South Wales for as long as possible, because ultimately, you know, the fates of our coal mining sector is going to be driven by global demand factors.
Yep.
I've been in this job now for 13 years, and pretty much every year I've heard people say the industry's on a downward trajectory and it's all over. There was a big global downturn in the middle of the last decade, and we lost about 5,500 coal mining workers out of a workforce of 25,000, and some people thought that was a great thing. There wasn't anybody talking about transition assistance back then for those people. Now we're back to 25,000 now.
Yeah,
And
we were.
we need to make sure that we keep those people in those jobs for as long as possible. Give
So
the
just
transition
on-
the best chance of success.
I've got one more question, then I'll
follow and then you...
Well, no, I'm
Is
sort
your
of
question
following,
on
but
nuclear,
yeah,
or
you
does that
might,
only count when there's no coal?
Oh, well, I didn't hear that,
That's
luckily.
fine. Yeah.
So
Let's get
I'm
to the
going to,
question.
we'll come to you shortly and your ideological views. But Mr. Galley, the last question I've got is, I noted in your opening statement you talked about those mines that are looking at closure soon have been trying to wade their way through the vast regulatory burden that is attached to post-mining land use and the way that it can be rehabilitated. Do you think that in relation to that work, maybe what we really should do is use this inquiry as a catalyst to scrap all that different regulatory burdens from different acts and the like, and I guess form a new clean sheet, more modern view of the way that we can approach mining land use post-mining?
Well, that's going to be up to the committee, but there does need to be some blue sky thinking in relation to the regulatory processes around how this is all managed. And there needs to be some political will, because as we've heard this morning from the good folk in the department, in two departments and the agencies, it's not fair to ask them the questions about what the government has been doing if the government is not itself, from the minister down, driving that process. So this is a difficult area of reform, and there's obviously a lot of interest in it. It's not without political risk, and there needs to be some political will driving the process to some good outcomes, because departments and agencies aren't going to take risks unless they're directed to do so by their political masters. And that means political will from governments and ministers to actually want to achieve an outcome and drive a process, and not just put out a glossy Hunter regional plan and then find out 3 or 4 years later that the recommendations, no one's looked at it since it was put out, and there was a press release and a media announcement, and everyone pat themselves on the back and nothing actually happened. So, the last thing we need are more reports and more studies, more consultancies on what the future of the Hunter looks like post-mining. I mean, you could fill a library this big with all those studies that have been done so far. I mean, everybody knows what needs to be done. We're now seeing, I think, through the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, some good progress on some long-term planning and thinking that can be done, but that should not be an excuse to kick this issue down the road and say, oh, this is now an issue for them to look at. This committee needs to drive some outcomes here and provide some options to a government for it to be able to consider, and the government needs to have the political will to consider them.
Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to you. Can I ask, in your opening statement and in your submission, I didn't see much about workers and the transition for workers within closing coal mines. And I note that you did mention, Mr. Galilee, some comments about jobs when it came to the questions from Mr. Fang about keeping coal going longer. But in the context of the government's current policy settings at both federal and state, where we are looking to gradually close down coal mines, we want to do that as fairly as possible. What is the Minerals Council's policy when it comes to helping workers transition out of closing coal mines?
Well, let's unpack the transition and what that might look like from a practical sense. Now, you mentioned that the government's intention to shut down coal mines. It's actually government policy intention to shut down coal-fired power stations, not coal mines. They have their approvals in place and they are free to seek consents to continue, and under the safeguard mechanism at Commonwealth level, many of them will be able to do that and comply with the Commonwealth framework. So government policy, domestic government policy in relation to the transition, the biggest impact that's going to have is in relation to coal-fired power station closures. So if you look at...
Can we look though at... Sorry,
Yeah,
because my question's around...
I will get there.
Sure.
If you look at the 25,000 coal mining workers in the workforce right now, roughly, you should add to that at the top of the list those working in those coal-fired power stations.
And I'm very concerned about them, and
And they're not all going to get jobs in fly
But my
ash.
question was,
Yeah,
even if we're not looking, sorry, let me ask the question. Even if we're not looking at government policy, there's no doubt that we have coal mines closing. What is your organisation's policy in relation to helping workers transition out of those jobs where the mines are closing?
So we have seen examples where the mines have been closing in some cases. Now, those workers, in those cases, they can be redeployed to other mining operations. But if you're opposing all of those and lodging legal...
No, I'm asking what the industry is
I'm trying
doing.
to tell you what's going to happen to these
Point of
people
order, Chair.
in the workforce
Been a point of order
over time in the
raised.
transition.
Apologies,
And-
there's been a point of order raised. We'll just have to hear the point of order, Mr Galloway.
Ms
Apologies.
Abigail Boyd keeps rudely interrupting Mr Galloway. He's trying to provide some very focused answers to the questions asked, and I just asked that Ms Abigail Boyd allow him to continue.
To the point of order.
To the point of order.
Point of order. It is standard practice and quite normal that when a witness is not answering the question that was asked, for the member to be able to redirect them towards the actual question.
To the point of order, though, the witness was
To the point of
directly answering the question,
Well, no,
Ms
he
Abigail
wasn't.
Boyd.
He wasn't.
I remind all witnesses, I remind all committee members to consider the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House as
Well
it
done,
relates to
Chair.
encouragements. Mr Galloway, please proceed.
So, in terms of the hierarchy of the way the workforce will be treated in relation to the transition over time, and what that transition might look like, to your question about retraining, I would make a couple of points in
Any other
relation to
support?
that.
Yep.
Firstly, there's obviously the power station workers at the top of the list, right? That's outside my area, but they are at the top of the list in relation to the impact, right? Then there are the coal mining workforce that are involved directly in the domestic supply of coal to those coal-fired power stations, who are next likely to be affected by, as you say, government policy in relation to coal-fired power station closures. And in some cases, they will able to be redeployed to other coal mining operations owned by the same companies where they can pivot to export.
Is that left to the market, though,
And
or
in
is that
other-
your policy? Like, is there a policy?
The
or
Minerals
some sort
Council
of-
policy these are the individual policies of individual companies, and funny enough, the approach of the global coal market that will have an impact.
But my question was whether, because I see we have your policy director here, is there a policy from the Minerals Council around how to transition workers? So, for example, we've heard about workers getting qualifications in mines that aren't recognised outside of that particular company.
Yeah.
Is there a policy to try and certify those qualifications? Is there any consideration being given to the ongoing health impacts of workers who have been working in coal mines who then go outside of the industry? Is there a policy of the industry in how to look after those workers? They're the sorts of things I'm looking for.
Question in 20 parts.
Well, I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
sure I
help the
follow the
witness.
logic of the question. These are issues that are dealt with by regulatory authorities and companies operating
So there's
in
no
compliance
policy from
regimes.
the Minerals Council.
No, there is.
in
There are
relation
policies to
helping
keep
workers.
people in coal mining jobs as long as possible, and where that is not possible, to support opportunities for them to redeploy to other coal mining jobs elsewhere through the ongoing extension and modifying the lives of existing coal-fired power stations, and not closing them before they need to and putting
That's
people
not
out
the
of jobs
question, though.
unnecessarily.
What we're talking about here
And
is
examining
when they
some
close-
post-mining land use opportunities so that there will be jobs in those areas for those people when those mines eventually close, through some meaningful reforms from this committee. Like, what's the
Thankfully-
point in training people for
Okay.
jobs that aren't going to be there because
Thankfully,
it's
I
too hard to
think that-
develop the opportunities?
I think that some of the companies who are running these coal mines do have these policies, so I look forward to asking them. It's a shame that Minerals Council doesn't have that overarching
we don't-
policy.
We don't tell our
Well,
members
Chair.
how to do this. We don't tell our members how to do this.
No, but your
We let them
other
make the
peak bodies
decisions.
might come together and, shepherd whole industries. No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Higginson.
Thank you. How do you see, so you were here and heard all of the government witnesses and you've seen their submission, and there is a very strong, clear, and I would say rightful commitment to the rehabilitation and the post-mining plans being implemented to the fullest, because that's what obviously every mining corporation signed up to when they got their development consent. Are you in what you're proposing in terms of what this inquiry should be looking at to change systems to facilitate post-mining land use? Where do you see the rehabilitation components go in that mix? Are you seeing, and I was trying to get it with the government members, are there threshold places within the system that you have a vision over in terms of how we do this and what we do within the planning system?
Do you want to
Yeah, I'm not sure I really understand the question, but are you asking, is there some sort of review of where there might be beneficial, post-mining land uses, alternative land uses?
Yes, so as the status quo is, every mining corporation has significant ongoing responsibilities to mine rehabilitation. Where do you say that pivots? At what point? And you're asking for a framework that changes, essentially, from what I can gather, and in your submission, that changes now the mine rehabilitation obligations that each mining corporation has. So how do you see that happening? Do we pause rehabilitation? Is that what you're essentially asking for, or for some corporations, or for?
I think it's complex. It's complex, and it depends upon the individual site. I suppose what we're saying is that there are opportunities to streamline that process, and you would have seen that our submission.
Sorry, what process?
The whole process. So the whole process.
I think that's what I'm not understanding. What process? Because at the moment, mining corporations have made a commitment to every single person in New South Wales and the country that they will fulfil the law, which is written in their development consent and their mine rehabilitation plans. Are you now suggesting there needs to be a whole process that says that's no longer a requirement?
No.
Okay.
Let me answer the question. So I think you would have read our submission. So we have a few suggestions in there. This is a committee of inquiry. There'll be some recommendations, but then potentially there's a lot of work that has to be done. So we've got a few suggestions in there, and one is potentially around what can be done to streamline that process once you've got a potential new project, to streamline the process of dealing with the current consent for the mining project, the mining lease, and the new consent for the new project, and the rezoning potentially. So, what we've suggested is there potentially a process where you could bring together rezoning and the development approval for those projects into a state government decision-making process, because some of these projects will actually have a local government decision-making process. Rezoning is a local government decision-making process. Potentially there is an opportunity there to have a process which is more streamlined. So that's one suggestion we've made. It needs a lot of investigation, discussion. It needs a lot of work, which, we would hope the government would be able to do if that's a recommendation of the committee. The other thing that we've looked at potentially is there a form of tenure that you could create where you could potentially move the responsibility for rehabilitation to the new owner of the site? So at the moment it's a mining lease. The mining lease couldn't be taken on by that new owner. Is there a form of tenure that could be created which effectively provides all the protection of the mining lease, including financial assurance? I note that the government talked about financial assurance for new projects. Is there potentially a form of tenure that could be created that would allow that to happen, so that there is that smoother process of a new owner taking on those responsibilities? So those are two things that we've come up with and we've suggested. Yeah, they need a lot of unpacking, they need a lot of investigation, but essentially they would allow that process, which is now very clunky, to be streamlined.
And so you don't think the current... Okay, so the Department of Planning, do you think that what do you envisage your suggestions? How do you envisage those be navigated? You don't think the Department of Planning or the current system between the regulator and the department have that
I'm not sure
system
what the question
now?
is.
You don't think that that's something... Because they seem to sort of suggest they're ready for those discussions.
Point of order,
or they
Chair. That was more of a
Point of order.
statement that was sort of... I don't understand the question. It was
I think the government...
No point of order. Ms.
I think
the
the the government departments who gave evidence, it did indicate that this is something currently that sort of needs to be grinded through, and that there are some challenges. And I think the councils who've made submissions have all pointed to, a more strategic process. I think Mr Gainsford, Ms Beattie both spoke about potential for a more strategic process. So, potentially can we bring that up so that some of these decisions are being made at the state government level, and there's a more streamlining of that process is one thing to think about. The other thing that we've suggested is, where there's modifications necessary, can we make that process more streamlined if it's just a modification that deals with rehabilitation and final land use. So, there's definitely some potential here to take some of the pain out of the process. At the moment, what's happened is if you've got an alternate use, you're just really grinding through a system that's not well designed to deal with that. So, obviously we've got sites which go back, decades. They have, very old commitments around rehab and mine closure. The sorts of things that we're anticipating now, solar farms, pumped hydro, I mean, they weren't even in contemplation. So, we're not looking for, there's no sense of getting out of your rehab obligation. At the end of the day, it's probably easier just to do your rehab you're committed to, especially in coal mining, because the rehab is well progressed in many cases, and there will be, most mine operators, won't want to change their commitment. They're already well progressed in terms of doing pasture, in terms of doing woodland, and for them it's, it's a complicated process with a lot of risk to it. And there's not many benefits. The reason to do it is to leave behind a legacy, and is to look, to alternate land uses that might have that have a higher and better use than simply pasture and woodland.
Sorry, Ms Higginson, if we've got time at the end, we've only got 15 minutes further with these witnesses. I've got questions, and if we've got time at the end, sorry. In your opening statement, Mr Galilee, you made some observations on how post-mining land use and issues relate to economic transition in coal regions, or transformation, as I like to call it. How do you see this playing out, and what can be done to help those that are impacted?
Thank you. So I tried to allude to a bit of this earlier in one of my attempted answers, but I mean, if you break this transition discussion down into its component parts. I mean, you put aside the people that work in the mining supply businesses, and you focus on the workforce that is going to be impacted over an extended period of time. As I said earlier, obviously the domestic energy market policy issues are going to cause the immediate impact in relation to the power station workers, and there might be 1,000 or so of those. And there might be a couple of thousand of coal miners working in New South Wales that are working on a dedicated basis to the supply of coal to those power stations. So they are directly involved. The other 20,000 or so working in coal production jobs in New South Wales are working in export-oriented mining operations where demand is expected to continue for some time to come. And as I said in my opening statement, there are mines that are already got their approvals to run for the next 15 or 20 years, and some are seeking to extend, and others over time, the number of coal mines will gradually decline. But the 20,000 working in those mining operations that are export oriented, those jobs should be supported for as long as possible, because while overall the industry the expectations are that the industry would globally decline over time, it's happening at a much slower rate than a lot of people expect. And it's happening, the impact on our export sector is going to be a lot slower over a longer period of time than some people might want or expect, because of the nature of the product we offer, because of the issues that a lot of our export partners are encountering, like us, in relation to their own energy transition and the use of other energy sources. So of those 20,000 workers working in those export sector, half of those are working in projects now that are seeking to extend those operations and keep those jobs running for longer. And we start with on the basis that the easiest way to manage a successful transition is to keep as many people as possible in the jobs they're in now for as long as possible. rather than force a sudden employment and economic shock by prematurely closing operations that can continue to operate because demand globally is still going to be there. And not make a decision that we want to cut off supplying coal. We can run our coal industry as long as there is demand for the coal, and in the export markets that's going to continue. So managing this transition over time in an orderly and successful way is very possible if we don't make it harder. And ultimately, when we talk about what's going to be there over time, there's a couple of other points to make there. There's obviously the possibility for those working in domestic coal supply mining operations to pivot to export, and there's at least a couple of mines that could potentially do that already supply into the domestic coal-fired power stations but could pivot into the export markets. There's the opportunity, as I said, for some of those export operations to continue for longer, to ease the impact of the transition, extend it over time, even as the industry will be impacted. You can minimise the impact, manage the opportunities and manage the risks. There's talk about the possibility of transitioning some mining workers into other parts of the mining sector, like the metals sector and the critical minerals sector, which is great. But again, there's no point thinking about that when you can't get metals mines approved in New South Wales either. And we've got 2 that were approved in New South Wales in April last year, still waiting on their final approvals out of the Commonwealth, 2 new metals mines that could provide opportunities for jobs for hundreds and hundreds of mining workers. And there are going to be others as well in the planning system that could form an important part of that workforce transition.
Butters, can't you get Albo to pull his finger out, mate?
And then,
Yeah, definitely, I'll call it now. Can I just do a follow-up?
well, the last point I would just make in relation to that is they're not, and then on those post-mining land use opportunities that we're talking about here, we need to actually come up with a process that's going to actually facilitate them. And actually going to allow people to do some of these things. Like we've heard about all these opportunities. We've got head nods and in-principle agreements for years, and it's still so bloody hard to make any of it happen. And there's a lot of suspicion that the industry's trying to get out of its obligations and all that sort of stuff. Well, as Claire said, we just keep doing what we're doing under our current system, and we'll meet our obligations, that's fine, but the communities are going to miss out on the opportunities, and the opportunities that could be there for a transition to be managed properly won't be there in the places that they are needed. So we need some, it's a hard policy area. Like there's no simple answers here, but it's not going to happen if we're just talking about it another 5 or 6 years' time and still saying, yeah, it's a great idea, something should happen. Look at all these opportunities that could be done. There's jobs on offer, because jobs in those areas aren't going to come from just restoring the land to ecological outcomes. They're not going to come from, the renewable projects as big as they are, because those jobs, as you heard last week, there's not as many of them, and they're not as well paid.
Could I it was interesting before when you said those figures you gave. I think it was 2% of our market contributes to global coal consumption, and
Production.
then your sort of was in the context of if we get ahead of the game and proactively shut down, it's not going to make that much difference because the gap will be filled. Has the Minerals Council done any modelling on if it was a hands-off approach and we didn't accelerate that shutdown, presumably at some point in the future the market would dictate it because China and India are going to have you done any modelling on that trajectory and the timeline?
Well, we have all the publicly available information from the Department of Planning on where the existing 40 coal mining operations in New South Wales have their approvals to, in what year they can operate to, where they have publicly said they're going to seek to extend, and we can provide this to the committee. It may have been in our submission, I'm not sure, but it's something that we show people all the time.
That would be good,
to get a trajectory on, in the absence of any further planning approvals, which mining operations will close and when. And look, some have entered that process. Some smaller operations, they get for geological reasons or economic reasons, they bring their operations, to a close earlier than expected. We saw one a few weeks ago, a small one, bring it forward by a few months. But you can get a visibility very easily on what the timeframes. I know that Ms Beattie's department have done some work on this as well in the context of the future jobs and investment authorities. I mean, you can map this out and you can anticipate it, and then you can see where there are opportunities to keep some of those operations running for longer and those people in jobs for longer, while others nearby may be closing to mitigate the impact of those employment shocks in those local areas. And then we've also done the work on the metals mines, when they're coming through, when they might be approved, where they might be prospective new employment opportunities in other parts of the states for those that might not want to be retrained into another industry because they've already got skills in mining and they're readily transferable to other mining operations.
Because that's pretty much your baseline architecture, right, that you
Yeah.
should be modelling off in terms of transition, because anything beyond that is a matter for government, and
Yeah.
if you just let it go, that's probably where it's going to end up, right? So you guys have got a fairly good handle on that, have you?
Yeah, we do,
okay.
we do. And we update it all the time.
Is that, and that, have we got that?
The government provided
Okay.
consent expiry dates in there, it's sufficient.
Yeah.
Yep. I might ask now just about the work that the Upper Hunter Mining Dialogue is doing with regards to some of these issues, particularly as it relates obviously to the industry up there.
Look, we've been doing work around this issue for a long time, and we've done a lot of work with the community. The Upper Hunter Mining Dialogue is a collaboration between industry and community to look at the impacts of mining in the Hunter. It started in 2010, so it's been around for a long time. And what it does is it pursues projects of interest to the community stakeholders. So you'll have seen in our submission we talked about some studies that we did around grazing trials, and that was in response to the community saying, well, we're not confident about this land. Will it be productive? Will it be able to support profitable grazing? And so with stakeholders, we did a project that was run by Department of Primary Industries, and we looked at how the cattle on those grazing trial sites performed. They performed really well. They performed better than the control sites. So we've done some of that research into confidence around the types of rehab that we're actually going to be providing. And I know Ms Higginson's talked a little bit about voids. We had a project around what are the beneficial uses of voids, and really the idea about that was to start to understand what things practically might be able to be done in the Hunter, and we did a literature review and looked at all of the different uses of voids that have been undertaken globally. We did that in 2014, I think, so it's 10 years old. But obviously, it unpacked a number of different international examples, like the Lake District in Germany. There's a similar Lake District planned in Canada. So it looked at those examples and worked with the community to identify which ones might be appropriate for the Hunter. And we also did some baseline sampling of a few voids and developed a guideline around how you might sample voids to understand what your water quality might be. So we did that quite large project nearly 10 years ago. But what's interesting about that is that it didn't identify pumped hydro. So, really interesting. 10 years ago, we couldn't have anticipated that now we'd have Muswellbrook Coal come forward with a really viable proposal around pumped hydro. It's just recently got critical state significant infrastructure status, and that we just didn't anticipate that would come forward. So it just shows you how quickly things can change, and we need to be able to respond to that. At the moment, you would have seen the example in our the case study in our submission. They've been grinding through this process, grinding and grinding. And they'll get there. Similar with BlackRock, which I'm sure representatives from Idemitsu will talk a little bit about. They've gone through a process and they've just ground through it over a number of years. There've been a lot of personalities involved there that have made sure that it's happened. Within the company, within BlackRock, they've been very, very persistent. More so than other third-party investors, or more so than you could expect. So, I think it shows that the processes probably need some improvement. But, so we did that work, and now we know that there are, there's that example of Muswellbrook. There's a gold mine in Queensland, the Mount Rawdon gold mine. It again has a pumped hydro project. It's a coordinated general project in Queensland, so it's expected to get a decision by the end of the year. There's the Kidston project in North Queensland, another pumped hydro project. So all of these projects, have come along in the last 10 years and are looking quite viable. We also have a project, the Premier Coal Lake Kepwari project, which is a recreational lake out of a coal pit lake in West Australia. It opened a couple of years ago. There's now, swimming and water skiing and fishing on that recreational lake. So there are a number of projects which are coming to fruition and have over the last sort of 10 years. So it is a positive story, and it's great to see the community start to think about some of these beneficial uses. It's not going to be every void, it won't be every pit lake, but there's certainly some opportunities, and it was good to start that conversation through the Up Undermining Dialogue.
Thank you. Mr. Fallow.
Ms. Doherty, this is the problem though, isn't it? As you've outlined, it's the grinding through the process. It's each one of these you've got to be very dedicated and committed to seeing it through to the end. Otherwise, there's an easier route, which is effectively just complying with your original obligations. Do you think that, you can ask your questions, do you think that perhaps some of the success of these projects will potentially make it easier and potentially take away some of, I think, what Mr. Galilee talked about before as the scepticism in terms of mining companies perhaps trying to get out of their obligations, but seeing something which is a win-win for the community, a win in terms of transitioning, as we've heard our colleagues from the Greens very concerned about, the transitioning the workforce, but also transitioning for a better productive use for these communities as well.
I mean, without a doubt. The other thing is that it allows there to be, even within the system that we have, it allows there to be a bit of a roadmap as to how to do that. It gives the government agencies the experience that they have gone through that process, and then they can potentially apply that process on a new project. And it gives the community that confidence that it can be done, that there's a new project up and running, and they can see through the whole way of the process.
We are out of time. If it's a very quick question and
in terms
answer.
of this, are you suggesting like some kind of concierge, some kind of special person in planning that talks? And just remind the committee, if you are a mining company and you're looking for a beneficial reuse of your land, your primary interest is developing that up to then sell it with that future development opportunity. So once again, because as you said, you're miners, not necessarily the operator or the proponent or the entity of the next beneficial reuse. So the primary motivation is being able to pass on an opportunity at a cost. And are you asking for somebody within government to help your members do that?
Well, I mean, that's going to vary. The approach is going to vary from company to company. I mean, some of our member companies are multi-commodity global operators that are also very significant players and increasingly so in renewable energy projects. So it might be consistent with their core business to develop a pumped hydro project as part of their portfolio. And others are going to want to work with proponents of new opportunities on site to see what's possible. But in the end, I mean, the companies will just meet their existing rehabilitation obligations
At a big cost.
And close it off, because they're progressively already on their way to doing that, as Claire said. I mean, the rehab's undertaken progressively. It doesn't just all happen at the end. I mean, it's happening all the entire time. So it's to some extent pursuing some of these opportunities means that they've spent money that they might not have necessarily had to on rehabilitation, that might not necessarily have needed to be done, depending on what the opportunity is at these sites. But in most cases that I'm aware of, it's people approaching the companies. It's not the companies dreaming up some new post-mining land use that could someone might be interested in. It's people coming to the companies and saying, hey, we know you've got a big manufacturing facility out there. Maybe we could look at what we might be able to locate there, or it might be, like Mr. Buckingham's friends from the medicinal cannabis and hemp industries looking to do industrial scale production
They're
of
probably
hemp. I mean,
Stevenson's friends as well,
some of these
yeah.
facilities are perfectly suited for these sorts of things, and it just doesn't make sense, I think, to most people that the company's going to be forced to incur an expense to rip those facilities out and restore it to a pre-mining state so that someone else can't take advantage of those opportunities in the future. And it's a simple concept, but it's a difficult area of policy, and I just commend the committee's efforts in trying to get some political will out of this, to look properly at it. So next time the Department of Planning appears, they can say, well, we've looked at all these recommendations in the Hunter Regional Plan, we've done the work, we know what's possible. And I'm not speaking ill of Mr Gainsford, he's got a lot on his plate, but he's not going to add extra work to his workload if the Minister's not asking for it.
And I think what we're saying is let's try and take out some of the unattractiveness to third parties. Let's try and make these sites attractive to them by taking out some of that grind through the system if we possibly can. Because, there are obviously really significant benefits. With pumped hydro, you've already got a hole in the ground. I mean, that's an expensive, that's a massive asset to a project.
Thank you to a coal miner, Sue.
If we start detracting from it by the process, then it becomes unattractive to them and they walk away because there's something else down the road. So that's really our point of view, is let's try and make it more attractive to those third parties.
Thank you so much to you both for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. The questions that were taken on notice, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch with you for the details of those. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We'll now have a short break. Thank you.
I think we got out.
He's rugged up for the occasion.
Yeah, I've had enough of this room.
It's very sensible.
It's not cold.
It's cold. Welcome to our next inquiry participants. Thank you very much for making time to give evidence, and apologies for the slight delay before we started today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, your position title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
My name is Elizabeth Watts. I'm the New South Wales Energy Coal Vice President, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name's Amanda Walker. I'm the Manager for Corporate Affairs at New South Wales Energy Coal. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
We would, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
BHP appreciates the opportunity to assist the Standing Committee on the State Development in its inquiry into beneficial and post-productive post-mining land use. We're here today because the work of this committee is important for New South Wales. Through this inquiry, New South Wales has an opportunity to deliver a legacy of beneficial and sustainable post-mining landforms and land uses, recognising the potential that exists to diversify existing mine land to realise social, environmental and economic outcomes. Coal mining is almost as old as the state of New South Wales itself. Coal was first mined at the mouth of the Hunter River as early as the 1790s, and coal was Australia's first export commodity, with a shipload departing from Newcastle for India in 1799. For our part, BHP has been operating in the Hunter Valley since the early 1900s. We are extremely proud of the positive contributions we have made to the community and to New South Wales ever since. Today, BHP operates the Mount Arthur Coal Facility, an open-cut thermal coal mine located 5 kilometres south of Muswellbrook in the Hunter Valley, on the traditional lands of the Wanneroo people. Mount Arthur Coal employs around 2,200 people who predominantly live in the region and produces high-quality energy coal for domestic and international customers. As the committee would be aware, in June 2022, and following a review of all available options, BHP made the decision to make an application to extend current approvals and cease mining at the Mount Arthur Coal in 2030 as part of a responsible pathway to closure for the operation. As we move toward 2030, we are working closely with our workforce and our community to do all that we can to set them up for success into the future. This is why we are adamant that there is a better way forward than the current requirements for closure. As the committee would know, under the current requirements, BHP is required in closure to return the land to agriculture and woodland outcomes. An outcome that requires the demolition and removal of all high-quality existing infrastructure, including high-quality office and administrative facilities, industrial workshops, high-capacity electrical infrastructure, maintenance facility, and rail lines. As we've laid out in our submission, we believe a balanced approach to adaptively reusing mining land and existing infrastructure to achieve not only the highest possible environmental outcomes, but importantly, the long-term social and economic benefits which our community deserve and have told us that they want. I'm confident that through the capabilities of our communities and the work of this committee, we can deliver a model of post-mining use which delivers a lasting and positive legacy for the Hunter and for New South Wales. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms Watts. We'll now move to questions. Committee members, Mr Fang.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing today, for your submission, and for, I guess, offering to answer the questions that we've got. And I've got a few. I want to start with, obviously, the community. The community, I guess, will be anxious, given that there's a telegraphing of, closure, within the next decade anyway. Has the community said to you what it is that they're hoping BHP will look to do with the site?
So that's a really good question, and we've had a number of conversations with the community over the last year or so since the announcement of closure. And there's one thing that I'll tell you about what the community aspirations are, is that there are so many great ideas out there in terms of what the future uses for the site could be. And it's a range of uses. And in fact, we've taken a lot of those suggestions that have come forward from the community, and as part of our what we've called our land capability assessment for the site, we've started to, I guess, group those into what the potential options for the future might be for the site of Mount Arthur specifically, given that a lot of the other mines will continue on well into the future.
And I think...
sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think you said in your opening statement that there was a lot of high-quality infrastructure that was already on the site, and you mentioned, obviously, the industrial work sheds, rail lines, the offices, indeed, that are on site. I imagine that the workers at BHP will see all this infrastructure and know that, I guess, the post-mining land use requirement is for you to return it back to sticks and grass. Whereas, you know, they're seeing this magnificent infrastructure which could actually have a second life. Is that part of what they're telling you?
Definitely. I mean, a lot of people see that infrastructure, and look, the quality of the infrastructure at Mount Arthur is world class. It's tens of millions of dollars. You know, they're massive workshop facilities, massive laydown areas. It's significant infrastructure that was built to stand the test of time. And so people, when they look at that, they can see that there's future economic benefit that sits within that infrastructure that could be repurposed and reused into the future. A lot of people, like that resonates with a lot of people when you talk about repurposing and reusing that infrastructure for some future, for 100%.
Yeah. In relation to, I guess, future approvals, you've talked about, you know, obviously the application to extend the life of the mine to 2030, but there's obviously requirements as you come to the end of the current approvals. If there's no approval, what's the likely strategy? What are the job losses if you don't have that ability to manage, I guess, the exit from that site? And I guess the other part of that is when would you start the rehabilitation process?
So as you're saying, we have a current approval that runs through till June 2026, and we've sought for a modification on that existing approval out to 2030. If the modification's not forthcoming, as you would know, then there's no consented approval to continue to mine, and so we would need to close the operation. So we have, at the moment, working on the mine, around 2,200 people employed, and that's across employees. We have a service contractor on the site, and we also have other more specialist contractors that also work on the site. So in terms of, you know, why we've sought to extend, or why we've sought that timing in terms of the 2030 timeframe, is to provide time to investigate other alternatives in terms of land use outcomes and other opportunities into the future, knowing that does take time, but also to give time to our workforce and also the community to transition. And so that's what we've been working on first and foremost with our people. Is there something that you would like to add?
And is it my understanding that, I think we've talked about some of the uses of the voids that are, you know, around the state, and I think is your site possibly one of the ones that can handle pumped hydro? Is that a possibility?
So we have been looking at a number of different land use options across our site since we announced closure, and one of the areas that we've been investigating quite, I guess, intently is the reuse opportunities that sit with the void, and the investigation around pumped hydro. So we have been undertaking some technical studies to understand what would the feasibility of that be? Is it actually viable? Are there any fatal flaws to that as an approach? And to date, we haven't identified any fatal flaws, and we've identified that it could potentially be quite a significant energy source into the future.
Well, I think a fatal flaw is going to be connecting it to the grid. I mean, unless you've already got the infrastructure that's already required to be able to move that amount of electricity from that site to the grid, is that within the area that you're of the mine site?
One of the positive things from a Mount Arthur perspective in terms of where the site's located is that it's actually transacted by the significant transmission grids that you're talking about that could be actually, connected to enable the transmission of, if the pumped hydro opportunity was something that was able to be progressed, could easily tap into existing infrastructure that exists to move electricity around the state of New South Wales.
That's refreshing. We won't have Energy Co coming and taking people's farms and threatening them and, threatening to ruin their
commentary,
livelihoods.
Wes. Move on, Delegate.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to both of you. Thank you so much for coming along. I wanted to ask you about the Pathway to 2030 program and just a bit more detail about how that supports workers as they're transitioning.
So the Pathway to 2030 kicked off last year, and it entailed one-on-one conversations with our workforce. So we commenced quite a significant task of engaging with around 1,000 employees in one-on-one dialogue to understand what their aspirations were for the future, also take on board what questions they may have had, because you can understand people do have quite a number of questions, try to allay people's fears, but also to seek feedback from them as to what support they needed, what did they want from BHP. And so we have taken all of that feedback and we've coalesced that into a couple of key themes of some initiatives that we are now actively progressing. Some of those include financial advice for employees. As you can imagine, each person's circumstances are different and they're at different stages in their life, different stages in their career. And so we are working to enable that as an outcome for people, and people have been taking that up. The next piece or the next phase that we're investigating is around allowing people who are looking to transition to do other things outside of mining post 2030, providing them with the information and then also the skills that enable for that transition. So there's a piece of work underway where we've got some career seminars set up in September that people can go along to if they would like to. And this is really to seek to understand what else is out there, what else is happening in our local area. People that have got trades and skills, and what other slight changes would they need to make to their current skill set to enable them for future jobs. So that information, when you're going to work on a day-to-day basis, may not necessarily be forthcoming or front of mind for people. So we're trying to make those opportunities available as a first step, and then enable or allow people to then map, well, what skills do I need into the future, and then how can BHP help you in attaining those skills?
That all sounds great. Can I ask you two questions on the back of that? The first one is, we heard in our first inquiry there were people who had been working for a long time in a particular mine who had built up a series of basically skills and qualifications, but there was no piece of paper to sort of prove that for when they go to their next employer. And there was talk of perhaps, getting some sort of partnership with TAFE or something else to come in and give those people a formal accreditation for that on-the-job learning. Is that something you've looked into at all? Do you have any thoughts around how that could be facilitated?
So look, I know that there has been a great deal of effort put into mapping of skills to Australian qualification framework and the RII, and I can't remember what that stands for. I could find the information for you, but the competencies for, in particular, equipment operation is, to allow for those skills to be transferable. For trades, it's a little bit, I guess, more straightforward in that those qualifications are recognised qualifications under the Australian qualification framework as it is, and so they are more easily, I guess, transferable. But look, the opportunity, I think, for the future is the concept of micro skills. We've had some discussions with some organisations who have, you know, reached out already in, you know, seeking the Mount Arthur workforce to be, you know, to be coming into their workforce. This opportunity to do micro skill gapping, and then it's just a matter of not necessarily having to go and do a full qualification, but it's a much more targeted approach to actually realise the outcome for someone to transfer to a new role or a new career.
Obviously, with, you know, BHP is quite large and has been around for a long time, and as a conglomerated entity has had experience with, you know, the steelworks in Newcastle and other places to try and, you know, I guess some experience in transition. Would it be helpful, do you think, for the industry as a whole, particularly for those smaller players, if there was some more, I guess, industry coming together to work out how best to do that? Not just putting workers into other jobs, but also to work out what the skill level of people in other, you know, I guess other sites are and that kind of thing. Is there any?
I understand what you're saying. It's a little bit of an iterative one, I think, from the point of view of you need to know what those future industries are in terms of what is going to be the key employer, if you like, to then allow for people to pivot and to go and seek training and development down that particular pathway, if that makes sense. Because if you went and invested a significant amount of money, you know, and personal time and effort into a particular area, and then it wasn't realised as an outcome, you could potentially end up with people that are unemployed, not because they're not skilled, it's because they may not have the requisite skills that are required. So in terms of a holistic approach, what we're looking at and who we're engaging with is the likes of TAFE, the Future Jobs, I can't think of their final name, but the Future Jobs, Newcastle University, trying to look for the big trends of what is coming our way in the Hunter, and then providing that information to our people to try to make informed decisions on, you know, what you should invest your time and effort into in terms of reskilling. Particularly people that want to stay local and remain in the local region.
And the Hunter's quite up the curve on that. It has been for a long time in terms of, you know, community and everyone else and university coming together and helping with industry to try and chart that transition. I guess what would you want from government in that? You know, what would help from government in terms of that transition then?
I mean, there are a lot of support programs and training that is available through government at the moment. I think our part to play in that is making that known to our employees so that there's transparency on that. I think, you know, having engagements with government and sharing of best practice is also something that we have found to be quite helpful. I mean, we're in the Hunter, but obviously government has a broader perspective and could take best practice or, you know, learnings from where things have worked elsewhere and share that. We've had some conversations to date in respect to that, but there's always opportunities to continue to learn and to take on board those kinds of things. Is there anything from this?
I think that partnership approach, Liz, and certainly we've been looking to learn from other regions that have gone through transitions and trying to take those approaches. I think it is very much a context-based situation. We need to look at what's appropriate for our people and for the local area, but definitely learning from other regions on that collaborative approach has been helpful for us.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might just continue with a couple of questions now. In terms of your submission, you talk about the opportunity that we are facing also, and wanted to particularly pull out, you're talking about appropriate protections excuse me, planning and relinquishment requirements that could be reformed to incentivise mine operators and reduce barriers for external investors adaptively reusing mine land. And, you know, talk about reusing some of that high quality infrastructure that you mentioned earlier. Have you got examples from elsewhere that, you know, the committee could look at, or suggestions around how we could reform some of these current requirements to, you know, incentivise, as you say, mine operators and reduce barriers?
I think the best example, and it's called out quite often, the best example around the world is obviously what Germany has been able to achieve in terms of its outcomes. And I mean, you've got two areas there, being the Ruhr and the Lausitz area of Germany, that have both gone through significant change and transition. One which has occurred over quite a long period of time, being the Ruhr region, and one that's occurred, you know, in a very accelerated way, which is the Lausitz region. So I think, you know, being able to look at where other areas have been through significant change, the way that they've gone about it, the time frame that it's been completed over, how that has been factored in terms of community engagement and collaboration across multiple stakeholders, I think are key enablers to these pieces for the outcome. But I would also say that having that broader view from the perspective of economic, social and environmental is key to that, and being quite mindful that there's a balanced approach in terms of what that needs to look like to support those outcomes into the future. So there's probably not a how-to guide that is sitting out there, although there is plenty of information that's available in best practice guides, such as in the ICMM, and, you know, the Australian government themselves have got a closure framework that does talk to these pieces. But in all of those pieces, it talks about a balanced approach as opposed to one element over the others, if that's helpful.
Do you have a view around, you talked about the social and economic factors as well as the environment, and that's a sort of consistent theme amongst a number of the submissions that we've received to the inquiry about the need to, I suppose, better align or calibrate those. Do you have a view around how things are tracking at the moment and how they should, if any changes need to be made?
In Australia, in New South Wales perspective?
In New South Wales terms, yeah.
So I think, you know, under our current arrangements, we do have a high focus on the environmental outcomes, which understand where that has arisen from, and the future space that obviously mining has a part to play in. But for the future, you know, contemplating environmental risk alongside social and economic risk, I think is key. And just contemplating downside environmental risk when there's also downside social and economic risk is probably an element that, you know, I would say would need to be contemplated. But some of the other elements around, you know, what we would see as providing for these outcomes that we're seeking is some timeliness, you know, the timeliness factor. So we don't want to, you know, miss the boat on people that have great ideas and have an aspiration to see things happen in the community and the hunter. So there's a timeliness piece of how things, you know, could and would need to progress in terms of outcomes, but also the you know, certainty for investors. I mean, we fundamentally need to create new industries and new outcomes, which will need to be fostered through investment from outside. And so there will need to be a degree of confidence that's afforded to enable those outcomes for the future. So they would be probably the two pieces that I would call out: some confidence in terms of the process and the timeliness of that process, but even the fact that there would be confidence, you know, from a government perspective for investors to pursue alternate reuse outcomes in the mining area in the Hunter Valley. I think that would be really important.
You do talk about in in your submission about, in terms of summary, having a clear statement of support for alternative mined land reuse. Tell me, what sort of role does that play when it comes to investors, and what would a statement of support look like?
I mean, a statement of support gives, we think, investors some confidence that there is an appetite within government to take what is existing infrastructure, what is existing mining land, and fostering future economic development outcomes. I think without that, given the sort of current complexity that sits there around the legislative environment that people would need to navigate, and the length of time that it takes to actually progress something through an approvals process, without some sort of, light at the end of the tunnel, if you like, that you are going to be successful in terms of support to enable that outcome, and that it's actually something that is supported by the government, I think that could be a huge barrier for people to be able to get past, to know that there is that support there for some of the investments that we're going to need and will be seeking into the future.
And final question from me. In terms of your submission, you also talk about undertaking extensive stakeholder engagement since you announced your intention to cease mining in 2030. I'd just invite you to talk to us more about the feedback you've received from the Muswellbrook community and what their vision is for the future.
Yeah. So we have had a number of different mechanisms to engage with the local community since the announcement. So Amanda and I have been out on a number of occasions at a number of the local community events, seeking feedback from local community members, seeking their ideas, but also conveying information. So we've also had public invitation, out to the Muswellbrook community to come along to seek to understand where are we at with the closure of the mine, what are some of the things that we're looking at, and to answer questions that people have and take on board their feedback. So some of the things that we're hearing, maybe I'll pass to you, Amanda. She's also been doing a lot of other work in relation to surveys and focus groups with the community more recently. But a lot of people want a future in the Hunter Valley. A lot of people have lived there their whole lives or lived there for significant periods of time, and they are concerned about what will happen, when the coal mines start to close. And they see the opportunity that's on their doorstep with Mount Arthur. I mean, we're 5 kilometres from town, and they see that there's these opportunities for what could be in the future. And so on top of the repurposing of the existing infrastructure, which is the multi-million-dollar maintenance facilities and that sort of thing, there's also this opportunity and this real thirst for the social elements that come along with closure, which are, in Muswellbrook, there's not a lot to do on the weekend. And people will drive in a car for an hour and a half to Dungog in order to go and ride their push bike or go walking. And so we see that there's areas of, significant areas of land that are, slated for biodiverse outcomes, woodlands, that could coexist with some of these recreation outcomes that have been put forward by the community, who want to see walking trails, who want to see push bike parks, who would like to see maybe even somewhere to ride their motorbikes, things like that. And so we do see that there's these opportunities to do, it's not an and or I've probably got that wrong, it's not an or statement, it's an and statement. It's, okay, the environmental outcomes, but also can we use the land for this as well? And so that's what we're exploring, and that's what we're seeing, is that when you start to think through that, there's not a lot of barriers that prevent those outcomes from being realised. So I'll just pass to Amanda to maybe a bit more on the community engagement piece.
Yeah, thank you. That opportunity to access the land is certainly something that seems to have resonated with community. And we've been conducting since February this year quite a deliberate series of engagements with stakeholders. As my colleague Ms Watts mentioned, we've been doing some community surveys, some stakeholder interviews and some focus groups to ask community members what they're thinking about the closure and what the opportunities they see for Muswellbrook and the region once BHP is no longer operating operating. And we really are seeing a sense of those three pieces of economic, environmental and social outcomes needing to coexist. So very much there's a desire to see strong environmental outcomes delivered on the site, but alongside job creation and economic opportunities. And when we start to explain to people under current requirements the need to remove the infrastructure, for example, that's surprising to people, and I think when they think about the opportunities that could exist through repurposing of those facilities, they really start to see that you can have economic and environmental and social outcomes potentially achieved through the work to closure. And I think the other piece is people are really keen to have a say in the future of the community. So they're really looking to understand how they can be part of thinking about what the future of the region looks like and what those future uses for the site might be. So certainly community voice is something we're hearing coming through very strongly.
Thank you. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much. Just interested, so you've got a consent till 2026, you've sought the extension to 2030, and of course, as part of that, the whole renewal of the precinct. Are they tied in terms of that extension and the consent for the change of land use on the site?
So what has been submitted in the modification, because it is a modification, is essentially an extension of the 4 years. So the current final land use is a woodland and agricultural outcome under the existing consent, and that has been extended forward as part of the application as the modification in the most recent submission. Now, in the back of that submission, there is also some contemplation of future alternate land use alternatives, but there is some more work that would be needed and subsequent approvals that would be needed to realise those as an outcome.
Okay, so there are two different consents you would need, or perhaps even more than two, I suspect, in terms of this process.
Depending on how many different land use options and alternatives and outcomes that would be sought, and we believe that there would be multiple, so it would be a mixed land use outcome, not just a one option outcome for the site. We believe that the site, it's over 7,000 hectares, has the potential opportunity for multiple different land use outcomes, but coexisting land use outcomes.
Now, I've seen some of those designs as well when it comes to what you're planning to do at Mount Arthur. So there's things, I think, highlight being the zip line going over the property, but manufacturing or industrial land, agricultural land, biodiversity conservation land, as well as, of course, the pumped hydro. Now, there's several different consents you're going to need as part of that process. Like, that's not an easy process, is it?
No, it would not be an easy process to engage with, but considering each one of those alternatives on its own merits would need to be an appropriate way to contemplate the approval of each of those, we believe.
Now, what sort of barriers are you facing in terms of trying to get this over the line, so to speak? And it looks like an exciting vision for the Muswellbrook community, and as you've outlined sort of your consultation that you've gone through, it seems like community's on board, but it also seems a fairly complex process to go through as well.
So there would be an element of complexity in that our current, even our new modification wouldn't enable the outcomes that we've just spoken about, but we would need to be able to engage somebody who would be interested in taking on or exploring future economic potential opportunities of any one of those alternatives. So that's probably the first thing, is being able to engage somebody to have a vision and then have enough money to be able to pursue an economic diversification outcome objective. But then the second thing would be the timeliness and probably the complexity of the mining legislation and the planning aspects of how those pieces come together to enable that as an outcome for the future. And so if you're a developer who's maybe not as experienced as the miners in terms of navigating that legislation, it would be seen as a barrier or an impediment to actually realising an outcome for the future, potentially.
So what's the benefit for you in going through this process then? Is it a financial benefit, or what's the upside for BHP?
So as BHP, you would know, they're a long life company. They're a big company. We operate around the world. And so part of the motivation for this is about doing the right thing. It's aligned with our values. We see that the current state doesn't provide a great long-term economic outlook in terms of the use of that land. And so for us, it doesn't provide the best outcome for the community, and then even subsequently for employees that may be seeking to stay in the region who are wishing to diversify and get other skills and to take up these other economic activities. So it's more about one, wanting to do the right thing, so aligned with our values, but also about the fact that we see ourselves as we're a long life company. And as part of that, we'll, in terms of social licence into the future, this is part of that for our ongoing operations all around the world.
Now, I take it with a large listed company like BHP as well, you've got certain corporate social responsibility obligations. You've got a board that no doubt is quite focused in terms of being able to deliver outcomes like this and potentially pressure from the markets as well. Is that part of what sort of underscores this focus as well, that is being driven by a lot of mining companies, so to speak, that are looking at not just how do we leave a site, but how do we leave a community as well?
100%. We definitely have internal aspirations around the social, economic and environmental outcomes that underpins our business. We see it as fundamental to our long-term business performance that we get each of those elements right. And that's, I guess that speaks to the motivation that sits behind sustainability and trying to achieve sustainable outcomes. It's about not wanting to, target any of those above another, I suppose, is how you would say it. But definitely we have a social value framework that we are aligned to. We also have equitable change and transition principles that we're aligned to as a company. And it's part of doing business internationally. And so we hold ourselves to a set of standards that is, we see quite a high standard, regardless of what the host nation or the host government, policies may require. We aim to go above and beyond that in some cases.
Now, just looking at the transition program, so if you were to comply with your rehabilitation requirements at present and just do that, what would be the workplace or the job outcome, so to speak, in Muswellbrook, compared to if these proposals were to go ahead? What sort of difference are you looking at in terms of that when it comes to transitioning a workforce?
Yeah. It's a little bit of a tricky one to answer, only because the future state is still, I guess what you would say, a work in progress in terms of the actual known outcomes for each of the different parcels of land or each of the different initiatives that we've put down is still very much in a draft format. And so it would be quite difficult to provide an articulation of, if you like, against what we're currently required to versus what the future state would be. But what I maybe would say is that any opportunity that affords the creation of jobs and the creation of future industry, new investments, new ways of, new uses of the land, we feel would add additional jobs than against the existing base case, if you like.
Thank you.
Can I just ask about what your engagement has been to date and what you intend to do in terms of engaging with the Plains clan of the Wonnarua people?
Of the Wonnarua?
Yeah.
The Wonnarua people?
Yeah, and in particular the Plains clan, the registered native title party.
I can take this on if you'd like, Liz. Just to acknowledge, obviously, that we have a range of stakeholders across Muswellbrook and who are interested in what happens at Mount Arthur Coal. Certainly the Plains clan of the Wonnarua people is one of our stakeholder groups that we engage regularly with, alongside a number of other traditional owner groups and Indigenous stakeholders in the region. We've had a number of engagements where it's open invitation to all our stakeholders, including that stakeholder group.
And so So what have you actually done with them? Do you think that engagement is going well? Are you engaging positively and proactively with the Plains Clan?
I know there's a number of heritage-related matters that I'm not in a position to comment on today. If there's questions around
so
that,
where are they in your future plan? I've got this lovely diagram of BHP and and I just don't see cultural heritage. I see nothing in there about First Nations heritage, well-being, return, keeping nothing.
As part of our engagements that I mentioned recently this year, we've been very deliberate in ensuring we've had representation from a broad range of stakeholder groups, which has included our Indigenous stakeholders and Wanneroo people. We've certainly taken the approach that all stakeholder voices need to be included as part of our engagements, and that's the approach that we will continue to take on the path forward. I think, to my colleague's point earlier, we haven't set a finished view on what those land use pieces might look like. We'll continue to take community feedback on those options going forward and incorporate those into our plans.
So you have do I take that as you have an intention that you will engage with the Plains Clan and they will be part of this ongoing future development and what their opportunities might be in the Mount Arthur plan forward?
We'll continue to engage with all the stakeholders as we have been doing.
Do you recognise that a registered native title party may have some particular interest and that perhaps that warrants a particular form of engagement going forward, given their rights and their land has been completely permanently disfigured, including their cultural heritage?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Do you think they have a special
point of order
part in the engagement?
Apologies, Ms Higginson. A point of order has been raised. Yep.
I think the way the question was framed was potentially unfair for the witnesses to answer. I suggest that the procedural fairness resolution would suggest that if Ms Higginson wants to ask the question, she should do so without the flourish that she's
to the point of order, Chair.
Prone to do.
To the point of order, Chair. I won't take the personal dig at the end. I'll accept that was a mistake. To the point of order, there's no secret that mining dispossesses and First Nations people of their culture and their heritage. There's specifically projects that do that. There's management plans around that. And on this particular occasion, all of the cultural heritage items on the Mount Arthur site have been removed and displaced and put elsewhere as part of the plan and the program.
It's not really to the point
I
of
would
order.
be asked if I could just continue the question. Thanks.
Just to the point of order.
Further to the point of order.
I think it's important that the Honourable Wes Fang here has not even identified exactly what it is that offends him in the particular question, and I think it's a bit of an abusive process to be calling a point of order on this one.
No, I don't believe it is. I think for
This is further to the point of order.
Yes, further to the point of order. For Ms Sue Higginson to frame mining in the way that she did is perhaps unhelpful.
Just enough, Chair.
Well, no, it was a valid point of order. Mr. Higginson, again, doubled down when she addressed it. I think that I'm just, seeking that we adopt the procedural fairness resolution and, provide the witness a fair question that they can answer.
There's no point of order, but I will remind witnesses, members and witnesses, to be cognizant of the procedural fairness resolutions adopted by the House, and that whilst questions aren't strictly bound by the same rules as the House, that they, efforts should be made to minimise argument in questions also.
Given we've run out of time, I'll just rephrase the question very briefly.
We have run out of time, yes.
Given the Mount Arthur project has done so much damage to First Nations cultural heritage and we will be left with a permanently disfigured landscape, do you think and will you be engaging specifically with the registered native title party, the Plains Clan of the Wanneroo people?
Chair, if it's okay, we might take a question, take that on notice and come back and provide some specific information around the engagement with that particular stakeholder group.
Thank you. I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much for coming and giving evidence to this inquiry. In terms of questions that were taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch with regards to those. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Order. We probably are still live, I imagine. Yes, we are. There you go. Welcome to our next inquiry, participants. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence this morning and for your submission to the inquiry. If I could ask each of you, starting with my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Michael Moore. My title at the present is Group Manager Approvals. I note that a previous title has been provided, which was Manager Environmental Standards.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you, but it was a few years ago.
Standards, what was the other?
I still have a lot of responsibility over the environmental standards aspect. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nicholas McDermott. Job title is Policy Specialist at Yancoal. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
We weren't going to make an opening statement further to what provided in our written submission and welcome the opportunity to appear here today.
Thank you. We'll move straight to questions. Who would like to start? Honourable Sue Higginson. There we go.
In terms of, so we've heard from the Minerals Council, and I know you were present during their evidence. Do you two accept, or are you also advocating for this kind of special provision within the planning system? I didn't get to ask my final question to the Minerals Council didn't get answered about what would that look like as an operator and a proponent in the landscape that deals with government through the approvals process and has done. What do you see in your blue sky dream view? What would it look like in order to best facilitate this next step of work that you're also eager to be undertaking?
Sure. In terms of, I don't think we would be dogmatic about a specific special provision, as you call it, in the planning framework. What we can talk to is on the current regime as it operates. It is not, to our view, built to facilitate an orderly and speedy transition from mine production to some alternate commercial use. Obviously, in particular, interest in relation to alternate energy uses. We note in our submission, we see that both in the EP&A Act, the way that it operates our development consent, and the way that we are regulated by the resource regulator under the Mining Act, that it is still very much set up where the primary driver was to ensure transition of land to either native vegetation or grazing land.
what we would like to see, given there is now apparently an appetite to assist with the transition of these sites once they cease mining production, would be a review to look to better facilitate that, because it is quite challenging at the moment to achieve any sort of transition.
Thank you, that's incredibly useful, and I hear that. But when you say, what is that? What does that look like to you as a a participant, a user, a consumer, a profit-motivated entity, whatever you are, and whatever in this new world space? What would that look like to you? Because for all other purposes, every person who's looking for a commercial opportunity on any land anywhere deals with the planning system and all of the, and that's how we do it, whether we're building a house, a park, or So what do you want as miners in this framework, and what does that actually look like for you in your best world?
So, Nick, I don't mind taking this question. I mean, at the very start, and I think it's been made clear this morning that the sector, and as a mining operator, we're not looking to obviate our responsibility from rehabilitating and closing out the mine developments.
Can I just ask you on that one, and thank you, how do we know that? Because it doesn't, I hear this, but it doesn't, it kind of sounds, I hear it, but it doesn't sound like that when you're looking more closely. It looks like you are actually trying to do everything to get a new paradigm to not do that. And that may be for good reason. I'm not casting a judgment on that. I'm trying to say, if you could, what is the evidence that you're not trying to not do that?
And I think this is the nub of the issue, right? Like, we have, I mean, the industry is heavily regulated. We have commitments that have been made under our development consents. We have the Mining Act, which imposes rehabilitation requirements under the mining leases. And we report annually on all of our commitments, conditions of consent. We're inspected and audited by the resources regulator from a rehabilitation perspective, and we report on those rehabilitation outcomes and on the forward plans for that rehabilitation. And all of that reporting is made publicly available on our websites and I believe on the department's websites as well. So, we know what we need to do from a rehabilitation perspective, and we're on a multi-year, if not decade, journey to finalise the rehabilitation, which has been ongoing throughout the development, and to close the mine out to the agreed endpoint, which, as Nick and other people have indicated this morning, is typically back to woodland or to pasture for grazing. I think the issue here is, how do we navigate a system to provide early opportunity for other developments to come in and take and benefit from the land that may be there, rather than waiting for 5, 10, 15 years after the mine is finished and rehabilitation has been deemed to be completed, and then that developer coming in and accessing and using that land.
So it's a wholly commercial imperative for you guys in real terms. It's like, all the public benefits or the employment benefits that come along incidentally with that. Rehabilitation costs money as opposed to mining that makes money. And so you are looking to benefit through a commercial imperative to hand that land on for another commercial enterprise over the land.
If not, yes. I think, we own most of the land that we develop our mines on. So there is economic interest in that land anyway. And whether it is for long-term agricultural use with some biodiversity opportunity through the woodlands, or whether there's other opportunities that are identified by other developers to come in and access that land. And it's really navigating that, I guess, how that addition or that new development can come in early, if you like, and take opportunity of the land that may be there.
Just to add on to that, I think the final point that Michael made is about bringing on the opportunity sooner where it exists. But just to clarify from a commercial perspective, it's certainly notwithstanding the healthy scepticism, it's not about looking to sidestep, the rehabilitation obligations that are associated with post-mining. We have 2 case studies in New South Wales that are currently looking at alternate opportunities. BlackRock has been talked about already today. The rehabilitation obligations had to be finalised before that commercial opportunity could then be pursued. So I think what we're looking at is finding better efficiencies in a process that everyone at a higher level seems to recognise is a good idea, as opposed to the current system, which isn't really structured for it, not to use this as a Trojan horse to minimise rehabilitation obligations.
And can I just ask finally, what work are you doing on your sites around First Nations relationships and future planning for involvement and, return of loss that's taken place on your sites, particularly those cultural heritage outcomes?
Yeah, sure. I suppose the best case study for Yancoal at the moment would be our Stratford operation, which is ceasing production this year. We've publicly noted that we're looking at the opportunity there for pumped hydro and solar, and we have had dialogue with the Warramai people in relation to that concept, and that will be a rolling dialogue with them, obviously with other key stakeholders, as we continue to explore that opportunity.
And is them being a major beneficiary part of that? Those land interests being a major beneficiary of anything forward planning? Is that something of a priority for?
Sorry.
Any further exploitation of the land through renewable energy projects, will the First Nations traditional custodians be major beneficiaries in the project? Is that part of your design?
I think at the moment I could say that it's not part of our design.
Right.
We engage with respect to the Stratford area. The mines are developed in areas that were previously cleared for forestry and agriculture. So it's not like we came in and cleared all the land. There had been previous activity there. I can't comment on what happened in the past from a cultural heritage perspective, but we don't just engage with Aboriginal stakeholders at the time of an approval. We have ongoing engagement with a range of Aboriginal stakeholders, whether it be the land councils or the local registered or native title claimants. Our modus of operandi is to continue that engagement. And with respect to our proposal up at Stratford, we have been engaging with the local Aboriginal stakeholders, as we have done with the local community, with the business chambers, with all the special interest groups.
Can I ask a follow-up question to, I think there's something that Mr McDermott mentioned in a previous response when you talked about better efficiencies that could have been struck with the example of BlackRock. Just invite you to talk a bit more about that, perhaps in some detail for the committee. Sure.
BlackRock wouldn't have come into being without the persistence of the proponent who's subsequently taken it on. And it was quite a drawn-out process. Obviously, mining ceased there in the 70s and progressive rehabilitation was undertaken. There was a fire that had to be put out that I think was discussed earlier on today. Yancoal stepped in 2017 as the owner of the operation, and it wasn't until the last year or so that we've been able to get significant traction into relinquishment of the obligations and subsequent transfer to the new proponent. There was a lot of goodwill from the regulator as well as the other parties to making this happen, but it was essentially trying to find a pathway that obviously hadn't been contemplated previously, so it was a bit of a
finding a bespoke method outside of the traditional rehabilitation obligations. We've had a good subsequent engagement with the regulator in relation to key learnings, and I think it'd be fair to say, Mike, there has been some recognition in terms of relinquishment obligations and how that could be addressed better for subsequent opportunities. In that space, from a broader perspective, obviously, I mean, that's a mine that stopped so many decades ago, and even that did take quite an extended period to subsequently achieve the desired outcome. If we're now contemplating a situation where mining stops in January and you start construction on a solar farm in December, that's a different proposal entirely, which would need some consideration in terms of the current regulatory framework.
What were the, you talked about the issues with the relinquishment. Could you give us an example of some of the issues or that you had that perhaps, could have been avoided, for example?
I think that at the start the regulator was looking for a zero residual risk outcome. And I mean, we would posit that there's no land that is not without risk anywhere. So even as a homeowner or a agricultural farmer, land is subject to all sorts of forces, whether it's weeds, pests, whatever. So, and I think because this site had some obvious legacies, having had the fire, and there was a lot of rehabilitation effort that went into the site from the former owners. And so much so that, like about 10, 15 years ago, the resources regulator at the time had decided or agreed to that the site was suitable for final closure and lease relinquishment. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, Rio or Coronado didn't progress with an application to relinquish the mining lease at that time. We roll forward to our ownership, and there's more contemporary standards, and rightly so. So it was really just what residual aspects of the land could the resources regulator accept to be passed on through management to a future landowner.
And was this zero residual risk appetite, was that one that was sort of universally applied across the landscape?
I think it's more the government just has a very conservative perspective, because I guess the government doesn't want to take on that risk in case of default anyway.
We did hear a bit about the residual risk earlier this morning. Are there any suggestions that you have around an alternative approach with that risk? And, if it's the government that doesn't take it on, are there any other examples of models or a form of tenure, as I think the Minerals Council mentioned?
Yeah, I think the Queensland model is, although I don't think it's been taken up yet, but I think they've implemented a model where there is the potential to make a payment based on long-term management of that potential residual risk. In the case of Black Rock, there was a land management plan that was put together, and that sits with the land now as part of a positive and restrictive covenant on title. So there is opportunities and there is processes that can facilitate that. But I think it's what is acceptable as an ongoing risk that a future developer could take on.
In your submission, you talk about reforms to the planning apparatus that streamline the ability to amend development consents, or for this responsibility to be managed under the Mining Act instead. What would the practical terms be of the ability to amend development consent under the Mining Act instead? What would that mean for an organisation?
I think what was contemplated was
noting the complexity of having two acts regulating the operation, and therefore indicating that one pathway to simplifying this could be moving it all under a single legislative framework, as opposed to straddling two separate regulators. With the rehabilitation reforms of several years ago, that looked to streamline some of this space, but it's still one regulator looking to operate while there is also burdens under our development consent and the EP&A Act. So an opportunity seemed to be.
Is it a follow-up? Just because I've got one final. One final one from me.
Can I just ask one follow-up on that quickly?
Please.
Do you have a view under which it should fall?
Yeah, I was going to ask which one.
As to whether it should fall under mining or should fall under planning? Or?
And there's actually the EPA as well. There's three.
Yeah, there
regulators.
is.
So which is your preference? I'm keen to know too.
I can't imagine anyone's going to say the EPA.
I'm not sure we have a preference.
Yeah.
Just, I think we'd just be looking to remove that duplication and the complexity.
So it's not necessarily the legislation; it's more the particular front house that you are working with. So, for example, if you had a person and they were dealing, or a front of house, a gatekeeper, as we used to refer to it, the gate. And then the concierge is the new word the department uses. Sure. But if it was, the Mining Act and the EPA Act for a period of time, it's not so much, your problem is not so much that there are these two pieces of legislation, it's the way it interfaces with you as the operator.
Yeah, it's certainly a case of having multiple acts and multiple regulators regulating often overlapping in the same space, which adds a layer of significant regulation that we see could be better streamlined.
Have you got
examples? Is there conflict
examples?
in that as well?
That's my question.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That is exactly my question. Yes.
Have
you got examples?
We'll do it as a joint question.
Yeah.
I was going to ask
Team
that as
effort.
well, but
How
I'm
often
just
is
too
there
polite.
conflict and where does it arise and where do you see it?
How do we
There was
simplify that?
conflict in the sense that up until the rehabilitation reforms, most development consents had rehabilitation requirements as conditions of consent.
Yeah. That's changed though.
It has, but there is still some consents that have that requirement still sitting in the consent, so that there is some complexity and conflict and duplication that is set up there. But that's just dealt with through modifying the consents to change or remove those conditions. I think one of the things that hasn't been spoken about is how someone could come on to a mining lease and with development consent in hand for a future development, come in and act on that development. And there's restrictions under the health and safety legislation that relates to mining projects. So as a miner, there's people on site that have statutory responsibility for any health and safety related matters across those mining tenements. And it would not be in our best interest to have another developer come on to those mining lease areas and start undertaking activities. So there's potential for, resolution of how those matters can be sorted out to enable other developers to come on where then the miner is not taking on that health and safety responsibility.
Is it your view that because that was mentioned in a number of the submissions, indeed, that I've read about the sort of the different standards within the Work Health and Safety legislation and the Mining Act. Would you have a view around which would apply to a proponent coming, on site, or what would need to occur so that that they were covered in terms of liability, but you were also...
Look, it does happen. I mean, we have examples in our own company where, for example, the Kurri Kurri pipeline associated with the Kurri Kurri gas development, there was the development of pipeline across some of our mining leases. And you can carve out temporarily or permanently sections.
Yeah.
But I think for bigger developments, certainly, and I think this is where the sort of the complexity or the conflict comes in, is that our preference will probably to wait until we can relinquish the mining lease.
Is this the in persona in rem conflict? Is that what you're talking, like what runs with the company's obligations and what runs with the land? Is that what the nub of kind
It's different safety requirements under the two acts.
I mean,
Work health and safety and the mining act.
To your point, the consent sits with the land.
It does.
But the mining act sits with the person.
Is that what you're, so is that where
I'm not sure.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realise. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Did we answer that question?
I think so, yes, okay. yes, and yes. Thank you. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Yes and yes and yes. Thank you. And thank you to both of you for coming along and sharing your experience with us. I'm curious about, I asked BHP about their program for transitioning workers when they know there's going to be a coal closure. Can you tell us what Yancoal is doing? And I'm particularly interested, given that you've got both, you've basically got a renewable energy hub that you're starting up on the site of where a mine is closing. What's the level of transition look like between workers from one to the other?
So Stratford's the second mine in New South Wales that we've closed in recent years. We also closed the Ostar mine several years ago. So we have had experience in terms of post-mining engagement with the workforce. The general philosophy is essentially frequent engagement both with the workforce and through their unions. We offer redeployment opportunities, have offered them to the workforces at both of those sites, or in the absence of that, where they are exiting the business, we provide training opportunities should they wish to take that up.
When you say training opportunities, is that paid for by Yancoal or is that time off? Or
no, it's generally on a case-by-case basis, but we have provided funding for training opportunities to some of the workforce. The uptake on those experiences was relatively low compared to either electing for redeployment or redundancy, but it was often we would continue to do so.
Has there been, any examples of workers where you've, looked at what their current skills are in mining and upskilled them so that they can work across in your other new projects?
In terms of new alternate projects, I don't believe so. I'll have to come back to you.
I do know that because as it was indicated earlier this morning, mines are subject to economic conditions as well. So employment at a mine can wax and wane depending upon the market conditions, for example. At our Stratford mine, as we have come towards the end of the life, we have been reducing the workforce. And we have previously, as Nick said, offered training and redeployment or redundancies, but certainly where some of the operators, dozer drivers or the truck drivers, have developed skills through the course of their employment, we have sought to get accreditation and certification of those skills so that they could take those if needed or if wanted to access alternate employment.
That's really useful and answers a question I asked BHP earlier as well. So that's really interesting. So in terms of that accreditation certification process then, did that involve going and getting more training, or did it involve a training provider coming in and accrediting? How did that work?
I'm not 100% across the detail, but I think it was a training provider coming in and accrediting. But
are you able to take it on notice?
We would.
Really interested in seeing how that works. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks. Looking to Mr. Farlow if you've got any questions. No? Okay. I will. Mr. Payne, please. Yep.
After Wes, I do have one actually.
Yep, sure.
Just in relation to, approvals for mining land that's coming up to its end of life. Is it the case that, for example, with the motorway project, there's potential that you could use the existing machinery that's on site to remediate the site ready for another project, therefore saving additional, emissions, additional costs, additional time being lost to assist with those future projects if there was a more flexible arrangement in place, not having to just return the land to, a remediated state to then bring machinery back in to then rip it all up. Effectively, by looking to use it, having approvals prior to closure, we're potentially doing more for the environment. Is that one way you think we could look at it?
Yeah. Sorry, when you say, are you talking about alternate uses on the site, or
yes, on the
within
site,
the region? So
like if you've got a mining site and you wanted to say put a a racetrack there, and you've got heavy machinery that's already
I think I can.
Yeah, sure.
Answer this. And I think this comes to sort of what we've been discussing as well. At what time through the closure and the final rehabilitation process, if there's another land use opportunity and a development consent on foot, at what time can that development come in? And it makes sense that if there is landform reshaping or some form of additional works that are required using that equipment, that if the equipment's on site and the landform can be reshaped to suit that development, well, it makes sense that it could be done at the time that the mine operator has that equipment on site.
Yeah. However, and that's ultimately going to be better for the environment, isn't it?
Yeah. However, just in terms of scale, most mining equipment is much, much larger than what another sort of development, civil development that would come in that would just have civil construction equipment.
Thank you. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much. You've been pretty explicit in your submission that, this is in many ways a choice for government as to whether it wants to choose to incentivise alternate land use on sites. With that being the case, have you had any discussions with government about any of your sites and potential land uses for them? Apart from the ones that are already in train, like Black Rock and Malaxa?
So we obviously engage heavily with the regulators when we are going through the process of relinquishment and finding a pathway to an alternate land use, particularly with Black Rock. Are you asking more, are we proactively engaging with government to
so, for instance, you've outlined, renewable energy projects potentially on some of the sites and the like, and there are things which I think we would all agree would be, good for the state of New South Wales, not just good for your company or good for your workers, but overall provide a community benefit. So part of that, I guess, is incumbent on you in a certain financial interest in looking at those solutions, but part of it's incumbent on government as well in identifying potentially we might want this use here. And exploring those opportunities.
Certainly, we're very happy to see this current process is underway, because this seems to be a positive indication from Parliament and the government that they are now sharing our views, or at least exploring.
Don't give this government too much credit.
Hang on.
To look into this opportunity to look to expedite the process. So yeah, there seems to be that recognition from government. That it's happening, so we're engaging through this process. In terms of on a site-by-site basis, we are exploring an opportunity proactively at Stratford, but the Black Rock example and probably other opportunities that present itself, it's not originating with our company. We dig up coal. We don't know how to run a motor park.
I'm surprised.
Well, maybe some of us do. We may not have the best concept for what to do with a mine site when it's reaching the end of its natural life, but there is long-term obligations post-production that we have to carry out. before any land could be relinquished and handed on to a third party. So it's not the most attractive structure at the moment if you look to incentivise external developers to approach a mine site and say, we'd look to utilise your mine for X.
So I guess that's how it's sort of happening now. You get a knock at the door, somebody coming up going, I've got an idea for this site and how it could be reused, and then you make an assessment as to whether you think that's in your company's best interest, and then you've got to go through all the hurdles, so to speak, through the process.
We certainly think letting the market dictate the best opportunities is the best way to get positive opportunities on these sites once mining ceased. That's certainly what happened at Blackrock. It was an external concept that approached us about, approached Rio first and then us about using the land. So what we think would incentivise that further would be addressing some of the current regulatory roadblocks, given it is quite a drawn-out process post-mining.
Can I ask, with regards to that, you mentioned in your submission about, in terms of allowing the Stratford Renewable Energy Hub, a clear approval process to facilitate changes in rehabilitation commitments, and that it must provide flexibility to allow rehabilitation to occur in parallel rather than in series. I'm just interested in what, in practical terms, that would look like, and what changes you're suggesting we make, or the committee recommends that the government make to the current arrangements and system that's in place.
I think this comes to the heart of that, the time frame that it takes to get lease relinquishment, to relinquish the mining leases. And okay, for the Stratford project, we're the proponent of the pumped hydro and solar facility, as well as the mine operator.
Yep.
At no stage at the moment are we not proceeding with detailed mine closure planning for the Stratford mine. Because even though the pumped hydro and solar facility was declared to be critical state significant infrastructure, there's no guarantee that we will get an approval. Even if we do get approval, there's still got to be a decision on whether the company commits to the investment to develop that. So it's not like just because a developer has an idea or even has a development consent that that development may actually be undertaken. So, from that perspective, like rehabilitation, mine closure still has to progress until at some point those two come together. So I think it's more just in terms of trying to find a path to provide an avenue to either look at allowing a developer onto a mine site, so you're taking away the responsibility of the miner for any health and safety related matters. If there's opportunities where there could be some landform shaping to be done during that closure process. So it's not, it's just navigating that process, and how do we find an appropriate outcome where we can continue rehabilitating and closing the site, but allow another development to come in.
And so, just for clarity, are you saying that whilst you're awaiting the approval of the pumped hydro, for example, there could be a process whereby you are still required to fill in the hole that you will require for the pumped hydro?
Yeah, so we have requirements to rehabilitate the mine site, which we are actively undertaking detailed planning and actions on the ground to and that comes to the point that was made earlier that as well, certainly from Yankel's perspective, this is not about obviating or getting out of our rehab and mine closure commitments.
Can I ask, is Ms. Sue Higginson appearing later in the inquiry? Because she's giving a lot of answers at the moment.
Well, I don't think there is one requirement to fill a final void. That's the whole point. I could be wrong. Can I ask one question, not as a follow-on?
Sure.
To that.
You already know the answers.
Do you think that there would be? Do you think there could be quite clear and simplified objectives about, let's just say for hypothetical, you've got somebody interested in a beneficial post-mining land use. Do you think there are some just simple, basic threshold gate questions that could determine whether you turn left at this junction in the rehabilitation process, or you turn right, or do you think that the concierge, whatever it is we're talking about, but that there are consistent threshold questions across the sector? I know the department gave evidence this morning about it's got to be site-specific each mine, and we accept that, it has to be. But do you think there's also some kind of earlier threshold questions?
I think
criteria. Sorry.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's hard to generalise because we necessarily come back to looking at project by project. But it could be simple as rehabilitation commitments, right? Rather than being so prescriptive that you have to have a certain amount of woodland on this particular parcel of land, that it's just, to gain those rehabilitation outcomes and nature positive outcomes that across the whole site, you have to achieve X amount of woodland rehabilitation, for example. So that you can sort of move things around to optimise the benefit of a future land use that might come in, if that makes sense.
So does this current system not allow, it doesn't allow any flexibility?
We would necessarily have to potentially modify our development consent because some of them are quite prescriptive.
Yep.
In terms of where we have delineated those different final land uses under the consents.
That would have had many factors as to why, wouldn't it? Like, so, whether it was biodiversity corridors, not just sticks and grass, which is some people's version of what we're trying to achieve, but actually those genuine outcomes, they would have been designed at the outset. Like any revision of that would have to be quite considered, surely.
Yeah, so I mean, we're very careful these days to describe those final outcomes as conceptual or indicative, so that we are giving ourselves flexibility. Now, I mean, biodiversity enhancement areas or corridors, does it matter whether they're 100 metres that way or 200 metres that way?
Sometimes it might.
Well, potentially.
Well, depending on where the water flows or depending on the actual attributes of the land.
Yeah, but I mean, notwithstanding that, taking all that into account,
yes. Yes. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you. Were there any final questions from the opposition?
No, I think we've covered it.
Thank you very much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Our committee secretariat will be in touch if there are any questions on notice or any supplementary questions also. We appreciate you giving time to give evidence.
Thank you.
We'll now have a break.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, let's keep going.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the chair. If I could ask you to state your name and your position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation for us, please.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Corinne Unger, and I am here in the capacity as convener of and project lead of a working group in ISO, the International Organisation for Standardisation, as we have developed a standard on managing mining legacies, and on behalf of my co-authors, Tanya Lawrenson and Professor Peter Gurker-Mallet. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Unger. And would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, so the subject matter of mining legacies is really about dealing with mines that have fallen off a regulatory cliff, as it were, that they have unclear ownership and responsibilities, environmental harms, often social conflicts around their existence. They're unremediated. They can also harm Indigenous cultural heritage because of their existence and not having been developed at a time when there was free, prior and informed consent by Indigenous landowners, and sometimes decaying industrial heritage infrastructure that could be important for tourism and so on. So it's really about taking the negative legacies and creating a positive, beneficial post-mining land use. So over 4 years, a working group has worked on these standards. It's called ISO 24419, and it has come together in two parts, where part one is a short standard and part two is a longer series of case studies, 18 case studies, to illustrate how to implement the standard, and also a bibliography as a support tool to implement the standard. Importantly, the standard is a holistic view. It's not just environmental. It's environmental, social, and suddenly I can see a picture of myself. It's social, environmental, and economic transformation of these sites. And there's a particular focus on governance and leadership, because quite often, if that's not strong, then mining legacies cannot be transformed. And we also address stewardship and long-term management of these sites, because they're not easily solved, easily reclaimed, and they need long-term management. So importantly, this standard can be used by anybody, whether it's industry, government, NGOs, civil society and Indigenous landowners, and by multiple experts around the world bringing together these key elements in a framework. It simplifies a very complex task. It doesn't mean that the task is easy, it just brings it together in one place so you can see all of the elements that a successful project or program at a jurisdiction level would look like for managing these legacies. And I really finally just want to emphasise the importance of transforming these negative legacies into positive legacies, because society is judging mining, rehabilitation, closure and post-closure by the existence of these sites that persist in all jurisdictions in Australia. But while they remain unremediated, they exist in this no man's land. So there are programs that are focused on some of these sites, but they are very important for social licence for mining in the future, and particularly as we face a critical minerals boom in this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Unger. We'll now move to questions. I'm happy to start unless either of my colleagues have.
I've just got a couple. Let's
Scott
get
Farlow,
it out of the way.
please. Yep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Unger, for your opening statement and for your submission. Just interested in terms of the current regulatory and legislative framework in New South Wales, is there anything as part of it which would conflict with the standards that you've developed?
There never is, because legislation always takes priority. So standards are always there as a backdrop and in the background as a leading practice guidance or whatever, but they do not supersede or conflict with legislation in any way.
Okay, so in terms of
the principles that you've outlined and your assessment, they would all sit under the legislative framework. And in terms of that and how it is actually implemented, you've outlined that the committee should make a recommendation with respect to its adoption in New South Wales. How would you see that working?
Well, once it is a voluntary standard, but once it's adopted, then there's a whole suite of activities that must be carried out. For example, fully accounting for liabilities. And that's one aspect that is often neglected and the subject of auditor general audits in each state. But setting up the governance frameworks so that all sites have been accounted for, there's thorough inventories that characterise each of the sites, that there is transparent engagement with relevant stakeholders, that the priority sites that are selected to focus on, and in New South Wales they're referred to as derelict mines, are addressing each of the 5 elements of the standard, so that the stakeholder participation, the management planning and the implementation, stewardship, performance and reporting are all in place. And under governance, just to emphasise that, it's about applying the Sustainable Development Goals, recognising that landscapes cannot necessarily be used to their full potential for growing food and other activities while they're degraded and water is impacted. Having shared governance frameworks, which means developing partnerships to work with landowners and Indigenous people, setting out very clear objectives and criteria, obviously addressing the legal requirements where they're relevant, but sometimes derelict mines fall into a bit of a crack there. Having inventories that are comprehensive, and so you know where all of those sites are and the degrees of opportunity and harm that they may cause or create. Cost estimation, I mentioned. Funding mechanisms, so they have to have funding mechanisms into the long term, otherwise none of these sites can be brought back into benefit. Competence, capacity and resourcing, having the right people employed. And that's not just, say, engineers, environmental scientists to deal with the physical problems, it's about the social science as well, and engaging those stakeholders and communities locally to find out exactly what the impacts of these sites are to help reverse them as well. Frameworks and instruments, so that's picking up the relevant tools that are out there and then documenting it so there's a very good history of that site. You know exactly what's been done there as you transition to some sort of beneficial use.
So one last question from me. So in terms of what's being done at present, how much of those principles are being neglected or not properly implemented at this stage under the current framework?
I think the best source for that would be the Auditor General Office, where they've audited in the past such programs. And perhaps it's timely to have another audit to see how that's done. Quite often, and in the case of an audit that was done a few years ago, there were 7 sites that had not been listed on a contaminated land register. So that's just one example where very large polluting sites should be listed as contaminated because they are, and they had not been. And so that may have changed since then, but this sort of helps to keep them invisible. And so what we talk about in the standard is bringing everything to the surface, making it more transparent, and then transitioning these sites through to beneficial use, having enough resources to do the work. I'm sure those individuals are quite competent in the sites that they're managing, but they probably always want more money, more resources and more capacity to do a good job.
Thank you, Dr. Unger.
Thank you. Dr. Unger, I'm wondering if you could advise the committee. You talked about the difference between the standard and the legislation. Are there areas you think the legislation in New South Wales could be, or at least your knowledge of it, could be improved or aligned to better assist with, the standard, as you would say?
I think that needs to be reviewed. Again, I'd say the New South Wales Audit Office would be in the best position to do that comparison. So these programs are always evolving and changing. And since the last audit, I'm not sure, if there is legislation that properly addresses derelict mines. Sometimes, as I say, they fall into a bit of a crack in the legislation, and they're managed the best way they can be. But if those 7 large contaminating mines weren't put on the contaminated land register, then it calls into question the transparency of the program.
In terms of the part 2 of the standard, where you mentioned 18 examples, or 18 sites rather, are there any of those 18 that you would say provide a good example for us here in New South Wales to have a look at in terms of their applicability to our sort of situation here?
So what's important in each of these is that they address different aspects, and so I would say they are all relevant in their own way. So if we sort of lift ourselves up out of the detail of site-specific sites, the standard is about what are those general principles, what is the framework. So when we go into the case studies, we find design engagement process for a particular mine in Canada, mining legacy program performance evaluation and reporting from British Columbia as an example. So how do they account for the liabilities, and how do they show that they are progressively addressing those liabilities and creating valuable new land for use? In the Northern Territory is about uranium mines, so specific radiological aspects, traditional knowledge, how traditional knowledge was brought into the Rum Jungle Rehabilitation Project. So again, it's about looking at those case studies and saying, well, what are the challenges we're dealing with at this site, and which case study might yield some insight for us? I think simply reading those case studies can turn some lights on. Say, oh, never thought of that. That's really important. Even from Mali, trying to improve the legal instruments, Africa, asbestos mines, biodiversity offsets, so how legacy sites can be used for offsets. That's discussed in South Africa. Limitations and mechanisms used to fund programs, so that's where they talk about West Australia's program. Long-term financing, so we've already heard from some witnesses today about the Ruhr region in Germany. Yeah. And so there's a case study specifically on that, on how to fund that work, how a foundation was set up to sustain the management of those underground coal mines into the future as groundwater rebounds and they deal with the above ground urbanisation and activities. Organising post-mining in France and so on. I could keep going. They've all got something to offer.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the legacy mines as biodiversity offsets, I'm curious if you could advise the committee a little bit more detail about how that occurred and if there are any learnings that we could take from that.
Yes, well, mining leases may or may not exist on mining legacy sites, but within them there can be both the disturbed land and the existing undisturbed native vegetation, but it's been sort of bundled together within that site and perhaps isolated from any interactions because of the difficulties of safely accessing the site. So it's really about part of that inventory that the state government should identify that some of these opportunities. So is there biodiversity on these sites that is quite pristine or relatively good condition, or could be brought to a better standard through Indigenous ranges or some other use that might add value to that site while another site is being addressed for its contamination or its acid and metalliferous drainage or something else. So this is this sort of mosaic approach, which is sort of talked about earlier this morning about having multiple land uses. So we've got to look at these sites as having multiple values and also multiple risks. So there's a lot of work to bring the negative through to the positive, but there's also surrounding buffer lands that are of value.
But a starting place is to have the inventory, as you mentioned. So that's obviously key.
And including everything, looking perhaps with a little bit broader view than just harm. Look at opportunity, bring in those opportunities, bring in those benefits that could come from that land.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the submission, you also talked about the importance of giving all voices the opportunity to be heard and to participate in the management of mining legacies to shape that transitioning and meet local and regional needs. I just wondered if from your perspective or in your experience there was a best practice model that is being used to approach this.
I think it's, in our standard we refer to kinship leadership, and that is a term borrowed from Indigenous people, but it's about shared governance that ensures that all people involved are valued and respected for their unique knowledge and skills that they individually and collectively bring. So this is a term that we use, and it's based on some of the learnings from Rum Jungle, where there was, a very strong effort to build partnerships with Indigenous peoples. So recognising the harm of the past mining without their authority. How do you reinstate their cultural connection to land? How do you repair the landscape in a way that brings them sort of healing as well? So that's just one example, but there are many other stakeholders as well. The importance is to not leave the expertise just, say, in the hands of engineers and environmental scientists. I was one, I know, but now I'm a social scientist, I'm a convert, and I see social science and Indigenous cultural heritage and all of those aspects having to be woven into the problem solving. And it may be that the Derelict Mines team is made up of highly competent environmental scientists, but they actually also need social scientists to deal with the conflict, the hard stuff, the really difficult legacy issues. The downstream food grower who's been growing watermelons on the floodplain and doesn't like this influx of dirty water every time it rains, for example.
Thank you. Looking to my colleagues now to see if they had any questions. Ms. Sue Higginson, please.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Dr. Unger. I'm just curious about, at the moment, the New South Wales rehabilitation system, or mine rehabilitation post-mine, looks very much to the individual land, the individual project, and as far as I understand, the kind of base line for what we're trying to do is achieve a safe and stable, I think it is the term, safe and stable environment. Do you think that is that a good informing principle, or should the standard kind of replace that or bolster that, or how do you see that working in terms of those post-mining objectives?
In most jurisdictions, it's safe, stable, sustainable.
Sustainable, sorry, that's right. Yep.
And non-polluting. So it usually captures all of those. And so you can imagine that sustainable is quite a broad term, but that's where it brings in economic, social and environmental benefit. So New South Wales, I'm not sure if the word sustainable is in there, but it doesn't replace that, but it does give you a framework that kind of explains how you might go from in a sudden change. So while this standard is geared towards existing mining legacies, if you've got a mine that's been going along and suddenly wants to change direction in terms of the post-mining reviews, it does give you some insight into how you might organise some of those aspects. But active mines are covered by existing legislation, and so this standard is only there as a guide if it's useful to them. So legislation is paramount, but this guide, this standard is for where there are regulatory gaps or inadequacies.
And with that, so one of the things that I think we're having to grapple with in terms of our frameworks is this notion of residual risk, and we're trying to deal with it now as before these residual risks eventuate. How do you, and given I remember reading the Auditor General's report, I think it was from 2012, and it was about New South Wales legacy mines, and it was quite frightening. I remember at the time, I think they identified it was New South Wales's largest financial problem that we had, and I'm not sure what the work we've done since then to bring it into line. But how do you contemplate this notion of residual risk up front early? At what point to avoid being in the position that we've been put in with legacy mining?
That's a good question. So residual risk is inherent in every risk, that there's a certain amount you can control and there's a certain bit that can't be. So it is an ongoing process, and I think what the challenge with residual risk and how we understand it today is that we think it's something we can evaluate at the end, that we wait till the end and we add up all these things that need to be managed. But written into the New South Wales guidance is a lot of talk about just monitoring, post-closure monitoring, as if that is all that is required. And obviously for complex sites, there's management, active management as well. So monitoring is only applicable where it's a very easy site and it's straightforward. So I think importantly, that's true. It was 2012 New South Wales Audit Office report that said there was more contamination from mining legacies than their existing inventory of contaminated land. But there's also issues between Crown land and freehold land that need to be sort of probed to understand, what is actually the state government taking responsibility for and what it is not. So is it leaving freehold land up to private landholders to rehabilitate, for example? But this is part of it. Implementing a standard would mean that you clarify ownership and you resolve these matters rather than leave them in some sort of kind of yes-no binary bucket, as it were. It either it is or it isn't our responsibility. It's about resolving them because, again, the community doesn't see these derelict mines as any different to an active mine necessarily. They see them as unresolved rehabilitation, unresolved closure, and unresolved post-mining land use. They want to see some value come from it. They want to see that repair, and that affects social licence for new mines.
And just finally, does it concern you? I'm asking now for, and you don't have to answer this if it's not professionally comfortable, but do you hold concerns when we hear about mining companies, bearing in mind that most of our large mines in New South Wales are on private freehold land? There's only a couple still on, from memory, on Crown land. But does it concern you when we are talking about how we look at beneficial, when we're starting to operate frameworks or the request from operators for frameworks to look at avoiding rehabilitation? And I use that word avoiding. It's not a loaded term. I'm using it in the context of there's a genuine intent for mining corporations to look at reuse, beneficial reuse of mining land. But what's clear to this inquiry is there's conversations coming here and requests to say, hey, this might require, or we would...
Point of order.
We would have position...
Point of order.
Can I just finish my question?
Sorry.
Point of order. There's 2 points of order. One,
sorry,
I don't know where the question is. Two, the member has preempted she's preempted the question by saying it's clear to the committee that, and I think that certainly to preempt the findings is potentially
there's
not
no
helpful.
point of order.
Mr. Feng, there's
I'm
no...
happy to answer. I'm happy.
Yeah, there's no point of order. Please proceed. Yeah.
Can I just finish my question? We are being asked to consider frameworks that actually interfere with or intersect with the current rehabilitation of site-by-site mines in certain circumstances. I'm asking, I think, does that concern you? And if so, what sort of concerns would you hold around those kind of requests from mining operators?
My first answer is that I'm not concerned. It's almost a natural progression. So if you look back just over the last 40 years, I've studied how rehabilitation and closure have evolved. And the beneficial post-mining land use is like the next phase. And it is taking, I guess, each jurisdiction, one at a time, a bit of time to think about how it's going to be done. This hearing is very important. And because legislation has grown up with the needs of the industry and with the needs of government to adequately assure the public that they're adequately regulating mining, we have some of the complexities that I was listening to this morning of 3 different departments involved with different roles and different interrelationships. So if you look at the way mine rehabilitation was once just soil conservation, grow grass and so on. Then it evolved, then water left the mine site. Oh, we have to manage some of these off-site impacts. Oh, now we're in many more stakeholders are wanting to have a say. It's no longer just a relationship between government and industry. It's involving many more people having a greater say. So we're hitting this complexity at a time when there is also opportunity and need for this land. There's the access to this land, whether it's buffer lands, whether it's former mine lands. There is a desire for it because we're in this energy transition. You've got all these new sorts of operations coming along that want access to land. You've got local governments that want to develop some of the buffer lands and so on. So I've been to the forums in the Hunter Valley. So I think should be embraced. I think it's a very good move, but what is needed is like a statewide policy around it, and that policy that needs to kind of be the connective tissue between these different agencies. So I heard earlier you talked about a concierge. Well, I think if the concierge goes on leave, does the whole thing collapse? I think you need much more than that. You know, you need a policy position, you need an entity. So in Victoria, there's the Mineland Rehabilitation Authority. In Queensland, there's the Rehabilitation Commissioner. I'm not saying any particular model suits New South Wales. It's for New South Wales government to work that out. But if you have an entity, you've got to recognise that this is an ongoing process. It's not a one-off thing. It's not like a one-off policy change or a one-off piece of legislation. It's a process that has to almost look at where those barriers are between the agencies and look at where the opportunities are, look at where those risks are, and begin to meld together something that satisfies this requirement for giving access to this land instead of locking it up and leaving it isolated or in a sort of suspended animation, like this is the state it's going to be in forever. So it's about giving life. It actually brings truth to the term that mining is a temporary land use. Otherwise, if you've got these derelict mines that are sitting out there unrehabilitated, they completely go counter to that. It's not a temporary use, it's permanent, unless it is brought back to life and given new life and a new use.
And can I just...
That's my answer.
Thank you, that was so helpful. And just on that, so do you think in order to be able to develop that policy framework and that next step, it's incumbent and important for the government to have a very clear audit of exactly what we've got, where we've got it, and then we can start to be more forensic in a more collaborative way, rather than just the mining company, as you say, all the voices, then we can start to get to better, clearer understandings of what those beneficial reuses would be?
I think one of the challenges of the existing legislation is it has been one side at a time. And even though, you know, and so you regulate one side at a time, but there are cumulative impacts and cumulative opportunities. But what I also heard this morning was that as mines are finishing at different times, of course, they're demanding certain things from government so that they can progress with their planning. So it's that cumulative response that's needed, that policy level position that is needed to take the process forward.
Thank you.
And an entity, I believe, because it needs arms and legs and multiple arms and legs to deal with the complexity and lots of social scientists, not just scientific people, both together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Unger, I wondered if I could just get you to expand. You talked about the importance of having sort of a statewide policy. One of the other submissions that we, and one of the other witnesses we heard from this morning, suggested a clear statement of support. Is that sort of what you're talking about, having that sort of clearer articulation so that agencies as well as, investors and businesses are, on the same page as to what the situation is here in New South Wales?
So it may need that bit of research and probing and investigation and review to help flesh out exactly how it's going to work. But once it's in place, it definitely gives support to sort of a direction. I was at a decarbonisation forum last week, and they were just this is new energy projects, but they were just talking about how important it is for governments to have policy positions because that helps them with their borrowing and lending and so on, so that they can get the resources to go forward. So yes, there is a relationship in there around government policy, but it's also about the coordination that's needed and the integration. So I don't see it as sort of dumbing it down to one agency, but it's about making the links between those pieces of legislation that have grown up over time and are now facing much more complexity. And there's also an opportunity for research. You have research on mega projects at Sydney Uni and places like that. These are mega projects. They are large and challenging projects, and maybe we're underestimating the complexity.
You talked earlier on about the role of governance and the role that governments have to play in this. And I think you've just given us some examples of the Mineland Rehabilitation Authority in Victoria and the Commissioner that exists in Queensland. Through the work that you've done, has there been, and obviously taking into account everything needs to be a case-by-case basis, has there been a model adopted by governments anywhere in the world that you would say is or would be applicable to us here in New South Wales?
Again, it's perhaps, so I did my Churchill Fellowship on aspects of beneficial post-mining land use, so I did look at the German cases, and what is beautiful about them is their clearly delineated responsibilities and the resourcing that's given to them. So in the Lusatian region, which is the brown coal mining of former East Germany, they are equipped with enough resources for a 10-year program, and that 10-year program, bearing in mind the sudden nature of those changes over there after reunification, they had 10 years to engage the community and develop landscape architecture plans and redevelop that area, tackle the physical and technical problems and stability of land use. So those programs, they provide insights on what's needed, and that is the expertise, the resourcing, and the capacity for a defined period of time, or it might be open-ended depending on what you're focusing on. If it was regionally based, it might be, into the future. But it's about having some identity and then creating new identities, and it's around the engagement with the community so that what is going on is what the community also is satisfied with and wants.
Thank you. I'm just looking to my colleagues to see if they have any final questions. I'm finished. Sue, do you have any further questions? No?
Thanks.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Well, that's all the questions we had for you today, Dr. Under. Was there any final remarks or any clarifications that you wanted to make to anything that you've already sort of stated today, or anything else you want to put on the record for us?
Simply that it's a voluntary standard. It can be used as a guide or can be fully adopted. But I just encourage everyone to read it and find what is meaningful in there for the particular needs in New South Wales.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Dr. Unger. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you if there are any, I don't believe there are any questions taken on notice, but if there are any supplementary questions at all. Thank you for making time to appear to it today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all right, isn't it? Yep. Thank you. Welcome to our next inquiry participants. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence today. Could I ask each of you, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Varga, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Yep, let me just bring the affirmation up. My apologies. So my full name is Thomas Joseph Varga. I am the Managing Director of Biotica Agrimed, and that oath is just coming up. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Tolhurst?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Simon Tolhurst. I'm the Chairman of Biotica, and I'll take an oath, and so I'll say that the evidence I'm about to give to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Madam Chair and panel, I'd like to start by saying thank you for having Biotica Agrimed, Australia's leading B2B medicinal cannabis company, and our cultivation brand, Green Farmers, and our genetics business, Apollo Green, as part of this inquiry. Biotica is a leader in protected cropping, predominantly through glasshouse production that enables year-round growing with a reduced environmental footprint. Our submission on the beneficial and productive post-mining land use to deliver both a great outcome for the site as well as for jobs in the region is based on what is one of the fastest growing new market segments in the world, the medicinal cannabis industry. Based on previous reports by both the Pennington Institute and Prohibition Partners, the Australian medicinal cannabis market is expected to exceed 100,000 kilos this year, supporting patients with a range of conditions. But the fact remains, the illicit market is estimated to be 9 times that volume, with Australia sitting third on consumption in score countries. That is a sewerage core group European, covering Europe, Australia, and the Americas and Oceania, according to the National Wastewater Drug Monitoring Program. While not all of that is medicinal, a significant portion of the market is still self-medicating in the illicit market. Continued conversion to the regulated medicinal market from illicit sources delivers significant land use for New South Wales. Also note, 80% of all medicinal cannabis products are currently imported. And while there's a number of new sites and facilities coming online that will address part of this shortfall, there will continue to be a deficit of local cultivation for many years to come. There's a need for us to expand capacity without any regulatory or legislative change needed to the current framework, which could see medicinal cannabis play a role in the repurposing of the site. In fact, under current legislation and regulation through the ODC, the Office of Drug Control, and the TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration, there is already a solid foundation for the industry. Any further framework must continue to enforce that current model. Biotica is well placed to support the New South Wales Government in not only creating jobs and tax revenue in New South Wales from medicinal cannabis industry, but also for the repurposing of the site to maintain the jobs in the region and create a centre of excellence for Australian cannabis market. This will create thousands of jobs, leveraging the existing skill base of the region, re-skill synergistic capabilities to cultivation and manufacturing, and bring significant investment and use of a significant footprint for cultivation, packaging, processing, manufacturing and storage. A post-mining land use led by Biotica Agrimed in the medicinal cannabis industry could bring a potential 1,500 jobs to the region in direct employment with additional to ancillary services while leveraging the existing assets and infrastructure. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Fang, we may start with questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. It's a very interesting proposal that you've, I guess, put forward. I'm curious to understand, primarily in relation to the Lake Macquarie area, in the Upper Hunter region, indeed, what advanced work have you done in relation to possible sites? What needs to occur, and what's already in place to enable, I guess, your facilities to advance into that region?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a number of sort of aspects to that. The first one is because we're a protected cropping business, some of the most important aspects to us is the availability of power and water. So we've already spent some time with a number of the stakeholders to ascertain whether or not that would be available. As you know, obviously, being a mining site, both of those tend to be quite prominent. So we tick the number one priority for us around access to power and water. The second key aspect is because we're protected cropping, site location plays a role. We have a site in Victoria, cold for a long period of time, rainy, cloudy for a long period of time. We have a site in New South Wales, up towards the sort of Lismore area, where we deal more with humidity and some of the other challenges. And it's just sitting behind Simon, and you may have actually received some photos around the sites. So site location climatically is less of a concern for us. What we are looking for, as I said, power and water, but skills. Do we have access to the human resources that can be skilled or re-skilled to be able to brought into our facility and enable us to achieve what we need? We are quite labour intensive. Both of those clearly appear, whether it's in the Lake Macquarie or in the, Upper Hunter, both of those are prevalent in those areas.
Okay, so you've got, I guess, the triple advantage of post-mining land use. You've got existing water supply, you've got availability of power, and you've got a skilled workforce, which is potentially looking for post-mining employment. What's required to enable the investment that would be required to have a site transformed into a medicinal cannabis production facility?
Yeah, if anyone wanted to join this themselves, one of the biggest challenges is passing fit and proper person with the Office of Drug Control. That's the number one hurdle, which can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months. And in fact, for some, that hasn't happened at all, despite sort of applying and trying to get through the process. Biotica is already a licensed facility or a licensed operator under the Office of Drug Control. So the first hurdle has been taken away because it's what we do for a living. The second piece that's required, obviously, we need to have sort of some local council support so that we can build infrastructure, like, for want of a better word, a big shed, which is what a glass house is. Infrastructure for a big shed to build the glass house. The proposal we put forward would also have other growing form factors, so we'd have indoor capability. So provided we had council support, right, or local regional authority support, that'd be the next priority. And then finally, it's about actually building it, making the investment, and Biotica is well funded from some of our existing investors. So then making the investment and locking down an ODC permit, which is the final piece of the puzzle. So for us to come into the region, provided there's existing examples of large sheds and large structures on the facility, we know we'll be able to get a glass house up. We have the Office of Drug Control licence so that we know we can move forward. It's really just about bringing those parties together and successful site selection, and then we're prepared to make the capital investment to bring it to life.
So you're on mute. Apologies.
Sorry, technology getting yet again. You'd think I'd be right after all of these years of using Zoom. I just thought I'd jump in and say we already have a fully functioning glass house down in Victoria, and it's spun off over 200 crops out of that glass house. The second glass house down in Victoria, 5,800 square metres, has been built. It's just being fitted out right at the moment. And this glass house sitting behind you is 10,000 square metres. That's up just outside Lismore. That's up, it's running. We're growing product out of that in a small section, but we're in the process of fitting it out. So we have, I guess, what you'd call the runs on the board to be able to have access to the capital, but it's not just access to capital, it's also knowing how to grow the plant. It's a horticultural product.
Yeah, and on that very point, actually, is one thing I was just curious about, because in effect, it's effectively just farming. Whether it be cannabis or whether it be another crop. So, in relation to cannabis, is it, for example, say per square metre of hydroponic facility? Say you were to grow hydroponic tomatoes or hydroponic cucumbers, for whatever example, how much more is it more labour intensive per square metre? Is it more costly, but also is it more profitable per square metre compared to, say, another hydroponic crop that you might grow in a similar facility?
Look, absolutely. I think everything you've just touched on there is spot on. So there is no doubt it is extremely labour intensive. So we do use a lot of labour. And per square metre on a kilogram basis, per square metre, we are producing less kilograms, if you want to think of it that way, or less grams. We are producing less grams per square metre. However, the value of medicinal cannabis, to give you an example, on the site that we're on today, we used to grow basil in our Victorian site, and in fact in the New South Wales site it used to be fresh zest, so it was herbs as well. We might be selling herbs for somewhere between $8 and $14 a kilo. Medicinal cannabis is north, on a B2B basis, which is what we are, medicinal cannabis is north of $3,500 a kilo.
Right. So it is vastly more profitable on a per square metre basis to do, I guess, a hydroponic cannabis crop than it is to do another crop.
Look, absolutely. Now it comes with different cost structure and different risks. So we are consuming a lot of energy that goes into the production of cannabis that wouldn't go into, say, tomatoes, cucumbers or capsicums. So our energy load is higher. The load in terms of labour is higher. So yes, it is more profitable, for want of a better word. But on a square meterage basis, a tomato farm in the region might put out something like 40 or 50 kilos per square metre per annum. If you think of one of our footprints, our 4,000 square metre facility in Victoria puts out 5,000 kilos per annum in total.
Right. And in relation to workers for the facility, I think you said there would be about 1,500 jobs if you were to put one in the Upper Hunter region.
Yep.
In the same way that your organisation is required to pass the fit and proper person test with regulators, what's the requirements for the workforce in relation to their, I guess, checks and what requirements, if any, do you put extra on top of the workforce that you might have as an organisation?
Yeah, so certainly as part of our ODC licensing, Officer Drug Control licensing, we're required to make sure that everybody that works on site as a full-time employee is passing appropriate police checks, background checks and bankruptcy checks. So we go through that process with every employee, and on top of that, that process is regularly updated by rechecking their certification of that. Everyone does have to have a clean record, right? So that's just part and parcel of what we're doing. Diversion and the risk of diversion is one of our primary concerns. So we are making sure that we minimise that risk. But going through appropriate police checks, going through appropriate background and bankruptcy checks is our number one sort of priority that allows us to make sure we have the right people on site.
And
drug checking? Just in addition to that,
Yep.
Just in addition to that, there are a number of other security measures as well. I mean, obviously you've got significant capital outlay in terms of securing the site, both in terms of checking in and out of every room that you go into and out of, as well as getting access to the site. But then all waste product needs to be weighed and is audited. So you've got absolute lockdown control over every part of that supply chain.
Understood.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the 1,500 jobs that you sort of mentioned. They are ongoing for the project, or is that to sort of set it up in the Upper Hunter?
No, ongoing. So if you think about where we're heading, it would be cultivation, manufacturing, processing, packaging, distribution. So it would be closed loop, Madam Chair, one of the greatest challenges is freight. We can now remove a whole heap of freight by bringing this all into site and, just managing it locally.
Okay, thank you. Now, the committee secretariat tell me you've provided us with some images. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to table those as evidence.
Yes, please.
Yep. Okay, beautiful. I'll get the committee staff to circulate them for us now. Thank you. In terms of the energy load that you talked about being higher, have you got examples at your other sites where you've taken measures to use renewable energy structures or anything like that?
Yeah, so we're in the process right now for our Victorian site of leading that very project. So our Victorian site, if I guess I was to think about how we might categorise it, think of it as our pilot site. It's where we started, it's our 4,000 square metres. We wanted to prove concept, make sure we had a sense of energy loads. We're in the process of working with a company called Constructive Energy, who are designing a full battery, solar, and then backup power generation for the site. Our priority is to ensure that all of our sites have a light footprint, even to the point where water is recycled in all of our facilities so that we reduce the environmental load. And that's now the blueprint that we've built that will get rolled out across each of those sites. So you'll have battery for everything, solar to charge, diesel as backup in the event something ever happens on the grid. Simon, you might want to touch on MEO as well.
If I can, just before you do go from there, when we first set up the first glass house, we did all our budgeting on $1.30 a litre for diesel. You can understand exactly the sort of pain we get in now in being able to keep the lights on. So we're acutely aware of the need to make sure that we have reliable energy sources at a reasonable cost, and we have redundancies in place. Madam Chair, you would also have received a submission from a company called MEO Gigabattery, MEOH Gigabattery.
Yes.
So Biotica, that's our cannabis cultivation business and genetics business, you've heard has two major costs. One's people and the other's energy. You've heard a bit about the people and a bit about the energy, but and I see in the submissions that you've received submissions from Gravicity, which is submission 13, and Green Gravity, submission 15, who you're going to hear from later on today. I'd commend to the Commission to the inquiry to read also submission 70, which is MEO Gigabattery.
Yep.
And the reason for that is unlike the other two submissions, MEO Gigabattery has the potential to form part of a circular economy on a site. By that I mean this. That particular technology, it's proven technology, it's just deployed in a different way. It takes municipal waste, tyres, and importantly from Biotica's perspective, biomass. And we throw off a lot of waste. So once we've picked a flower off the cannabis plant, we have a lot of bio waste to get rid of. And at the moment, that's an enormous cost to us to package that up, tag it, audit it, and have it disposed of by effectively a security firm. Now, if on site we have someone who's authorised under the Office of Drug Control to deal with that biomass and turn that into effectively a waste to energy output, then A, that's a cost saving to us, but also it's a benefit obviously to the environment. Now, MEO takes that biomass, it can then produce what we call sustainable fuels. They are things like ammonia or methanol, which are excellent carriers of hydrogen molecules. And they can then take that fuel, they can store it, and as and when energy is required on site, they can deploy that fuel, either methanol or ammonia, through turbines and generate electricity. Now, there's two products that come from that. One is the ability to generate electricity for anyone who happens to be on site. And the second is, and it produces that at half the carbon output of coal generation. It's equal to or less than natural gas generation, and can be significantly less than gas generation depending on the inputs that you're putting or the feedstock that you're putting into it. And so what we're suggesting is if the feedstock that's coming into it is a biomass, then you can reduce that carbon footprint. But the second product that spins off that is if there are carbon emissions, they can be pumped back into the glass house because those CO2 emissions generate growth within the the cannabis glasshouse. And so what you end up having is the waste from the glasshouse being used to generate electricity as well as creating a carbon product that could be used within the glasshouse. And I don't think that's a product or a concept that the other two submissions that are before you at the moment deal with. So I just thought it would be interesting for that fact, but also so that when you look at this proposal, you have an opportunity to be able to set a gold standard for mine recycling or upcycling. And if you do it properly, I think you have a great opportunity to be able to create circular economies within some of those sites.
Your submission talks about the processing and manufacturing of medicinal cannabis requiring sophisticated technology and processes. I just wondered if you could talk to us a bit more about what that entails and what is needed.
Yeah, so if you think of any of the facilities on those pictures that have been provided to you, those facilities start by effectively creating what Simon was referring to as biomass. So we're creating the raw flower. So from that raw flower, there are trichomes that sit on that flower that need to be extracted and then brought back into the market for various other products. The market is dominated by flower today, but for various other products. They will include things like methanol or CO2 extraction to remove the oil from the biomass. It will also be technology that then takes that oil that has been produced and turns that into other form factors, which could be a oral oil for someone to take. It could be a soft gel capsule that is generated, so there would be some soft gel capsule manufacturing capabilities, but it could also be, Madam Chair, the conversion of that into, say, gummies for the elderly or CBD gummies for children, so that we can vary the form factor that needs to come in. The thing I want to stress, none of the technology that we're talking about, while sophisticated and while relatively unique to the cannabis industry, none of the technology that we're talking about requires some R&D, innovation, leap of faith along development time. You know, we have a strong cannabis market globally, particularly in North America. This is technology that can be acquired off the shelf. And in fact, much of that technology is already in Australia with other companies.
Thank you. Ms. Abigail Boyd, did you have any questions?
I'll ask just one question if I can, and good afternoon to you both. I just wanted to ask if you had some specific examples of workforce reskilling and employment of people who had come out of coal mining. Have you got any sort of first-hand examples of the types of skills those people had, how you could upskill them, and how they're then sort of deployed in your operations?
Yeah, so you know, being completely straight up, in terms of mining directly on either of our sites today, I could not tell you whether or not any of them have come directly out of the mining industry. What I can tell you is this. We have the majority of our workforce are in roles that we would call technician roles, whether that's a crop technician or a post-harvest technician. And what makes a good person in one of our technician roles, and this is the majority, we're talking 85% of our workforce sits in that level of role. The ability to follow SOPs and standard operating procedures and the ability to work under instruction are two of the key aspects there. If we take something like mining, where there are a significant level of following the SOPs and there's a safety culture, and to some extent, I'll use the parallel, something that's akin to the regulatory culture that we're looking for. That's the skill set that we find always works best with us. So if they've got previous experience of working and following procedures, previous experience of reporting information, that works well. The types of roles that we have, our leaders and our managers within our business are able to then take most transferable skills, so 80% of those skills will transfer across, and top that up with the 20% of on-the-job type training that is mission critical for us. Most of our roles can actually be taught by someone that's been doing them. Now, because of the growing site, because of our business and our future pathway on growth, we are then also taking a select group of these technicians and providing them with role-specific training. There's a number of courses now that are being developed through TAFE, all geared around medicinal cannabis cultivation. Same with our post-harvest. So it allows a pathway, if you will, for them to move through into sort of higher roles of team leaders and eventually site managers.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks. Did you have any questions? No. Just a final question for me to you both. Just in terms of your conclusion, you talk about obviously the medicinal cannabis cultivation being viable under the existing legislative framework. I wondered if you could make comment on whether or not or how well that extends to the post-mining land that the committee is considering, whether you've explored any sort of feasibility in terms of accessing that sort of land.
We've done a little bit of work on that, Madam Chair, in certainly with our discussions, and Jeremy Buckingham has been extremely helpful in making some introductions for us in this area, and we have spent a little bit of time with BHP, and I want to make sure that I'm clear, it is a little bit of time, so this is not a detailed feasibility process that we've worked through. We wanted to make sure before we put a submission in that we were comfortable that there would be opportunities and parcels of land and infrastructure that fit our requirements. So we are comfortable that hard stand land, for example, I want to just sort of come back to, flat, well compacted, hard stand land is ideal for the development of either a glass house, indoor cultivation, or the addition of some form of facility for processing. As it turns out, also on the property, there are a number of sheds that are available. So the repurposing of those sheds to then become our manufacturing, our distribution and our storage, we're comfortable that there are adequate opportunities on site that would be able to meet our needs to be able to build a cannabis centre of excellence.
And have you explored the availability of that flat sort of hard stand land that you speak of? Have you explored the availability of that in the Upper Hunter outside of existing mining sites?
Look, we are constantly on the lookout for new sites. We are a growth business. When 80% of the Australian market's being imported, we are quite often looking at facilities. Up to now, historically, our modus operandi has been to buy facilities that have also already been constructed and to retrofit those. We're now in the second phase of our life in looking at sites where we can actually take control and build facilities up front. Haven't been looking at the Upper Hunter specifically, and I think it was fortuitous that this opportunity has come up and the conversations have developed, but we are continuously looking at the moment Australia-wide around suitable sites that we could place the future cannabis facility on. And as I said before, the freight and the dead freight that exists in our industry is one of the biggest costs that's impacting medicine to patients. Finding sites that would allow us to remove that cost is mission critical for the industry and for Biotica.
And you talk about having the glass houses. How water intensive would this crop be in the climate like the Upper Hunter?
Yeah, certainly one of the reasons why we do protected cropping is to reduce that.
Yep.
If we were outside to the elements, we'd have some challenges around that. We also recycle not only the water runoff from the plant, but we also recycle any dehumidification, for want of a better word, or condensed water from the facility that the plant's put off. From a water intensity point of view, medicinal cannabis probably sits mid-range.
Okay.
We're not talking cotton, right? We're not talking anything along those lines. It's not a rice paddy. So we're certainly not at that level of water usage, but it has some level of water usage that is required.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Does any of my colleagues have any final questions?
No, I asked someone earlier.
Beautiful.
So I'm happy.
Do you have any final remarks or clarifications or comments you wish to make in terms of giving evidence today?
Madam Chair, the only thing is that we really appreciate the time and thank you for even considering the Australian medicinal cannabis industry and Biotica's submission. I think this is a great opportunity to repurpose the land, but also to help some Australian patients, and let's get rid of that 80% of imported product that's coming into the market.
Thank you. Thanks so much again for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you if there's any questions that were taken on notice or additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to our next inquiry participants, and thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry. If I could ask each of you, starting with my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. Tanya Jones, Sustainable Development Manager at Green Gravity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mark Swinnerton, Founder and CEO at Green Gravity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today and to make a submission to the inquiry. And just to quickly introduce Green Gravity, we're a developer of a gravitational energy storage technology that specifically targets repurposing legacy mine shafts. We store renewable energy by lifting heavy objects up a mine shaft to consume energy, and at a later time lowering those objects down again to release the energy back to the grid when it's most needed. It has significant environmental benefits, including low water use, low resource intensity, no waste, and the ability to repurpose assets. There's also considerable strategic benefits to the technology. We can create sovereign energy storage technology, a low reliance on critical minerals, and these really assist the energy transition. New South Wales has a large opportunity for repurposing mines. We have thousands of sites across the state, many with attractive potential. We also have lacked the traditional history of achieving relinquishment of these sites for future use. And that's something that I think we need to talk more about, and this inquiry is really assisting with that. The incentives need to change. Miners who are doing the right thing and are working to rehabilitate and relinquish their sites can't get certainty around relinquishment currently. And miners who are not actively working to rehabilitate their sites face little disincentive. There's reasonably low transparency across this situation. Clean energy projects have changed the dynamic and the context for this state. There's significant land holdings and significant need for energy projects. We need to bring these two things more together. We should enhance the development of energy projects by enabling mine holders who want to develop such projects to be able to achieve that. But even more, we should create more transparency so that people advocating projects can get better access and have a pathway to develop projects on land that is not being otherwise productively used. We also need to manage the environmental and safety considerations of repurposing mines. The scheme for rehabilitation bonds and relinquishment is a good start, but the scheme isn't serving many of the obvious objectives very well. We need to create tools where sustainable changes to planning objectives can be achieved. We need to enable the transfer of mines to different platforms, or at least parts of mines to different platforms. Where we have a low residual risk sitting there, we need to find ways and mechanisms to be able to transfer those to better value projects, and that includes for better social value. Finally, we need to improve the coordination, the speed and the consistency of how this issue is dealt with, both within New South Wales but also around the nation and even beyond. A coordinating authority would certainly help increase the speed and driving enhanced outcomes. As a small company, we're dealing with a lot of complexity and legal costs and things that perhaps more coordination from government could assist us better understanding and moving more quickly. There's a market and a desire to attain better value from these lands, and we think that through the right changes to policy and intent that we can get both the miners who want to relinquish sites and developers, including particularly in energy, we can bring them together and actually achieve quite an outcome. So thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you. Did you want to make any opening remarks also, or we proceed with questions? Beautiful. Okay, thank you. Mr. Westphane.
Thank you. I'm very keen to understand how this works. So you've got a mine shaft. Let's presume it's a straight up and down vertical shaft. I imagine that you're effectively converting potential energy to kinetic energy, and then through I guess a number of means, whether it be with a cable, like you've got a weight, you suspend it, you let the weight drop, that creates the kinetic energy. You'll then use that to spin something, and then you'll convert that to energy. Are you spinning up a flywheel, which you then run a generator off? Is it? How do you make it work? How
Fabulous.
do you generate?
And I'll use the Tesla as an example. And so we use a regenerative electrical motor, which is essentially an electric motor that can behave as either a motor to wind up and consume electricity, or it can act as a generator as we break the descent of the mass. So the mass, as you rightly point out, is attached to a cable. And the mass wants to drop. If we place it over a vertical mine shaft and let it go, it wants to drop very, very quickly. We don't let that happen. We control the descent of the mass. And in doing that, we're effectively placing a magnet into the electric motor to retard the velocity. And the consequence of that is it spits electrons off.
Yes.
And we can send those back to source. The technology can achieve quite high efficiency, in the order of 80% efficiency of the energy.
So in relation to the mass itself, what speed does it typically drop? Like what's the break speed you can then drop it at?
Yeah, so standard mine winding technology around the world runs between, say, 5 and 20 metres per second.
Yep.
And we're within that envelope, and it depends on the precise mine and the precise conditions we're trying to achieve as to where we sit, but we're well within the normal operating bands of this equipment class.
Okay, so let's say you're at the lower end and you're at 5 metres per second. What's the average depth of a mine shaft that you'd potentially use?
Well, in the Hunter, the average is around 350 metres. In the Illawarra, it's closer to 500 metres. So they're good examples of kind of shafts. And just for context for the committee members, Sydney Tower is 300 metres tall. So they're quite deep holes, actually.
Okay, so 5 metres a second is the rate that you're falling at. Yeah. And you've got 500 metres. You've got about 100 seconds worth of power you can generate. So it's just under 2 minutes of the power from the top of the shaft to the bottom of the shaft.
For a single mass, yes.
Yes. That's not very, I guess to generate power for 2 minutes might be beneficial for extreme peaks. But, once the mass is at the bottom, you then need to obviously draw from the grid again to come back up. In the same way that you would with, I guess, using excess renewable energy loads. How many of these systems would you need to be able to, say, power
a grid over an hour, you'd need probably 30 at least.
Look, you're right in the proposition that if we considered a single weight moving through a mine shaft, even if it was a very, very large mass, it would not generate a meaningful amount of energy storage and would potentially contribute to some grid stability, but would be limited in its application. Our technology works through that issue by deploying many more than one mass. So we move hundreds of masses in series. And in doing that, we're able to generate a continuous impact to the grid, either charging, so taking away energy, or discharging by placing it back to the grid. We're able to do that for several hours. In fact, the technology is suited for anywhere between 4 and 24 hours of continuous operation, so it can be deployed where required, depending on the grid need.
So how many shafts and systems do you effectively need to be a complete closed system that can operate either as a storage or a production facility?
Sure. We need either one quite wide one or two medium diameter. So it depends on how much space you have inside the shaft itself. There are many that are 7 or 8 metres wide. There are many that are 4 or 5 metres. So it depends, but usually no more than 2. We can achieve continuous generation or continuous discharge from that kind of asset. And just to quickly add, many sites that we're working with have got many more than 2, so it's quite attractive to be able to deploy the technology within the boundaries of individual mines.
Okay, and how many, operational systems are there across the world?
Yeah, there's no current operational systems. There are several large demonstration devices, and we would say that Green Gravity is right at the forefront of this technology globally. And our next stage is full production demonstrations we're planning for next year.
Okay. So if you were able to access a site that had a 500 metre shaft and the, ability to fit in the number of systems that you would require to be, a fully fledged closed loop system, what would be the cost of a trial in order to test the real world validity of your proposals?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. So we've currently got funding to proceed next year, and it's in the order of less than $10 million to complete final development of the technology to full commercial readiness.
Okay. And in that trial, if you were able to access all the, access to the grid and the like, how much power are you able to produce, say, over a 24-hour period, provided you've been able to fully charge the system, like lift everything up? How much power can you deploy out of the system do you expect?
Yeah, so our demonstration plans are for a system of around 300 kilowatts, but not a meaningful amount of storage capacity, because that's not the thing we're trying to test for. We're testing for physical operability in the mining environment, the mechanical system validation with the relevant mining and engineering parties. A commercial system at, say, sites in the Illawarra, the sizing is between 5 and 10 megawatts with capacity of between 6 and 12 storage hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. In terms of your submission, you talk about establishing a clear framework for post-mining land use assessment and a repurpose tender process. Could you explain a little bit more about why you're proposing that as an idea?
Yeah, absolutely. We're engaged with around about 45 mining companies, both in Australia and outside of Australia, and many mine sites. And a few of the observations we've made is that many mines have portions of land that are at final use or indeed rehabilitated, even within a site that's not fully rehabilitated. And consequently, there is a clear opportunity to be able to take a portion of a site and see it transferred to project developers, whether that's energy projects like ourselves or otherwise. So one of the impediments we see to that right now is this question around whether the miner can satisfy the relinquishment obligations for that, and there hasn't been a great history of it, although I do note that this morning's speakers identify some great examples that we can actually build on. So we've seen that, and we think the opportunity exists to take portions of those sites and move them immediately to greater use. And in fact, even earlier in the process, before all the rehabilitation is completed, there's obviously an opportunity to reduce the spend on rehabilitation and improve the spend on preparing for future projects. We note that in Queensland there is a tender process right now for legacy sites to be brought to the market, and that's in its infancy, but it's an interesting model that's been adopted there.
Well, thank you. That is interesting. In terms of mining assets remaining in care and maintenance, you mentioned, developing public policy to cap the time assets can remain in care and maintenance. How well received do you think that would be by the industry and by indeed the mining leaseholders?
I think it would need to be received in combination with the question around relinquishment and pathways and certainty therein, and that these are very interlinked, that there are many reasons why sites will stay on care and maintenance for extended periods of time, but I would note that the longer that they are in care and maintenance, the more public benefits being missed from repurposing opportunities on those. And so if the mining company was able to have more certainty about how that site could indeed be ultimately relinquished, I think that there would be an open conversation to be able to find the best use for that site. Maybe that it should stay in care and maintenance waiting for the market to change or conditions and technology to change to extract more resource, or maybe there's alternatives where indeed we can both still preserve the option on the resource and repurpose the asset to get greater public benefit in the near term.
Thank you. You talk about New South Wales Crown land in your submission, and about the potential for it to generate greater income for the state. How would what are you suggesting the government look at in terms of New South Wales Crown lands, in particular the mining leases there?
In a first instance, there's an opportunity to lease some of these sites with the right provisions and work around how to manage liabilities and exposures. I think there is leasehold relationships, there may be indeed sale or other opportunities. But what we have fundamentally is on the public balance sheet a large number of legacy mines, some of which require investment from the government for ongoing rehabilitation, and some of them are probably in the waiting lounge for that over time. We have this opportunity as our starting position, and yet there are proponents, including us, that would be able to take advantage of some of those to be able to drive economic value, jobs, environmental outcomes in those regions. So to that end, we think that there's an opportunity for the government to review those sites systematically and understand which ones could be released to the market.
Your submission also talks about a shift that allows for partial rehabilitation to be recognised, and introducing a phased release of bonds associated with the original mining activity. I'm curious to understand how, given some of the evidence we've heard this morning, how that would work in practice, given some of these sites received, a development consent 30, 40 years ago, and, the size of their bonds may not reflect, in actual terms or in actual reality what is required. But also, there is a narrative that there is a certain allowance, a certain amount of flexibility under the current framework in terms of lodging a modification and having part of the site sort of carved off. So
yeah, thank you. I think the two items kind of brought together in there in your question include the question around whether the bonds are sufficient for the liabilities that are present, as well as this question around carving out a component, potentially relinquishing it, but certainly at least carving it out. And we acknowledge that there are methods to be able to carve out, but the commercial reality for a miner is that in carving it out, they're going to be considering what their ongoing liability is and how that's going to influence their statutory obligations and their long-term business needs at the site. So we think that all things being equal, if there's a liability and bond, it's attached to different elements of remediation at the site. If, for example, we were to consider the mine shafts themselves at a site, but not the tailings dam, for example, we think it's reasonable to say that we should be able to carve out the area around the mine shafts for greater repurposing benefit, and that if there was bonds attached to the repurposing or refurbishment of those, why wouldn't they want to be released? And that's aside from the question about whether the overall bond is the right amount, and I think that's a separate issue to take up potentially if it exists.
You talk about the clearer definition of land use changes. being required. I wonder whether you have any suggestions for the committee on how that could be achieved, or what the implications of that would be.
Yeah, thank you. I think that we have a significant amount of work to do on the clean energy transition, and there's a need to accelerate our work in the area of the energy transition, but doing it in a way that is more beneficial to the environment and the communities, so that we get this huge buy-in. So I think the potential to create a characterisation that where we have an ability to deploy projects that are clean energy enabling, we should think about giving those a special status and an ability to move more quickly through processes. And that to me is in the public good. The miners who want to liberate the land for better use can be satisfied, the public interest can be satisfied, and the clean energy developers can get on with business and get the transition happening.
You note that the GSS deployment, if it was noted at the time of initial design of mine shafts, that the cost and ease of future installation would be enhanced. What requirements does this technology need in terms of the actual shaft, and the current legacy shafts that we have, or are they suitable?
Many of the shafts are suitable, and the requirements sit in a combination of geotechnical requirements, hydrology, and to some extent the nature of the build and the monitoring capabilities. And so if we consider all of those requirements, some of those can be installed very cheaply early in a project at design phase of a shaft. And we're sinking multiple mine shafts in New South Wales right now. And if we were to simply set some additional minimum requirements around geotechnical stability at the time, about ability to close off ingress of water at end of life and some of those things, I think we could see a really beneficial outcome.
Thank you. You also talk about the residual risk, which we have heard a bit about this morning, and suggest that we transition bond liabilities from the Mining Act to the Planning Act, as it would align the financial assurances with the new land use. What are the implications that you see for final rehabilitation requirements, or say impacts of unforeseen subsidence on a proposal such as that?
I think that there's always going to be some residual risk in these sites. And if our baseline is, as today, that we want to achieve the lowest reasonable residual risk, and that really entails no repurposing as it stands right now. If we were to lift the total value of these lands through repurposing activities, there should be a commensurate increase in risk tolerance around some of these final risk positions. West Australia has a different method of dealing with mine liabilities and has a more socialised approach, for want of a better word, where there's a pooling of resources. I think New South Wales could consider a way to pool resources together and change the risk tolerance a little bit to get the greater value, and find a way to then transfer these liabilities more easily, and that can unlock projects more quickly, I think.
Tell me more about the West Australian approach, if you like, in terms of pooling resources.
Well, there's a fee paid by mining companies. It's like a royalty type fee into a scheme that enables overall an overall discussion around managing rehabilitation, including for closed sites, actually. And I noticed the CRC Time made a submission to this, a very well-positioned submission, and they're certainly experts in this area and spend a lot of time in WA. And so we think that there's a number of models around the world, and so you've got Queensland that's bringing public sites from the public land forward, but in Western Australia there's just a different scheme around pooling resources to try and treat what is a residual risk issue that may appear at some sites and not others. So I think they've taken a different view on that.
Thank you. In terms of managing that residual risk, is there any other considerations you think the committee should be aware of, or any other examples, whether it's in our country or elsewhere in the world, of places that have done that well?
Look, it's an excellent question. We're certainly making inquiries in many countries. We're very active in Central Europe, in Romania, now also in North America, in South Asia. And each jurisdiction seems to have very different approaches to this. We've been informed that people see Canada as being one of the leading locations trying to think through modern architecture for managing the residual risk and liabilities. There are clearly not a lot of mature policies anywhere in the world that are able to quickly transition lands to greater use, and that I would say is an opportunity for New South Wales as much as a difficulty. There is one thing for sure: New South Wales is viewed globally as one of the top jurisdictions for regulatory frameworks here. It's a tough but fair and at the upper end, and I think to set the precedent here will actually have a great opportunity globally at aligning people around mechanisms to be able to deal with these residual risks.
One of the other things that the committee heard about this morning to an extent was around the social impacts of mine closures, and I noticed in one of your recommendations you suggest that we consider reforms to integrate social obligations and community engagement in mine closure plans. You talk about using independent bodies. I'd just be interested if you have engaged in any work to that extent or have any suggestions for us.
We have, and we've actually, even as a small company, we've put more than 1,000 hours into community engagement in our local area in the Illawarra already. We're a great believer that engaging the different stakeholders around a project like this can get us better outcomes. There is huge opportunity to transfer jobs and skills from the current mines and from the rehabilitation activities into new technologies like what we're proposing with gravitational storage and the kind of work types, maintaining equipment and the like can really bring high value added skills into the region. So we're a huge proponent of local level engagement in the regions to be able to find the solutions.
And what's the community feedback been around, the transition or the jobs that you're sort of proposing?
Yeah, Tony, would you like to make some comments?
One thing that we pride ourselves on is being that active community member. And even though we've only had our Gravity Lab, which is our R&D facility, up and running for 12 months, in that period of time, we have brought through over 600 community members from Probus, Rotary, school groups, international trade groups. And I think one of the things that is the consistent theme is it's simple. People can see the concept and the repurpose. It talks to the heritage of many of our mining and our manufacturing, but it also looks to the future in terms of seeing, okay, I can see how it's going to spin that engine and that turbine a different way. So I think there are the questions around environmentally. What is it going to introduce? There's the safety question around personnel. But I think predominantly that's factors that we're building into our design. The concept is one that people can understand. And I think the other important thing that community engagement has reinforced is the importance of energy storage or firming as we transition across to renewables. And so there's not only the urgency in terms of looking at replacement energy forms, but making sure we have the storage capability to provide that guaranteed and that firm storage as stored energy.
And so who would take on the presumably, obviously mining's a temporary use of land, gravitational energy storage systems also be a temporary use of land. Who would take on that ongoing liability for that mine shaft?
I'll take that. So I think this has got to be case by case. So in some cases here, we already have the mine shaft with a liability attached to it right now. And in New South Wales, that's often to fill it in. In some jurisdictions, it's not to fill it in, it's just to put a cap on it. And so it depends. I think we need to look case by case to say, there's an existing liability. We're not in the business of thinking people should be off the hook for their liabilities, but if that can be discharged in a more efficient way, then that's the right thing. So if we were to move, for instance, the provisions from one entity to another, it may be that we need to also move financial resources and backing around that as well. And that leaves you with a residual risk and uncertainty factor, and that we then need to have a look at what's the right level, how much should be state-backed, how much should be backed by a conglomerate of all of the different holders of these sites, and how much should be borne by the private proponents of projects.
You talk about your the technology using mechanical parts that can be manufactured in New South Wales. I just wondered, are they currently manufactured in New South Wales?
Some parts are. And so we're working with Sydney-based manufacturers right now on who are supplying part of our components. Others are solely imported. So some of the technology goods are imported and others can be manufactured here. And we note and certainly acknowledge the New South Wales Government's clean energy manufacturing program. That's certainly welcomed, and we'd certainly think that's an area we should continue to invest in to find the right subsets of manufacturing that can suit this country.
Thank you. Did you have any final questions?
No.
My colleague?
Typical bloke. It was technical.
Was any of the other, and we have a couple of witnesses online, I just wanted to check that they had no final questions before we finished up. No, it doesn't look like that. Do you have any final remarks, clarifications or comments you wish to make for the committee?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
No, we really appreciate you taking the time to give evidence to the inquiry today and for your quite detailed submission. Thank you. Any additional questions or questions that were taken on notice, our committee secretariat will be in touch with regards to the details of those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now have a short break. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to our next inquiry participants. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence to our inquiry. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
I'm Anthony Reid, General Manager of Catalyst Environmental Manager. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Russell Martin. I'm CEO of the Global Product Stewardship Council, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Scott Fairburn, Director of CEDA Energy and Communications. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Craig Bergnall, Director of Environment and Regulatory with CEDA Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As discussed, my name is Russ Martin. I'm CEO of the Global Product Stewardship Council, known as Global PSC. I also head up Sustainability Consultancy, MS2, and I led development of the world's first biochar industry roadmap, detailing 10 initiatives to scale up the industry and supporting demonstrations to regenerate marginal or degraded land through production and use of biochar, including mine site rehabilitation. In full disclosure, I also chair the Policy and Regulatory Working Group for the Australian-New Zealand Biochar Industry Group, though I'm not here today in that capacity. I'm joined today by Craig Bagnall and Scott Fairbairn, Directors of Technology Providers CEDA Group, and Anthony Reid of Consultancy Catalyst Environmental Management. Catalyst is a global PSC member, and Anthony serves as a technical advisor to the global PSC on these matters. My colleagues have extensive experience in mining across land, water, and energy. Thank you for the invitation to appear. The Global PSC supports broad interpretations and application of stewardship and circular economy principles, including those in our submission. We also support collaborative, practical approaches between aligned industries and governments that draw from domestic and international best practice. We'd like to table for the committee potential New South Wales regulatory reforms for improved circular economy and climate action in the land and primary industries sector using biochar. We look forward to today's discussions, and we're happy to provide additional information to the committee as appropriate.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We'll now move to questions. Would you like to start, Ms. Higginson? Sure.
No, you go.
Okay.
I'll put it coming up.
Thank you. I'm just curious about where you think, if you think there is a role for native vegetation to be used in the product stream of your products.
Do you want to take it home? Are you suggesting that we do more
Where's
land?
just water? Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that one.
Thank you.
I think it's a great question. I mean, obviously the world is facing both biodiversity and deforestation threats, and what we're looking for is ways to look at afforestation and to improve biodiversity. And like anything, there is always opportunities to look for improvements. And what we're looking at with this particular technology and this industry with biochar is to actually look at using native species for example, in mine rehabilitation, to build soil carbon and to regenerate biomass crops for that purpose in a way that could actually be helping biodiversity at the same time. For example, the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries Biomass for Bioenergy project, which is doing wonderful work with cropping of native species that use very little water and can be, rather than just leave land degraded or soils degraded, we can start to pump carbon from the sky, put it back down in the ground where we need it, and to start to improve our soils and helping better outcomes for mine rehabilitation, which is more circular and regenerative rather than the past. We've seen linear systems like combustion of bioenergy, which is very different. So I'd like to make that point very clearly, that we see this as an advanced and different form. This is nothing like what we've seen for the last century, where we've basically burnt vegetation. And there's big opportunities for this right across Australia, not just New South Wales, for this to be used in that way rather than in a negative way.
And is the processes, the pyrolysis processes that are used, is there genuine confidence around those processes in terms of their emissions impacts?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I mean, we've actually got a very big range of different technologies. So you've got everything that range from little kilns. Biochar is nothing new. It's been practiced for thousands of years. All our Indigenous cultures, there's a very strong linkage with First Nations, including here with our Indigenous groups here in Australia through earth ovens, and dating back thousands of years. We range all the way up then to commercial industrial scale technologies, and the emissions for these are well and truly world class. So with our particular technology, we're at field scale demonstration now, and we're looking to go through testing. We're working closely with New South Wales EPA to go through a detailed testing program to validate that and meet these European class standards that are set by the New South Wales EPA.
And so, I mean, my understanding is the European standards are not necessarily accepted as being the sort of clean green product or the emissions-free products that, processes, and that, they've been sort of interim steps in the process of, trying to find these carbon neutral processes to generate these kind of products. So in terms of what we would do here in New South Wales, for mine rehabilitation, what is your primary kind of drive here? I sort of see this idea that it would, we're putting back into the land and we're building biomass. But what is, why do you see the mine rehabilitation space as a space for your industry or your sector to benefit from this area?
I've spent nearly 30 years working in mining, solid waste management a little bit as well, but primarily in the mining sector. Worked with mining rehab companies, with an ecology company for a long time, and I've seen the limitations. We take soils that have been down at depth, bring them up to the surface. We have topsoil deficits in some cases, particularly in our western mines. It's difficult to try and get soils that can have a high carbon content to battle some of the challenges for erosion, sediment control, revegetation. There's a real opportunity here, and in seeing this, I've got 2 young children too, and I'm very much passionate about climate change, and I'm looking at this and going, this is a chance to actually bring and do good with a technology in an area that I've looked into and looked at the challenges with it too, and we're not here as silver bullet salesmen. We are here as this is an industry that is growing globally and has certifications and standards to make sure we meet not just the emission standards, but also the fit-for-purpose quality of the biochar. Some things can be used for soils, other things can even go into feed grade at premium grade to help with, there's people researching methane reduction in agriculture with this. And as you know, with mine rehabilitation, we're seeing a lot of land go back to both agricultural purposes, primarily grazing in that area, but then also native species. And of course, we can have areas where we need to lock that up and we want to try and recreate, say, endangered ecological communities. And then there's other areas where we can actually put these areas of mosaics in. And I'd like to table a couple of things. So I've actually brought with me copies of the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries Biomass for Bioenergy project. There's some photos in there that show their Trangie site out near Dubbo. And in a 3-year trial there, they've managed to take very degraded land and generate at about 2,000 stems per hectare. They start to try and generate these native species trees out there. And while I was there, there's wildlife coming in. They're seeing both reptiles but bird life coming in there. And if you're managing the land in a mosaic, you can start to rotate this and use that as a genuine upward system to reverse land degradation.
I've seen this. I've been there.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind tabling too, just our system is something that's hard to visualise, so pictures tell 1,000 words. There's a 1-page here that just sort of shows what we're trying to do with our technology, which is take these feedstocks, break down them into carbon and hydrogen as a gas form of energy, where we can separate those, and then also solid carbon as biochar. And the economics of this is a step change from what we've seen in the past. If there's those that have heard about biochar in the past, it's been researched for a number of decades. There's been R&D put into it from the federal government, and the benefits of all that research is now emerging with multiple companies nationally, and Australia leading the research, with New South Wales DPI having the longest field trials for biochar on the planet here in New South Wales.
And is this just looking at the diagram, the end of life plastics residues? Is there technologies that are working on how to overcome PFAS and those kind of very difficult?
Absolutely.
There are?
I feel like I'm hogging the microphone a little bit too much.
Please,
but obviously being the technology provider, the water utilities, so one of the things we put in our submission is that the WASA, the Water Services Association of Australia, has actually just put a submission up to the Circular Economy Ministerial Advisory Group, to Minister Plibersek, regarding the benefits for both circular economy but also dealing with emerging contaminants. The water industry is facing significant challenges with biosolids through both microplastics and PFAS and halogenated sort of issues. What we're finding with thermal treatment is that it can deconstruct that safely and manage it through gas form after that, and the solid that's left out, you've got your phosphorus to go back to land safely. 3 EPAs in Europe have now approved biosolids derived biochar specifically to go back into agriculture, into the food chain. And as you know, water utilities often here are looking at mine rehabilitation. It really is a chance to take it truly circular in a safe way without having any issues through these type of emerging contaminants.
If I may add, one of the things that we've been looking at for a while is decentralizing sources of feedstocks and seeing the usual idea of seeing waste as resources instead. And there's great potential for decentralizing technology, pyrolysis and gasification across various technology types in different uses. And specifically, you could have water treatment plants, for example, being a hub of a regional development that would address PFAS, microplastics, and co-feed with other feedstocks from other uses in the area, and going into a range of non-soil applications such as industrial filters, water filters, etc. So PFAS and microplastics could actually be a driver for a range of other circular economy initiatives and regional development.
Yeah, and I was going to say, CETA's had experience, quite a bit of detailed experience back in 2019, where we made submissions to the federal government and also the Department of Defence with various parties in there that they were looking to do some trials on contaminated soils. So we have had some data that's been conducted through our test plant, where we've done various parts per million testing, and we've got some results out of that. We saw that as a group, as an opportunity to potentially support the local landholders that were going through some of those challenges in their property with contaminated lands, contaminated soils. We see this as a large issue, not just of where around the RAF bases, but we know it's on most airports, it's on most major industrial sites, power generation assets. And this is something that's not going to go away. And I think if you see the class action over in the States with what's happened there, I think it's a much bigger problem that we need to think a bit more outside the box to solve. And I think we do have a solution to that. I think the challenges at the time were both regulatory, political, and other words. That unfortunately, we were emerging technology. We're a lot more further advanced than we were 5 years ago. And we've been working closely with those stakeholders, and we work closely with out of Canberra, the Department of Energy and Environment. So they're well aware of some of the outcomes that the plant back then could achieve. We're now more aware, 5 years on, of what that can solve as pain points.
And what is the have you realistically modelled the kind of competition for biomass and what the market, where you think this goes? I can hear the pitch that you kind of see this as this
Sure.
great thing, but
Yeah.
like realistically, and what tools have you looked at, and specifically for New South Wales?
Yeah, well, gee whiz, I'm going to give another plug to the DPI here. They're doing some great work in this space. So there's over 22 million tonnes. There's over 22 million tonnes of biomass residues in the state, dominated mainly by wheat straw and some other other agricultural residues. There's high potential for that, and particularly in those rural and regional areas. So this is where there's a really good synergy. And so, whilst we see it for mine rehab, this is a sector that is crosses over across into regional New South Wales for other areas.
And particularly ag.
And particularly ag.
Yeah.
And DPI has actually brought out a tool, the smart tool they've got there for biomass, looking to help from a GIS-based system to look at those residues. We look at that. We're also looking at a national level. So I should declare in open full disclosure, I'm also on the executive board of the Australian New Zealand Biochar Industry Group as well. So I'm obviously speaking at industry there, but I'm not here on that part.
You had me right up until you said New Zealand.
It's okay. We can hear very clearly.
You can see it in there.
Submissions.
But just to go to that, like we work. One of the IPCC lead authors is on looking at carbon dioxide removal. Is very pro biochar, based here in Australia, and works with DPI. There's another link there. They have looked at the global food security issue. This issue of biomass and food security is a real key one. And so, again, this is where there's a big difference between last century burning of material, which is linear and can threaten food security.
We're still burning cane in the northern rivers.
Absolutely, absolutely. We
Yeah.
should be using those residues instead of just burning it. We can get it here into a circular waste energy rather than linear. And one of the things we've proposed in terms of a recommendation from a regulatory perspective is to decouple in the waste hierarchy linear waste energy combustion from circular and regenerative waste to energy systems like this that can actually upcycle and improve our environment rather than to degrade from it. And so globally, the estimate from the IPCC is up to 6.6 billion tonnes of carbon removal without competing with land for food production. And when you actually look at the studies, there's been a lot of meta-analyses on this. You're actually seeing that we can enhance food production. We're seeing increases in yields because we're not. I'd rather call it circular carbon than biochar, really, because what it is, carbon's the basis of everything. It's our building block for life. So if we can get that back into our soils in the right format to hold and build soil carbon, we can see benefits to vegetation and therefore yields from that.
And to put that into perspective, the amount of carbon drawdown that Craig was referring to is equivalent to the U.S.'s annual emissions of CO2. So the extent of carbon drawdown available through biochar globally is equivalent to the U.S.'s annual emissions as the world's second largest CO2 emitter.
But you're still talking about the process to generate that. I understand, and I kind of go down the path, and then I come back to this, this processing that we do undertake, and it's quite, whilst it may not appear to be so clearly the combustion process, there is something in there that I feel is a bit of a dark magic to many. And then if you could, extrapolate on that, I'd love your views. And then my final question really is about, so your vision for these projects and processes and this use in the post-mining space in New South Wales is actually about, really it's looking towards that kind of agricultural post-land use. Ultimately, that's where this takes us. So there was two things in there, if you wouldn't mind addressing both.
Yeah, so I suppose I'll take the first
magic.
question on.
Yeah.
In regards to what we're looking to achieve out of the scaling, I suppose, of the technology. So from that perspective, from an energy point of view and from a land use point of view, and rehabilitating the mines, we're looking to work with both the mining and the agriculture sector hand in hand to, once those mines have been rehabilitated, to allow for those lands to be brought back to a state where they can be utilised for other activities. That in a sense, the mines are very on board with a lot of these areas because of their current liabilities on their balance sheet with mine closures imminent and assets that are currently sitting on their balance sheet that they need to repurpose. So I think there's some opportunities for the mining companies also to take part in this proactively, which they're open to do that. From an energy point of view, we want to try and work with all the agriculture users to get the energy back into the crops, to put the carbon back in the soil. So cropping that allows for energy cropping in a regenerative way. As Craig said, it's important for us as our population expands to produce more fertile soil that allows us to produce more cropping, more food security, and also some biodiversity opportunities around that. From a scaling point of view, we've worked very, very closely with the EPA for them to understand where we're at and the steps we're taking. We've gone to them in a very proactive way up front, and that's been done very deliberately, for the reason being we want them to understand the steps that we need to take for someone to be best practice. That's where we want to try to end up being. It's basically best practice globally. But to do that, we've needed to go through and work with the regulators, which are working with the framework and the policies. But probably some of the policy documents are probably quite old, that need some reform, that they've been working closely with, and we have actively sought step by step to take them through this journey as we expand. So I might hand over the next bit to Craig in regards to...
Yeah, just to go back to your question, it does seem on the outside. I remember the first time I heard about biochar, and I was like, well, what is this? What's this about? As I said, it's a bit of a dark art. It's not well known. One of the biggest issues facing this industry, and you'll see in the industry roadmap that's come out, the number one initiative that we actually want to execute first is education and awareness, because to deal with what is it. So as we said, it's always been around. So when you, instead of full combustion, if you limit oxygen and constrain it to no oxygen, carbon doesn't convert to CO2. You don't get oxidation up to CO2, and you'll have more solid carbon. And then with these sort of advanced systems, the gas that comes out is called a synthetic gas, so it's actually a mixture of carbon and it's carbon monoxide and hydrogen primarily, with a few other minor gases in there. Whereas when you combust, you get CO2 and you get heat. And at the moment, we take that heat and then we go and try and make power with that heat by boiling water to run turbines. And you end up with about 1/3 of your energy efficiency because of how much energy it takes to boil water and to run through that at industrial scale. If you take a fuel gas like syngas, you can then actually, that's not just CO2, it's got the hydrocarbons in there. You can either split it into hydrogen, as we're hoping to do, or you can actually burn that if you've got a high concentrated syngas, and you can then run straight to a gas engine. And you're looking at 50% kind of energy efficiency. So straight away you're leaping from conventional bioenergy that you might see in Europe, where people are just combusting it and trying to make power. We can do more with less. We can make power, and we can have drawdown as well. Now, drawdown is carbon dioxide removal, so we can't take it out of the sky with nature.
The thing trees do.
What trees do, exactly, exactly. And that's the way we should be doing. This is about planting trees and actually getting and turbocharging nature. We're actually getting it back in the soil, grow more trees, and do that in a positive upward cycle rather than just down. So the biochar is what happens. That's the solid carbon. And if I was to, it's not a great analogy, but it's probably something that, certainly I test on my kids. When you do a campfire, and sometimes you see the black charcoals left rather than the white ash. White ash is the minerals you see at the end when you've got combustion. If you go to full combustion, you'll have nothing left but white ash. When you have charcoals left, that's the solid carbon, that's char. And it's like a sponge under a microscope. It has a very high surface area, almost the size of a house per gram. It's very, very high in its surface area. And that is actually what's providing the microbes and all of the nutrients and the water holding capacity in the soil when we get it back down. And it's how nature works. And when you have cool temperature burns, in indigenous burns, you start to see more charcoal forming rather than
So
combustion.
we're still talking about burning, but not at that temperature.
No, it's constraining. It's limited oxygen.
One key difference, though, is that with biochar, you have the carbon going into the char rather than up in the air. So especially if you combine that with mechanical harvesting or processing of the residues, say with agricultural residues instead of burning them, then you're taking the carbon and actually putting it back in the soil. And one of the benefits of biochar is sequestering that carbon for hundreds and thousands of years. And so there's a much longer sequestration that you're drawing into that. And a number of the technologies that we see, including CETAs, are actually carbon negative technologies. They're negative emissions technologies.
Where do I find those? Like, where do I look to find those evidence of those technologies?
Yeah, so I might take this on notice. I've actually done a few talks. As we're starting to roll out that roadmap nationally, we've sort of been giving state-based forums to do this. I've been giving some talks on the Australian technologies. So I could provide that through to the committee if you'd like to see it.
That would be so
There's a
good.
number of, and the wide range, everything from the little kilns that land care groups can use to deal with, lantana and weed management, all the way up to these industrial scale technologies like what we're developing.
Just to mention, the winner of the National Award for Commercial Use of Biochar is actually a company that's involved in rehabilitation on mine sites, so replacing bitumen, fossil fuel, carbons with a biochar in their spray grass rehabilitation. So there obviously can be growing the biomass for biochar, but also users of the biochar in their rehabilitation.
I have there's one in my region up north as well who's been exploring in it, and I have used some product on my farm.
Okay. Yeah.
So there you go.
That's good. Biochar believer?
No, I'm definitely not.
Please, no, it's very interesting.
I could go on for hours, I won't. But so what do you say? You're not really, you don't have some vision of filling all these final voids full of biochar, do you? No, I was joking. Just in terms of this versus, say, a compost process. Have you ever considered, what is the, thank you, Mr. Bagnotti.
Absolutely. So we've actually, whilst I'm not here to speak on behalf of it, the Australian New Zealand Biochar Industry Group has just signed a memorandum of understanding with AORA, the peak body for composting sector.
Yep.
They're synergistic. So by putting biochar in compost, and there's a number of companies nationally doing this, including here in New South Wales, they're looking at trying to advance they can reduce their turnover time for the compost, and they can reduce their emissions with it as well. Even though it's not an industry that has to report its emissions, they can actually lower that. They can get better yields, better quality compost by having the char in amongst it. And there's whole webinars on all this stuff. It's a bit of a deep dive into this to go further, but they're very synergistic. They're not competitive with each other. And indeed, the compost sector also has issues with dealing with oversize. So there's about, depending on different facilities, you might see 10 to 20% of what comes in might not be able to go through in the composting system. At the moment, that's going to landfill. And it's also in that it might have stuff like plastics and PFAS and things like that too.
Yeah.
So the thermal treatment systems that can safely manage that are complementary. And certainly, if the ones that don't have plastic and things like that in there, you're making a higher quality product that is good to go back into soils. If it does have that in there, we'd expect that possibly to go towards an industrial grade char that might end up in roads or concrete and bioplastics. There's a whole range of things. Big companies like BMW and Audi and Mercedes-Benz overseas partnering with this to look at making materials out of it. It's not just about soils. Soils is where the highest order use, of course, is though, where we put our best product into that.
And there's other, industrial uses like Craig just said in the cement, steel, reducing emissions. The industry's in talks with those companies now because they're looking at replacing existing commodities or blending to get a better outcome from an emissions profile point of view. And just to your question, Sue, the step change in the technology around what that black box we talked about is that our inventor or designer came up with was quite clear, and we get a lot of our, outputs by heating internally with a catalyst, and that's very different than a lot of the other gasification pyrolysis plants in the past. So he's been able to reverse engineer a technology that's probably hundreds of years old and be able to see, because he's worked in industry before, he understands where the bottlenecks are, and he's been able to take those bottlenecks out process by process, improve the process, and that's why we get our efficiencies of where we are today. So those talk about the different stages that we're at, and that's why we're very comfortable to say that we'll be able to scale to as the next steps. But we want to work with the regulators and the end users, plus the relevant government, be it state or federal, so that it's part of solving a pain point going forward across multiple sectors.
So just to go back to you, and it's very common to see this, there's a fantastic paper that was to look at 4 decades of research and led out of here in Australia, but globally, that did a meta-analysis on biochar, and the heading itself would probably lend itself to what you said. Biochar, it's why it works and when it doesn't. And that is because different chars are for different soils. And it's not just a case of just putting it in. Often a lot of the stuff that didn't work was when they just made the char and it acts like an activated carbon, like a sponge, and sucks everything out of the soil. But if you actually charge it first and work with, say, compost tea and leachates and things like that, to charge it with nutrients, and then it'll release. It has a very high cation exchange capacity. It has all these, there's a number of scientific sort of factors I can go through about why it works. But it's basically about making sure that what you put into your soil matches for what you want to do with it. You start with your soil constraint, and then you work back to match the char to go with it. And most of the research where it failed in the past globally was where they didn't do that. And normally now where they are doing it, they're finding it that it's all working very, very well. So it's where, like always, research eventually comes up with the science reaches a point where they know how to do it and get the good results through repetition. And that's where it's up to globally.
And so you accept there's still, there is quite a bit of suspicion, and particularly from the sort of enviro-climate conservation sector, there's that scepticism around, is this another, like
another
the waste-to-energy processes, all of those, is this just another way of having a system that you can feed something in and churn something out? And, and the work needs to happen around that.
Absolutely. There is, and there's also a lot of old information that is the basis for a lot of that.
Right.
I've seen so many developments, even in the past 18 months, probably, where it's in some cases it's hard to keep up with the emerging technologies and uses. And one of the things that we've laid out in the principles that we've provided to the committee is adopting these more circular approaches, and many views have not been considering that properly to date. So I think a lot of the potential for addressing past conceptions and undertaking new research are in these more circular approaches, including, post-mining could be applicable for broad-scale trials. And it was one of the reasons we highlighted that in the biochar industry roadmap moving forward, is because of potential in things like mining.
And there would need to be strict governance, integrity, guidelines, frameworks, systems.
Robust trials, systematic approaches, consistent methodologies, appropriate data collection, rigorous process, etc. And we've advocated for those.
Certainly the industry's not seeking to be seen in any way as being out there to chop down forest. It would make no sense to be chopping down forest to save the climate.
Would you put out a statement to that effect and tell the government perhaps they should stop doing that too? That could be good for your corporate governance.
Yeah, well...
But there's no intent of that kind of...
No, it's about dealing with those wastes.
Sorry?
In fact, there's over 22 million tons of agricultural residues, over 1 million tons of forestry residues just up in the northeast New South Wales region alone. There's a lot of biomass.
We have no forest residues up there. I tell you, it's a myth. There's none. It should all be going back into the ground.
We're trying to make more. A lot more.
Order. We're now straying outside the terms of reference. But yes, anyway, yes.
She was outside the terms of reference.
No, but it's interesting you finished, because I finished. I've hogged all the time, and
it's been very interesting. I was happy to let it continue.
We finished where I started, and that was, if this was some way of, going and sweeping the environment for these kind of products that need to become reused and circular, then there has to be a kind of cut-off and limit, because, as I say, coming from that biodiversity and natural systems and ecosystem function, we can't keep taking out of natural systems. You know, we've got a bit of a biodiversity crisis. I know a lot of people don't realise it, but we actually have.
And there's a lot of work to be done, but also policy development on things like higher order use. You know, it is enshrined in various regulations and policies, but there's usually very little guidance. For example, the EPA, when they consider higher order use under resource recovery, they're really just thinking 40+ year old waste hierarchy. Yeah. We're talking about circular approaches and using various items as co-feedstocks. There's a very wide variety of co-feedstocks that can be used to produce biochar, and that can be tailored to the local needs. So again, there's potential for a lot of regional development and job creation through using local resources that would otherwise be considered waste or maybe difficult to manage, expensive to manage, and then using those to produce new products, a range of bioproducts, and build more resilient local communities. And the potential for that is huge. It just requires looking at it a little bit differently.
Yeah. And I think the good thing too is you're going to start, let's bring it back to you've got the wonderful environmental side to it, but it comes with jobs in green jobs in regional and rural areas, and the transition for mining, the skill base can be brought across at both blue collar right through to advanced training people to across into this industry quite well. So it's a great opportunity for regions like I come from the Hunter myself. I've grown up in that sector. I've seen what it's done, but I can see where the transition needs to go there. And there's a really good opportunity here for providing this balance between the environmental side, but also looking at the economics of it. We can make the sum of the parts be worth more than the whole, and we can do it in a better way. And that's pretty well what we're here to say today, is we've got a technology that's doing that. There's others out there too that do it in different ways, but it can be regulated in a better way to do this. And I think we're looking at the outcomes. What is it that New South Wales wants, and not be prescriptive in our regulation, but more outcomes based, and allow flexibility. You've heard today, we heard some of the earlier testimony, flexibility for innovation to allow the outcome you want and let industry drive it.
Yeah. And the other thing I'd say is, along with the education program that's got to be rolled out, it's the opportunity to create advanced manufacturing bespoke opportunities both here in New South Wales but also federally, and that engages different types of outcomes, both TAFE and universities, but also allows for skills to be and assets that are currently on some of these regional sites to be repurposed and reused, and maintaining and even growing the jobs in these regional areas that there's already, the reses that are out in the regional areas. This just increases those opportunities to a different type of employment, which complements a lot of those renewable energy zones.
Honourable West Bank.
Thank you. I've read your submission. It's interesting and puts forward a lot of concepts and ideas. I guess before I get to the submission, I'm just trying to understand the relationships. So the global PSC is Mr. Reid, Mr. Martin. What is it? Like, what is it? How was it formed? Where is it based? What's its function?
Sure. I formed the global PSC back in 2010 with a colleague from the UK, David Purchard, and we had both been active in issues like container deposits and packaging, recycling, and a lot of material use issues. And we had gotten fed up about the level of debate involved. A lot of times you'd have extremes fighting when the truth was really somewhere in the middle. And there was a lot of misinformation about, say, overseas programs. And what I wanted to do was try and understand the different circumstances under which different stewardship and producer responsibility schemes work most effectively. So you'd have somebody saying, oh, this is perfect in Denmark, we should just do it here. And we're kind of going, well, does it work in Denmark? Are there circumstances there that we don't have here? Maybe there's something better for our jurisdiction. And that was kind of the rationale. And then we've worked with various recycling, producer responsibility, and primary use groups over the years, and governments at federal, state, and local and provincial levels to better understand the lessons from international programs, not as advocates or activists on issues, but to say, what are the circumstances under which these different stewardship schemes can work, or where are they most cost effective? How can we have more circular approaches? And part of that is taking a more encompassing view of stewardship and product stewardship than saying you're going to set up an organization to recycle a material.
So would it be fair to say then that it's more of a analysis organisation, like a desktop analysis, looking at different studies from across the world? You're not, in effect, the testing and implementation and the more of a scientific organisation that tests through experimental analysis?
A lot of the issues that we're active on aren't necessarily best covered through academic studies, for example. There are over 400 producer responsibility organizations globally, and we work with them on practical insights. How do you reach consumers? How do you get people to bring items back through a collection program? We've worked with the pharmaceutical industry to look at how do you have responsible healthcare, for example? How can producers make it better for people and deal with things like end-of-use drugs or used needles and things like that? So it's basically saying if you're putting a product on the market, you have some degree of responsibility for minimizing the impacts.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, obviously there's a lot of analysis in relation to the biochar submission that's before us. Who is it that does the scientific testing so that I can say that field A is better than field B? Field A has biochar introduced into it, field B doesn't. How is that assessed? How can we measure success? Who does that measurement? Is it, if it's not global PSC, is it CETA that does it as I guess the more mechanical type?
Who's doing the validation?
Nuts and bolts. Yeah. And how do you measure success in this? How are you able to tell us that the submission has been proven, and how are you going to scale it up in the future?
Yeah. And Craig can go into more detail on the academic. We work very closely with the academic community on testing on that. Global PSC is more of a think tank and facilitator of these efforts, and we work with people doing these approaches on a practical, local level. We work with the people actually getting things done. And then
before I go to that, then I've just got some more questions there. As a think tank, how do you how are you funded? How do you continue to operate, and then I guess continue to do the work that you do? There must be some mechanism of funding. There must be some continual study and work program that the organisation does, even if it is a not-for-profit.
It's on the smell of an oily rag, usually.
Mr. Reid must love the sound of that.
We do have membership benefits, and members join us. We also have a discounted rate on project work for members. So we do a range of applied research projects that include desktop studies, reviewing different stewardship programs or issues, developing policy positions on those. But we also have done a series of international stewardship forums to bring people together. In the past, we had done an International Product Stewardship Summit in Sydney in 2010, and an International Stewardship Forum in Sydney in 2018, an event in Paris in 2019. And the Australian forums received some funding from the Commonwealth, but ultimately we had an even split between government and industry groups on our funding sources for those. And then we make a small profit off of registrations. We try and have sponsorships cover the bulk of the events and then charge lower registrations.
So is CETA a member of your organisation? Is that effectively
we hope they will be soon.
Yeah, we're obviously an emerging company.
So you're freeloading.
Yeah, freeloading at the moment. Yeah.
We work closely together in a lot of ways.
There's obviously synergies there, but we're still an emerging company, so we're a pilot. Totally self-funded. We haven't had any government funding yet. It's been very.
Yep.
It's not an easy way to go through, but we've managed to get through that field pilot, which you can see in some of the submissions there. Yep. It's been a good achievement to where we got to now. It's taken some time.
So in relation to then, I guess, scaling, I imagine that's where you were going to.
Yeah.
What's the next stage in I guess, trying to prove the concept and a wider...
Yeah, well, when you're developing something that's next level, obviously you've got to be able to walk the talk. So we've developed this demonstration centre up in Glen Innes, and for a good reason. The land there is our technology developer, apart from being a well-renowned engineer, process engineer, he's also a fifth-generation farmer. So he's very much mindful of the soil. So that's why it's there. That demonstration plan is set up so that we can take feedstocks to that site. We've got a number of what we call clean feedstocks. So we're not allowed to take plastics and things like that there, but we can do, or PFAS contaminated materials. But we can take things like agricultural residues and things like that there and do testing. And by doing that, validate a commercial scale deployment. So what we're doing is de-risking investment for industrial scale take-up, and we then want to try and get our first commercial plan out that way. So basically the data from it can feed into both approvals but also into a bankable feasibility to basically enable investment to go to that scale.
And so I guess the next stage for your organisation would be investment into a scalable plant, and then further distribution and rollout of biochar into different processes and different products. Where would you consider would be the, I guess, likely or ideal location? I imagine it would have to do something with former mining or land that's been formerly mined, and why is that more beneficial to you than, say, just a greenfield site?
Look, I suppose, just to go back to your previous questions around analysis as well. Mm-hmm. So, as Craig said, we do have a laboratory on site that we do our own testing, but we also send material off-site to registered laboratories to do the testing independent of CETA. So, to be able to measure that, and we've done that through our batch test, as we're moving through the scale, we will continue to do that. And most of our clients that are looking to either take a plant or take agreement from the plant, well, that's the measurement of how we are going to go forward, so independent testing. In regards to scaling, and whether it's a mining or whether it's a landfill, or in potentially whether it's a industrial site, or rural site, we're looking at potential opportunities right now, working with clients that have a need in either biochar or our other products for offtake agreements. Those offtake agreements will allow us to go with some confidence to either a funder, or they may want to participate in the end outcome. And we're actively working with a range of different clients, not just mining, but mining's one of them, across many different sectors, because hard to decarbonise industries are looking for solutions, and we bring a solution to the table, albeit it's not at that scale yet, but our next step is to get them to have the confidence for us to be able to scale up.
Are these your other products? when you say biochar or other products?
Syngas.
Yeah.
Syngas
Yeah.
is the product.
And whether they want to use that for energy or whether they want to then make things out of it. So once you've got syngas, you can make it's like Lego building blocks of chemicals to make either green chemicals, biofuels, or you can make it into hydrogen and CO2. If you do it that way that we've illustrated there, you're looking at the potential for it to become a very significant drawdown machine, which allows transition. And just to come back to that thing about testing, I guess as an industry beyond CEDA, so I take my CEDA hat on and just think of it as an industry, there's extensive research globally. Like it's one of the most researched soil sciences on the planet now. There's over 3,000 peer-reviewed papers coming out annually. It's more than what most people can keep up with in the science. There's over 30,000 papers globally out on this. There's very significant research. And it's because it's carbon, and carbon is used for so many things, and that's where, so obviously our technology can be used to deal with the, say, scope 1 and scope 2 directly, but once you then take that biochar and use it in materials or in products, you can start to look at the supply chain, and you start to actually decarbonise supply chains through scope 3 as well. So that's a very significant thing. So testing becomes both at an individual product level all the way through to research, and there's a number of different organisations out there to answer that question. We're looking at industries for certification. There's a whole stack of things. Had meetings with Standards Australia, all kinds of things that are moving in that direction to give confidence to both regulators but also to the community that it's safe and fit for purpose.
Just before we finish up, this has been a very insightful session. Thank you for the evidence you've given. As someone that also lives in the Hunter and has 2 small children, I care very deeply about the future of our area also. What is the cost of setting up one of these? You know, you've provided this very helpful diagram that I really like. What is the cost of setting up one of these?
So it depends on size. So we're currently, our pilot is a 300 kilo an hour. It's in approvals, but it can go to half a tonne an hour. But we're looking to go to 10 times scale up in the first jump to a 5 tonne an hour plant. It's because of the multiple products, it's actually got a payback of less than 5 years. So it's going to cost more up front, but it pays back quickly because you're not just producing one thing out of it. So it's not just making, say, just biochar. It's not just a biochar machine. Mm-hmm. They're typically in the order of about, for a 5 tonne an hour plant, about $15 to $20 million. But it depends. But that's, like I said, it pays back quickly because if you're making hydrogen or something like that with it, you've got high value outputs to return on that very quickly. And it gets cheaper as it gets bigger. So our next jump is another nearly 10 times jump again to go to large scale. So we're hoping to be able to replace incinerators in the future and stop last century combustion and start doing stuff in a more circular manner.
And in terms of the amount of, so when you say 5 tonne an hour, is that that's how much you're putting in?
Feed. That's in feed,
yep.
yes. Yeah.
And how much will that then produce? What's the end product?
Well, typically up to about a third of that is coming down into solid char.
Yep.
By mass. And about half the carbon by mass is reporting into that char, but 1/3 by mass in total. And the other 2/3 is going up into the syngas. And of that gas, with us, because of the way we've designed it, you're getting about half of that by volume is hydrogen. Mm-hmm. And by mass, of course, carbon monoxide, because of its weight, is dominating. But it's we can then shift that into food and medical grade CO2, which currently all of our beer and beverages in this country are coming from a byproduct of making from fossil gas into fertilisers. Of course, if we can take that from a biogenic source, we can start to displace that as well.
There you go. That's a very
so you can have a green beer. You can have a beer at the pub and not.
I'm sure there is quite a market for that. The many other derivatives column.
Yeah.
You talk about hydrogen, medical and food and medical grade CO2. What are the many other derivatives?
So I'll answer one of those. So one of the other outputs that we get from the plant, obviously still with the char and the syngas, and there's bolt-on applications that go at the back end of our plant that are already in operation elsewhere, is sustainable aviation fuel, so SAF, and biomethanol that is being talked about. So those fuels are able to be utilised or operated through the process that we have, with an additional cost, obviously. And part of the scaling will be, and that's why we're sort of looking across industry, not just, I suppose, ag and mining. We're looking across industry because there's different drivers in different industries that require different outcomes and solutions. So those opportunities will exist, and as we scale, we feel that some of those, depending on what the offtakes are and who those clients might be, they may be some of the people that want to actually have part of the action as we scale. For instance, someone like Qantas potentially could be someone that, you know, they're looking to, you know, mitigate their emissions through their the use of sustainable aviation fuel. But there's many other applications, and it comes back to the level of off-takers and what their drivers are, both from a corporate perspective, whether they're an Australian-based company or whether they're a global-based company trying to look at their emissions profile and how they can reduce that, whilst participating in, you know, a technology that's advanced, that's been de-risked, and as Craig said, we've done all the heavy lifting to date, and we've got it to this stage, but we now need participation from other people outside to help, you know, work with those ethical companies to deliver the outcomes.
Do you think that some of the lands, the mines of New South Wales and the post-mining land use should be these systems to create energy?
We'd like to think that they would be a participant. We would hope, and we've had some dialogue with mining companies to date who can see the benefits of what we bring, because ultimately mining companies are a commodity-based business, and what we potentially offer is a change of commodity, or, you know, an opportunity for them to reuse their land, reuse their infrastructure, and then also redevelop their people. And we see that as a great opportunity for the mining sector, as we do for, you know, agriculture and some of the other sectors that potentially emerge over the next 5 to 10 years. I think.
But if it is for the purpose, if it is bio for energy,
sure,
then that's where you no longer get your zero emissions, and you know, that's just not the case.
No, that's not right. Yeah,
because I feel like that's
It
where
sounds too good to be true.
It does, doesn't it? That's the issue. So I'd like to.
I feel like that's where you know, that's where I just can't. And from what I understand of Europe and the models there, you know, they are in real problems. They're the early uptakers, and sure, the technology's improved or whatever, but the evidence is those emissions, they are emissions intensive.
I'm currently working on a policy paper about decoupling the view of pyrolysis gasification to produce biochar from the linear combustion. And we'd be happy to bring that to the committee's attention when it's done.
Yeah.
We are working on that.
Yeah.
Is there a time? Do you know when that, what your time in terms of working on that is? Because I just, like, I hear what you're saying, but there's just so much evidence out there that this is not the case, that these are emissions intensive projects when we're looking at the energy biomass for energy, you know, this. I accept that there's this other thing you're talking about.
Absolutely. It would be wrong of us not to recognise that there's been a lot of scepticism out there over time.
Yeah.
So that's why I would like to extend the invitation to yourself to come up and see the plant and come and see it when we get it going. We've got we're in hop commissioning, but when it's going, we want to demonstrate it, and then we'll show how that works and why. It would take a while here, but we're here to say that we're going to walk the talk, not just say that this works and then hope that you believe it. So the science and the data will be there and the engineering, and we're happy to go through it. So like we said, we hope this is world leading. It's been a hard place to come through with the way the regulations have been here, because it's been set up for dealing with, as you said, thermal combustion energy systems and trying to keep things at bay, understandably, that the government's wanted to do. But we are a different technology, and we think we can achieve this, and we'll show you why.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of, just to talk to that, combustion, as I said, produces CO2 and heat. We produce hydrogen and carbon monoxide, synthetic gas, similar to town gas. So in the old days, town gas was used before, you know, LPG and LNG came through. It was how we did a lot of our energy systems in this state and globally. And that's the calorific value of the syngas that we produce is very similar to town gas.
And so what do you do about the fugitives and what do you do about those, I'm assuming you'd say it's a completely closed
I could dive into, for example, like last year I went over to look at one of the world's supposedly best waste incinerators in Denmark, the one with the ski field on top. I don't know if anyone's seen it, it's an amazing place.
Yeah.
We went there to look at it because dioxins and furans, so they're carcinogenic materials that form when you've got burnt plastics and halogens, and you get chlorine and causes these materials. And when those form, it's as product of combustion, we've got to look at how that stuff's managed. With our system, we're looking to try and leave half the carbon behind to minimise the amount to react with anything that's left. We also separate out those halogens and they fall through into a gas scrubbing system. Because we don't use air to combust, which is 80% nitrogen but only 20% oxygen, which is the bit you're actually trying to burn within the case of combustion, you've got this huge amount of air you've got to treat. You have huge systems. We had to catch a lift up 9 floors to go through their gas scrubber to look at the size of their gas scrubbing system. If you've got a system that doesn't use air, your capex can be a lot smaller because your gas volume is only a fraction of a full combustion system. So the ability to have environmental pollution controls at high level in place to deal with it, as well as the engineering to have the right materials, those Lego bricks go in the right places, where you've got the products in the right spot and you've separated out and deconstructed the problematic materials. And that's why people talk about PFAS being deconstructed. You don't destroy things, you deconstruct them.
Final.
Sorry.
Yep. No, that's right. I could ask you questions all afternoon also. It's very fascinating.
Where we started though, because why now? Why is this not then just another system to deal with waste products? Like, is that's ultimately where you're at in terms of what we're seeking to do now? It's not, in that sense, in terms of the linear waste stream and the circular economy. You're talking about a system that will require eternal feeding for it to be productive and useful, and because you're not putting the same product back in, you're essentially bringing these other things. And that's what I mean. I think the issue that many communities that have been asked to face waste to energy systems, those communities have said, no, we don't want this, because ultimately this is just another system.
It's linear.
Of where you can generate for whatever purpose, let's call it, profits, whatever purpose, through the continuation of waste streams. The assumption, I suppose, is there's forever waste streams coming your way. That's ultimately it.
I've worked with those systems since 1990 in Florida and went through a lot of those waste to energy plants like that. And one of the things that you're talking about there is you have a large, expensive facility that economically needs large volumes of waste to keep going through it.
Absolutely,
in order to cover your capex costs. And so you get put or pay contracts where if you don't burn enough, you still have to pay the provider. That is vastly different than what we've been talking about today. And we're talking about significantly lower capex, smaller scale facilities in energy production and a range of products, not just disposal of the material and a little bit of energy coming out of it. So that is quite different, and the economics are quite different.
Yeah, and the scale of the pyrolysis equipment can be scaled to the needs of a particular region or place. So, the Department of Primary Industries has the map spatially identifying where biomass is available, the currently underutilised or burnt landfill biomass that is otherwise decomposing back into the atmosphere, and you can site these things more strategically.
Thank you very much. That's probably all we have time for. We have gone a bit over time, but it's been very interesting. Thank you very much for the science lesson this afternoon. It's been fascinating, the difference between pyrolysis and combustion. Takes me back to first year science. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to any questions that you took on notice, and if there are any supplementary questions from us. But again, thank you so much for coming in person to give evidence to the inquiry. It's been really valuable.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's the end of the hearing today. Thank you.